Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to build a complete project. This is this MAUI timesheet project for our Android and iPhone mobile devices. So this is going to be the application here. Right now I'm on dashboard. Let's log out. So it is going to ask us for the confirmation. If we say yes, now this is our login page. So here we can go to login, and this is our registration page. We can go to login registration, proper validation is there, and then we can simply add our username and password in this. So this app is built using .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid. Okay, and this is for both the Android and iPhone. For the UI library, I have used Blazor hybrid in this. So if we put incorrect password, it is going to show us the device native alert. Now let's put the correct password. And if you see that loader, we have implemented that loader as well. And here, this is our main dashboard tab. We have these quick stats here. Today's hours, this week, how many hours we logged this month. And at the end, we have recent entries. So what entries? We have added time log entries basically. We have added in the last recent. Then we have logout button at the very end on the dashboard page only. And on top bar, we have name of the application and our logged in user's name. And then we have these three tabs here, right? So this is a project screen. Okay, here we can see list of projects. We can see the new project button. Okay, this is a simple scrollable list. We can delete a project. We can edit a project. It will simply show, ask for confirmation wherever required. We can create a new project with proper validation and all. Okay, and after that we have the last tab, log time. Here we can log the time. Here we can see that today's date is selected. We can go to the next date or previous day using these arrows on both the sides, and we have this quick go to today button as well. So direct link, actually if we press on it, it will simply going to go us to the take us to the main today's screen. Here we have the entries for the selected date with total hours, and we have a delete button as well for each entry. And here for previous date, yesterday's date, we have couple of entries and then total hours at the very end. Okay, we can select the date to we can go next and previous, and we can select the date as well if we tap on this main date section. Okay, then for deletion, same confirmation will be here, and we can add a time. We have project, date, hours, task. We can select the project. These are all the projects which we have on the previous screen. The date selection, it will be default here, but if we want to, we can change it. So right now we are on date 7th. So the selected date is 7th here. Okay, we can change if we want to. Then we can simply select project, add the hours. Let's add maybe 2.5. Yeah, and then we can add some task name here, and the description is optional. If we want to, we can add. If we don't want to, we can simply skip. So yeah, let's add the time, and now we can see 2.5 hours means 2 hours 30 minutes. So that is logged here, and total hours are 3 hours now. Now if we go to the dashboard page, there also we can see today's hours 3 hours and 0 minutes. Okay, all right, so this is our app. Now let's see how the app looks on iPhone. So this is how it looks on iPhone. We are on login screen. So the same what we have on Android, the similar we have on iPhone. So we can go to login, register with proper validation. Let's try to log in here. Okay, invalid credential. If we put incorrect credential, it will simply going to show us the device native alert here. Okay, and then we had that quick loader if you saw. Correct password, and here we are. So here we are handling safe area view. We are handling everything is smooth. So we can see the dashboard, main top header, similarly the bottom tab bar. Here also we have today's hours, this week, this month, and then recent entries also. Same thing technically. on iPhone as well, and it looks smooth, much smoother on this iPhone actually. And I'm just mirroring this, I am just recording this, but trust me, on physical device it looks much more better. Okay, now we are on projects tab. Here also same thing, list of projects, new projects. We can create a new project, same modal pop-up. Here we can add everything, the name, description, color of the project with proper validation. Okay, same thing, the scrollable list. We can have confirmation delete. We can delete a project with proper confirmation, and this is device native confirmation box. We can edit a project. Let's modify it. Okay, so we can see the color change and this modification here. And after that we have log time. So here also same thing, and here the entries are different than the Android one because this app is offline. We have built it completely offline, so the data is stored on device only using SQLite database. So in previously on the Android, it was Android SQLite that apps, and now here we are on this iPhone, so this is iPhone store. Okay, here also same thing, next, previous date, go to today, entries for the selected date, total with delete with each entry. Here also we have the same delete confirmation, and then we can same add time here, log time. So same pop-up comes, select the project, date, hours, task. Here also we can select, change the date if we want to add the total number of hours. Let's add 0.5 only. Then we can add some task description also. So record the demo on iOS. Okay, description is optional. If we want to, we can. And then just add time. And here, if we see at the very end, it is there. And total hours for today or for the selected date, now 7 hours 30 minutes. And if we go to the dashboard, here also now we can see that today's hours are updated to 7 hours 30 minutes. Okay. All right. So this is the app we are going to build. All right. So I just showed you demo. I had to screen record my Android and iOS separately, and then I simply gave it voiceover here for the demo. So all right. Now this is the main project, as I already mentioned. This is .NET 9, .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid. Okay, we are going to build for both Android and iOS. For UI, we are going to use Tailwind CSS, Tailwind 3. Alright, for database, we are going to use SQLite. So this is completely offline app. There is no API part in this application. Alright, okay. Okay, so I'm here in my Visual Studio. Now I'm going to create a .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid app. Let's create it. We'll say, let's say MAUI timesheet logger, something like this, or let's say just MAUI timesheet. Let's next .NET 9 include sample pages. Yes, let's create the project. Okay, project is here. All right, now in this first thing, we'll set up our Tailwind CSS. We are going to use Tailwind for the UI design library in this project. Okay, so for this, I'm going to use an extension that is called manage extensions, and I have one installed extension, that is this one, Tailwind CSS VS 2022 editor support. So I already have a dedicated video for this, how to use it, how to integrate Tailwind in Blazor projects. Okay, so that will be same for this MAUI project as well. All right, that video you can find that on my channel, or I'm going to drop the link of that video in the description box. So this video, you can check this video out. So in this, I have explained everything in detail. Okay, but for this current project, I'm going to make it fast. I don't want to spend so much time on this because that is not relevant for this one. If you want to learn it, you can check that video out. All right, let's quickly start building. First, we'll simply say, we'll right click on the project, we'll set up Tailwind CSS. I already have Node.js installed on my machine. all the prerequisite and all are there in that video. So set up and install in this project. It is going to take some time, not much. Let's see. Okay. So what it did, it simply added this tailwind.css file, added this package.json file, added this tailwind.extension.json file. So this file might or might not be there, so don't worry about it. It should have package.json and tailwind css. Okay. Now by default, what it does, it simply uses tailwind version 4, but that is not what we are going to use. We are more comfortable with tailwind css 3, and that has major widely supported and widely used, so we are going to use that only. So we need to do some modifications in the default setup. So we'll remove this tailwind css CLI. With this, the last version was 3.4.17. okay, so save everything. Then in tailwind.css file, we need to remove these things. Okay, so the basic setup, if you go to the Tailwind's official website, there if you choose the version 3, here you should see all these tabs here. Okay, when using Tailwind CLI, you need to do these things. So what this first line does, it simply installs version 3, but for us, we have this package.json. So here we have explicitly set this. So we just need to run npm install and it will automatically going to install this tailwind css. For this, first we'll go to the folder where our app has installed. So we need to delete node modules folder because this came with the default tailwind 4 setup. After that, we can delete this package -log.json file as well. After this, we are good. Now we can simply open a command line on this location. Then we'll say npm I, which is a short form for npm install. So it is going to install whatever we have in our package.json file. So it works similarly as NuGet restore. When we say restore NuGet packages, so whatever we have in our CS pros here, this package reference. So it is similar for npm. So whatever we have in package.json, it simply uses those to install. Okay, so this is done now. First thing, it got installed. Now if we go to the documentation, next thing we say tailwind css init. We need to do this thing, copy this and paste here and just run it. Now it is going to create a new file, tailwind.config.js. With this, we are done with our command line. We can close this. We can close our package.json file as well. We can close this. Let's close all tabs. Now next thing we'll do is tailwind.css. This is the default file. So we'll remove whatever we got in this file. Right now, there's nothing. In this, we need to add the base styling. Okay, so that we can simply come to the documentation. Here we'll say this thing. Tailwind base @tailwind components @tailwind utilities. So we can simply copy these things. Okay, go to Visual Studio and paste these things in our tailwind.css file. Save it. After that, we need to close Visual Studio and open it again because we made some changes. So the extension that actually already initialized, it has done a lot of different things on the basis of Tailwind version 4, but we modified a couple of things. So we need to close the Visual Studio and open it again so that extension can see that, okay, now we are using version 3. Let's close Visual Studio. I'm going to reopen. Okay, so we are here. Now next thing we need to do is in Tailwind, the way it works, we need to set up one input file and one output file. So it will simply going to get the input file as a base styling, and then we need to provide some sources from where it should know that wherever we are using Tailwind CSS classes, it will simply going to grab those, generate a CSS, and then paste that CSS into the output file. We need to have three different things. One is configuration file, one is input file, one is output file. The configuration will be JS file and input and output will be CSS files. So first thing, this is the tailwind.config.js. Let's right click on it. And here we'll say add tailwind CSS configuration file. So this is coming from that extension which I told you. I'm going to drop the link of that extension in the description box so you can check that out, or this is explained in the detailed video which I have. I'm going to drop link in the description as for that as well. Okay, so let's right click on this Tailwind config.js and just select set as Tailwind CSS configuration file. Now it has added as configuration file because now it says remove as Tailwind CSS configuration file. That means we are good. We know that it is already set up. Now next thing is input file. This tailwind.css where we have added these base styles @tailwind base, @tailwind components, @tailwind utilities. So we'll right click on this and here it says remove as Tailwind CSS input file. That means it is already added as input file. Okay, you can see if I remove it, then we have this option add Tailwind CSS input file. So we can simply click on it. It is going to add this file as a Tailwind CSS input file. Now on the basis of this input, we need some output file as well. So it can be anywhere. Okay, by default it simply creates tailwind.output.css file, but no need to do that because we are going to have all our styles from this www root folder. Here we have CSS folder. There we have bootstrap and app.css. So we don't need this bootstrap. We can get rid of this entirely. Delete this folder. Then we have this app.css file. Here we have some basic styling. Okay, so we can remove all this basic styling. Just remove everything from here. Save it. Now if you go to the index.html, which is actually an entry point for our .NET MAUI Blazor app. Here we see we have these links. 3 links. First one is bootstrap. We removed bootstrap. We can get rid of this. And second thing is CSS app.css. This we didn't get rid of, so we have this, so we will keep it like this only. Then this third one, MAUI timesheet, that means project name.styles.css. This is for isolated scoped CSS files. So in Blazor, if you know, we have this concept of isolated or scoped CSS files. So it's component.razor.css. So main layout.razor is the component and main layout.razor.css. This is the isolated CSS. So whatever we have in these things, whenever we render these components, so these automatically gets added to this dynamic generated file. So it simply references that. But because we are using Tailwind, so we will skip these isolated scoped CSS styles. So we can remove this as well. Now it left us with app.css. So that means this app.css, we want our Tailwind output file to be this app.css. So how to set that output file? We'll simply right click on the app.css. Here we have set as Tailwind CSS output file option. Let's select this. And with this we'll be good. Okay. After setting all these, it's good to again close and reopen Visual Studio because it has some caveats, but it can work or it cannot. So it's better to close and reopen the Visual Studio again. Let's quickly try that. I have closed and opening it. So I know it feels a lot, but it is only a one-time setup kind of thing. And this happens because Tailwind was built for JavaScript frameworks. It was never built keeping in mind that it can be used with Blazor or any other server-side kind of framework. So that's why we need to do these things. All right, with this we are good. Let's quickly try if we have anything in app.css. We don't have anything. Let's quickly verify if all our settings are still there. Tailwind config, right click, remove as Tailwind CSS configuration file. That means it is configuration file. Right click on the tailwind.css, remove as Tailwind CSS input file. That means this is input file. Right click on app.css, remove as Tailwind CSS output file. That means it is an output file. Okay, great. Now after this, we can simply select this app.css and then first time we can manually build the Tailwind. So if we go to build, here we should see these options. So build Tailwind CSS. Let's click on it. And now we can see it created all these things. Okay. So we can see this is the main input file. Now we can save it. Now it will be automatically generated. All right. Now next thing is by default, whatever it has generated, it was from this base. These are base styles. Now we are going to have a Tailwind CSS classes on our components. routes, pages, layouts, and all. So now we need to tell Tailwind that you can see or you can scan these files to check if we are using any Tailwind related classes. And if yes, you need to simply grab those classes and generate the CSS styles for those classes in this app.css. Okay, so that means output fine, input is fine. In configuration, here in tailwind.config.js, we have this content folder, content property. This is an array. So here we need to provide all the paths where it should scan for the files to generate the Tailwind CSS. Okay. So where can we have our CSS, our styles? Those are going to be inside this components folder. Okay. So let's do this. So from here, if we see, we need to go to the components folder. How can we go that? So tailwind.config, from here we'll simply go one level up. That means dot slash. Now we are in the project level. Then we'll go to components slash. Now inside these components we have layout, pages, and direct pages. Inside these pages or layouts we can have nested folders. So we want to have, we can set that inside these components whatever you get, just scan that. Okay, so here we can say components star star, which is for nested folders, comma slash star dot razor. Here we are saying, so star star means if there is any nested folder it will consider it, if there is not it will simply skip this. So after that you should go to check any file which ends with dot razor. That means all our component files. So inside components it is going to scan all the razor files, direct children, or inside any nested folder. It will going to simply scan all the razor files. If it found any Tailwind class there, it will simply generate styles in app.css. Cool. Apart from this, we have one more location, that is www root index.html. We might have some styling here as well on the basis of that Tailwind classes basically. So we can add that as well. So we'll say here dot slash. Now we are on the main root. Now www root www root slash index.html. With this we are good. Let's save everything. Okay, so now the setup should be done. Let's quickly remove the isolated, those scoped CSS styles. So in main layout.razor, let's delete this razor.css. nav menu.razor, let's delete this, or maybe let's get rid of this nav menu altogether. We'll see if we need this. Main layout.razor, this is this thing. Pages, counter, we can get rid of this. We are not going to use counter. Weather, let's remove this. Then we have just home. So we are good. In main layout also, let's get rid of everything. We'll just have @body. We are going to define our own layout. With this, we cleaned everything up. Let's quickly go to home.razor. And here, I'm simply going to add a class to check if Tailwind is working. Okay. We can have some color, BG, yellow, let's say 500, P6, and let's say text 4XL and text white. So just to check if this thing is working. Save everything, and we can quickly try on Windows machine. Then I'm going to set up my physical device, but right now we just want to see if the Tailwind configuration is done and it is able to get these classes and styles. Let's wait for it to build and run. And boom, we have this. So we see big yellow box with a bigger font with white color. So that means all these classes, that means our Tailwind setup is done now. We can simply remove this. And there was one thing which is coming from this Blazor error UI. We can get rid of this. You can use error boundary to handle the errors in Blazor applications. I already have a video for error boundary as well if you want to check that out. So clear everything, and now we are good. Now next thing, we'll simply start working on our pages and all. Okay. All right. So now I have set up my Android physical device. I am simply mirroring the device here, and we can see the same output here on this device as well. Okay. Now let's quickly start working, and first thing we'll work on our main authentication pages. So create and create account and login and registration basically. Okay, so for that what we can do, we can simply inside the components in the pages we can simply create two new razor components. First we'll say register.razor, register.razor, and next one we'll say login.razor, login.razor. All right, let's set the URLs for this. So we'll say @page, the first line slash login, and on the registration page we'll simply say @page slash register. Now for both of these we need a similar kind of UI. So what we'll have login and registration form in the center of the screen, and on the top section or before that center of the screen we will simply have an icon of the app and name of the app. So that means we are going to have some basic common styling. Okay, and then we'll have different forms. So for this, the common part, we can have a layout. We already have a main layout, but we want to have an auth layout. So that will be for login and registration pages. So for that also we can simply create a razor component in the layout folder. Now by default this is a simple razor component, not page, routable component, not a layout. If we simply add @page, then it will become a routable component. That means Blazor page which can be shown as direct URL, adding the URL basically. But for this one we want to make it as layout. So for that this component needs to inherit from layout component base. Now this is a layout. Now if this is a layout, inside this we can have @body. Okay, so this body will be where the children of this layout are going to be rendered. Now if we can go to login page, and on this login we can simply set, by default the default layout is always main layout, and that we can actually change. If we go to routes.razor page, here if we see default layout is layout.main layout. You can change it if you want to, but let's not change it. So on the login page we can explicitly set that if we are not specifying any layout, it will use a default layout. But because we want a different layout, that's why we are going to set explicit layout. So we'll say @layout, and here we can simply say auth layout, which is not coming. We need to add the namespace here. Okay, so layout, auth layout, save it, we are good. Let's copy these two lines, go to the register page and save here and paste here, and now we are good. Save it, and now we can have our login and registration pages. Okay, let's go to auth layout. Here we are going to define our entire layout here. The first thing, we need to have a div which will have the entire screen. So here we can say, let's say edge screen, which will be height of our viewport, that means entire height. Okay, and width is by default screen, but we can say w screen here as well. We are going to set a flex layout here, and we are going to have our items in the center. So we'll say flex layout, that means just flex. Then we'll say justify center and items center. Then we can have some small padding, so let's say p4. Save it, good. And inside this we are going to have our main logo, main icon that I already have. Let me find this out. I have this simple logo.png, this simple icon which has this background of bluish color and this clock icon. Okay, you can grab anything in here. I have pasted that inside www root directly here. Okay, or maybe we can create a folder inside the www root. We can create a folder there, we can say images, and inside that we can move our logo.png. Okay, now we are good. Now in this flex, in this box, first thing we need to have our logo. Then next thing we need to have our form. Okay, so first for logo we can simply have a div. We'll have logo and name of our application. Okay, So here we can simply have a div class, let's say text center. Okay, and inside this, let's have first our image that we have, this logo.png. Okay, so we can say img src equals images slash logo.png. Save it. We are good. After this, we can have, let's say h1, and here we'll say MAUI timesheet, name of our application. Okay, for this we can maybe say font bold, and let's say text 3XL to make this text a bit bigger. Okay, with this I guess we are good. Let's save everything. Let's quickly try to run it, but how would we see this thing? Or maybe before that, let's quickly set up other things as well. So we have this body. After this div, first thing, next we are going to have one more div where we are going to render our entire form. Okay, so here we want it to give some card type of layout with bg white, background white. If we are setting background white, let's have some color on the main page. So for complete page, we want to have some color. So I have some grayish version of color, or maybe we can directly set that. So now we want that color to be entirely on complete page. So we can simply go to index.html. We can go to body. We can add a class here. We'll say bg gray, and we can grab some version of gray. Let's say bg gray 300. Save it. Come back. Now if we say bg white, it will be applied to this, and entire page would be grayish. Okay, so after bg white, let's have some shadow as well. So we'll say, let's say shadow lg, and inside this we can have some spacing. So let's say p6. Okay, now in this we are going to have a title which will say if this is a login form or this is a registration form. But this is going to be dynamic, because if we are on login form, it should say login. If we are on register form, it should say register. So how can we handle this on layout? We can simply have a section outlet and section content. This is a Blazor's functionality. So on this thing, we can set a section outlet on the layout. If you see, we need to add this namespace, and we are going to use this at other places as well. So we can simply cut this Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.Components.Sections. Cut this, go to the underscore import.razor, and add a using statement here. We'll set this. Now it is going to be accessible on all the pages, all the Razor components, all. We'll say section outlet. Okay, you can define section outlet here. Now for this section outlet, we can have multiple section outlets, and we can have multiple section contents, of course. So which section content connects to which section outlet? For that we have two properties here, section id and section name. So I mostly use section name for simplicity. So here we can say, let's say title. This name should match when we are going to set the section content. That's all. So here we have this thing. Let's render this thing inside a let's say h2. We'll say class, we are going to move it to the center. We are going to say font bold, and let's have text. There we had 3XL. So here we can maybe have 2XL. Okay, and yeah, let's have some, yeah, apart from this we are good, I guess. Inside this we are going to render a section outlet with this title. Save it. Now we should be good. This is for title, this is for the main thing. Now after this title, we are going to have our entire form. Now this form is going to be a dynamic section, right? If we are on login page, it should render login page. If we are on register page, it should render register page. So that means we can simply grab this body, and we can come here and just paste it directly here. Now we are good. Save it. Just this. Now after this body, we can have that already have an account sign in, or if you are we are trying to create a new account, or you already have an account, don't have an account. So create account and register, all those things we can have dynamically. Again, it will depend. If we are on login, we should say if you don't have any account, register. If we are on register page, here we'll say login. So that means this section is also going to be a dynamic section. Okay, we can simply create one more part here. After this div card, here we can have div class. It will be kind of a footer for this auth layout. Okay, so inside this we can simply say, let's say text center, and here we can have text which will say if we are in login or registration. So here also we can define a section outlet, okay, with section name. Let's say what's the login register text, or it could be anything. Sometimes I'm very bad with naming, but this is after this we can have, or maybe let's wrap this thing inside P, or let's leave it like this. Then we are going to have one more that will be for our link to the next page. So here we can simply copy this one more time, and this time we'll say login register link, something like this. All right, save it. Now on this, okay, let's see how it looks first. Okay, but before that we'll go to login and we'll set all these section content. So these are not required by default. If we will not do this, it will simply render nothing. Let's quickly go to the login page, and now here we will try to render something. So we can say section content. Now here we don't need any hierarchy here. No matter where we define it on here, let's say I'm having some h1 here, just login, then I'm having section content. Even using this thing, it will simply render at the correct place in auth layout. It will always going to render here only. Okay, let's try. So here section content. Now for this section content, which section content is this? We'll simply use section name. So this was title. So let's use title. Sorry, title. Now inside this we can define our own styling or anything, whatever we want. Here we see we are already rendering this inside h2. That means we can have just simple text inside this. So here we are on login page, right? So we can say login. Save it. Now let's see what is the second section name, which is login register text. Let's copy this, set the section name. Inside this here we can have our HTML markup if we want to. Let's have a p tag here, paragraph tag. Here we'll say we are on login, right? So if we are on login, we can say simply we'll say don't have an account, question mark. Okay, then we have this third one. Let's copy this, come here, paste this, change it to section content. So section outlet is basically a placeholder on the layout, and it is not bound to layout. Actually, it can be on any parent component, and then inside this hierarchy we can have the section content at any child. Okay, so login registration link. Here we can simply say nav link. We can add some classes, just simple class. Let's say text blue 600, and yeah, just this, and then we'll say create account, save it, and then we are going to have our form here. Let's quickly copy this entire thing. Let's go to the register page, and here we are going to put it, and then we are just going to change the wording. We'll say register here. Here we'll say already have an account. Already have an account. If yes, here we'll say sign in or log into your account. Okay, just log in, and nav link needs href. So here we'll say slash or direct, we can say login. And on the login page here, we'll say href register. Register. All right, save everything and let's try to run it. And we should not directly run it because we need to go to the login or registration page, which we are not navigating right now. So let's quickly do one more change. We'll go to home.razor page. Inside this, we are going to add our code block. Inside this, we are going to override our on initialized method. Inside this, on this page, we'll simply inject our navigation manager. We'll call it navigation manager only. And inside this on initialized, we'll simply say navigation manager dot navigate to login page directly. After some time, we'll have this conditionally. If we are not logged in, then only it should go to login page. Else it should go to the dashboard page or something like that. But for now, we need to do this. So let's quickly try to cancel the current build and restart, rerun the app. Okay, so we are here, but it didn't navigate to login page. Let's quickly try what is happening. Let's put a breakpoint, restart. It came on home page. Let's try navigation manager, navigate to login, and we are continue. It is still on here only. What is happening? Let's try to go to routes, found, route view. This is fine. We have login page slash login. Is this some error? Layout, auth layout, register. Let's try this on login page. We can simply say override on initialized. Let's try to put a breakpoint here. Same thing. Let's go to register page. Override on initialized. Let's put a breakpoint here. Am I missing something? If you guys know something, please do let me know in the comment. We'll see if I'm missing something. Maybe this could be some silly mistake. I have no idea. Let's save everything and let's try to restart. Okay, breakpoint got it. Did we add breakpoint on login registration? No. Put a breakpoint login, put a breakpoint on register. Go back to home page. Let's continue. And it didn't go to the navigation manager. Spelling is correct. Navigate to, this is also fine. Login, this route is also fine. Login and login. Okay, let's try to debug this. How can we debug? Let's open our browser. Here, if we are on Edge, we can simply say edge colon slash slash inspect. So how to do this? For this also I have a dedicated video. We need to see, sometimes it directly comes up. Sometimes we need to open this, then rerun our app, but it came here. All right, let's try to do inspect. It opens up a new window. If we come here we can see console and there is some error. It says Microsoft ASP.NET Component section outlet does not have a property matching the name child content section outlet. That means we did something wrong here. Yes, it should be section content, not section outlet. Let's paste it, change it to section outlet. Sorry, section content. Let's go back to register page. Here also we need to change it to section content. Save it. Let's restart. I don't think you guys could have figured that out, right? Spot that it happened so quickly, but it's good we got this and I showed you that how to debug this. Okay, now we can remove this breakpoint. Let's continue. And we are on login page, which looks ugly, but at least we can see something. Now, what this is, this should have been in vertical order. So the default flex direction is row. That's why it is happening. So if you go to our auth layout, here we have this flex. Here we say flex call. This is for flex column. I don't know if the hot reload is going to work. No. Object reference, this and that. I don't know how we are going to work, but Maybe we need to do a lot of styling and all, then run it and then see it. That is the only way. Now I just don't know if Microsoft is ever going to fix this hot reload thing for Blazor. I have no idea. Hmm. And we have this thing. Okay. Let's try to do some other things as well. Right now on this IMG, we are using this. Let's do this. For this IMG, we can have a simple div class. Inside this div, we are going to have this IMG, and on this div, we are going to set a fixed height and width, a smaller. So let's say W20, which is 80px, and H20, and yeah, save it. And after that, MAUI timesheet. This is good. Then we have this thing. So we need some spacing from this text center and from these things. So let's do this on the main div where we have this flex. Here we can set a gap of, let's say, 4. Save it. We'll have some gap here. Then for this login, let's have some rounded corners on this thing. So bg white p6 shadow lg. Here we'll say rounded lg. We can have the large rounded corners. And let's have w full. This will say w full. Save it. Save everything. Let's try to rerun. Okay, better than before. Now let's do this. Let's first have a full width on this main flex as well. Oh, we already have this W screen, right? Okay, let's do this. Inside this, where we have all these divs and all, we'll cut everything. We are going to have a div here with W full. Then paste everything here. On this is text center. So on this div H20 W20. Here also we can say text center. Save it. And yeah, let's try. Okay, now we have something different. Now we have this W full, and now there is no spacing between these because the gap it gets applied to this flex, but right now we directly have only one child of this. Here on this W full, we can simply say space Y. We can have some spacing on the Y axis. Let's say space Y10. Save it. Now we should be having some spacing here. And for this one, text center, let's do this. Let's maybe use MX auto to make it is horizontally center. After that, this text 3xl, let's make it 2xl, and on this 2xl, let's make it xl. Save it. With this we are good, and yeah, let's try again. Restart. Okay, sometimes the styling is not that okay. MX auto. Let's do this. Let's have text center on the top. I'm good in CSS, but not very good. Sometimes these things do like this. So on this, we can have MX Auto. On this H20W20, this image, let's save it. Let's see if it works this time. And we finally have the design we want. The spacing looks a bit odd, but overall it is okay. So we can maybe reduce this spacing, this top spacing. So we are handling this using space y10. Let's not do this. Let's do this. First div, this is fine. We can have some spacing between these two if we want to. So that means on this div or on this h1, we can simply say, let's say mb4 on this one. And then we have this div, that means this card. We can have some spacing from top and some spacing from bottom. So for bottom, I guess this is good. That means we can say mb, what was that, 10. But from top we'll say mt, let's say 4. So save it. All right, after that, for these things also we can have some spacing. Let's try space y. If this space y works, space y, say 3. And for this login registered text, this text, let's make it a bit what we call some lighter text. So, or let's leave it like this only. Let's try to restart. Let's not spend much time on the these UI tweaks. You can try to play around with these classes and give some different UI styling. But this project is not entirely about this Tailwind. It is about Blazor and MAUI. So we'll do that. Okay, so we can see this, which is much better than before. Good, we can try. You see, we can create a login and it changes. Create account. We have registered, already have an account, login. Let's click and we can see this. Okay. On login page, let's increase this. On register page, let's increase this text length, we say. So let's go to register page. Here we have login. Let's say login to your account. And on login, let's say create a new account. Okay. Now we are good. Let's quickly go to the register page or login page on any one of these pages, and let's start creating our main form. So for the form, first we need to have some model. Okay, so we'll quickly create a model. So here we can maybe create a folder where we are going to have all our models. So first let's stop this. Let's create a new folder. We'll say models. Inside this, we'll simply create a new class file. Here we can say login model. Okay. Here we are going to say prop. Let me public. This is login, right? So we can say username and password. We are going to use data annotation validations. So here we'll say username is required. Let's add this attribute. Okay. And password is also required. So just required. Then let's create our register model. So we'll say register model, where we are going to have these username, password, and just we can say a display name. For that we can say, let's say full name, something like this. And this is also going to be a required. Let's move this register model to a separate file. So move type to register model. Now we have these two models which we can use on our pages. Let's quickly go to components. Let's go to maybe login page. Here we will have this as a model here. So we'll say private login model. Let's put the namespace here, but we might need this. We will definitely need this namespace on almost all the components. So let's cut this namespace from here and let's go to underscore imports.razor and add that namespace here so that we can reference this on all the Razor components, Razor pages. Let's go back to login. Here we have login model. Here we can say underscore model equals new, this default value. Now we are good to define our edit form here. Okay. On this edit form, we need to define a model, which will be this underscore model. All right. Inside this, we are going to say data annotations validator to validate our entry and forms, validate our entire form. Okay. Now let's start adding the controls here. So we'll say div class, let's say mb3 margin bottom 3. Inside this, we are going to have a label with class, some class. We'll see it will be username. And then we are going to have input text with bind hyphen value for underscore model dot username. And we are going to have a placeholder here. We'll say enter username, and then we are going to have classes which are going to be the Tailwind classes. So save it. After this, we are going to have a validation message. Okay. For this, we will set 4 parameter, and here we'll say this lambda underscore model dot username. And here also we can add a couple of classes, Tailwind classes. So we can say text red 500, and we can say text, let's say XS, very small text. Save it, and we are good. Let's try to add couple of styles here. So on this label, let's first say it should be display block, okay, with let's say text SM, so small text, font medium, medium font, and then we can say text gray, some 500 or 600 some text, or let's say 700, okay, and then we can have some margin, so we can say MB2. All right, save it. On this one, let's say MB4. Let's increase this margin here. Save it, and then we'll come to input text. Here we can say, let's say W full. This is the first thing. Then we can say rounded. Okay, and let's have some small shadow. Let's have px2 and py1 on the x-axis, padding 2, on the y-axis padding of 1. Okay, and save everything, and let's do this. Let's have some light background as well, bg gray 50. Save it, and I think let's run it right now. We'll see what whatever styles we like for this one, we are going to replicate same for all the fields. Let's quickly run and let's see how it looks. Okay, so it looks like this. So not very good, but not very bad either, but it is, I'm looking at my physical device, there it looks like Material UI. I hate Material UI, I don't like it, but yeah, let's see. Let's try to change this a bit. So first thing we can maybe use on this input text, we have these classes. Maybe we can get rid of shadow first. Okay, then let's increase the spacing. So we'll say px maybe 4. Okay, and py2, and rounded, I guess we are good with rounded. And yeah, I don't need this this outline color. Okay, so for this we can say focus colon, we can say outline 0, and focus colon, let's say ring 0. Save it. Okay, let's have some light border as well. So we'll say after this focus we can say border gray maybe 100 or 200. Save it, and px4 let's do py3. Okay, so save it. Let's try to run, but before that let's do one more thing. Let's try to have button as well, so we'll see the styling of the button as well. So we'll say button type submit here, then couple of classes, and here we'll say login. Classes would be, first I need w full, then I need bg blue, let's say 600, text white, and py of 3. px4, there's no point of px as it is already having the entire width, but let's do this. And let's use font medium. Save it, and I guess we are good. Or let's have the rounded corners as well. Let's say rounded MD, rounded medium basically. Let's have same thing on input as well, rounded MD. So rounded MD. Save everything. Let's run. Okay, not bad. But for this button, the py3 is a lot, I guess. So let's do py2 and rounded md. I guess rounded md is fine, or maybe let's make rounded lg a bit more. But now for our entry, the border is not there. But overall, it looks fine. The background is there. Outline is not there. That means we are good. Here we said border gray 200 and we'll say just border. Save it and let's restart. Okay, so now it looks better than before, but again on this also, on the this one also, the entry box also, let's make rounded lg and py2. So that means we are okay, we are good with this styling. Okay, now we will need these at a lot of places. So what we can do, we can maybe use this, reuse these classes. For this, in Tailwind, what we can do, we can simply copy these classes, copy this, and then we'll go to the main input file. So we have tailwind.css. Here we can create additional classes where we are going to apply the existing classes. So here we'll say @layer. That means we want to add some styling in one of these layers, and most of the time we use these in components. So let's say in components you need to do something, and that something would be, let's say, dot app input. Okay, maybe we are going to use this. Inside this we are going to paste all the classes, and these should start with @apply. That means you need to apply all these classes whenever I'll say class app input. Okay, then we'll say app, let's say btn. For this we can have our button styles. So our button styles are these w full till text white. So save it, come here, @apply and just paste. Save everything. Now we should be good to use these classes. Okay, so we'll go back and we are going to modify these things. We'll say not sorry. This is our input, right? So here we'll say app input, and on this button we'll say, we'll remove all these classes and we'll just say app btn. Save everything. Let's try to restart. We'll see if these are getting applied, and we can see the same styling as before. So that means those things are getting applied here. Great. Now we can reuse these things. Let's quickly do that. So now what we'll do, we'll simply copy this div mb4. Let's paste it, and this time we'll say, okay, on for this label as well, let's do this. Let's create one more section in our Tailwind CSS. Here we'll say what I did. Okay. So here we'll say dot app label. Okay, we'll say @apply and just paste the label styles here. And so for this label we'll say label class app label. Then let's remove that, and now we are good. Let's copy this div, paste it one more time. Here we'll say password. This would be input text model password. Placeholder, enter password, and validation message model.password. Great. And on this input text we'll say type equals to password. Save everything. Cool. Now we are good with the login form. Let's quickly go to the register page and let's try to add similar kind of thing there. We'll go to register page. Let's define private register model underscore model equals new. Then let's copy this edit form from our login page, paste it on our register page. Okay, so username, password, this will be there. We can simply copy this, put one more div on top, and here we'll say full name, and then we can have input text full name and validation message for full name, and enter full name, enter your name, we could say this. Okay, and the button should say register, or let's say create account, something like this. Account, create account. Okay, save it, and I think we are good. We should see login and registration things without any functionality, just UI should work. Let's try. Okay, now we have our login form here. If we click on create new account, we are on registration page, and registration page also we can see full name, enter your name, username, password and all, then create account, and these things are also coming, validation messages. So on this validation message, let's have some spacing from top. So with this text red 500, we can say MT2, save. Let's add this thing on all, MT2, and let's go to the login page as well. Let's add MT2 and MT2, save it. And with this, our login registration page is fine. We should have some spacing here between these two. Already have an account, login to your account and all. Let's quickly have some spacing. So what we'll do is we'll go to login page. Here we have these two things, right? We can have here, or we can simply go to auth layout. Here we have the space y3, right? So this is not getting applied for what? Space y3. 3 is what? 12px. This should be fine. Let's say space y6. Save it. Run it. Okay, so the space is not getting applied, and why this is so, I don't know right now. Let's not spend much time on it. If we really want to fix it quickly, we can simply come here, and on this P or on this nav link, we can simply have some spacing. Let's say on MT3, login, and on register as well. You can try debugging, inspecting it, and then see. So here login, we'll say MT3, save everything, and now we should be good. So login and registration, we can see the UI is working. Now we should work on our functionality, the login and registration functionality. Okay, that thing we are going to do next. Alright, so we worked on our login and registration page UI. We have this basic UI setup. I will do a slight change. So I am just going to change the default font and the background color a bit. So we'll simply go to www root folder, index.html. Here we have this body. On this right now we are using this BG gray 300. So here I'll simply add a small style, and this is, I guess, the only place where we are going to have style. We can have it directly here as well. So I'll say style, and inside this I'll say on body I want to apply these things. Font family, Apple system. For the iPhone, Blink Max style font. These are the some basic styles. Sego UI, this is for, I guess, on Windows. If this is available on Android, it will be applied there as well. And then the background color, instead of this BG Gray 300, I'm using this F7 color. Okay, so let's remove this and save everything. Okay, and we can do one more thing on this body. Let's have a default height. We'll say min, or let's say h min. Min height screen. So min h screen. So minimum height would be whatever screen we have. So just save it. So this basic styling change. Now after this, we need to work on our login and registration page. So we already have our models ready. Now we just need to hook the actual logic for this. Okay, so for this, what we'll do, we can simply have a service layer which is going to handle all the things related to the operations actions or whatever we are doing. We can simply go and create a new class let's say auth service. Let's create a folder where we're going to the services, and we'll move this auth service to this services folder. Okay, then here we are going to define our methods. First we'll define our public, what should we say, public async task. Let's say login async. We can have login model as a parameter here, and we can have one more. We'll say public async task register async, and here we'll say just register model. Okay, so save everything. Now inside login, we are going to store the logged in users information in SQLite database. So that we are going to implement after some time. But right now what we can do, we can maybe have a simple, let's say a global state somewhere. So let's create a new folder here. We'll say states. Okay. Inside this, we are going to create a new class file. Here we are going to store our auth state. Okay. Or maybe the way we are using this auth service, let's use this auth service only for auth state. Let's get rid of auth state file. We'll say auth service. Inside this auth service, we are going to have our logged in users information. So we need user ID and username. Instead of having these differently, because we are going to work on this app for offline functionality, so we can directly have it here. No need to have some token or anything. But if you want to have it, you can create some model as well to store the token and all. But here I am simply going to have two properties. So I'll say public string username or just name, and public int ID, let's say. So for this we'll say get and private set. I don't want this to be set from anywhere else. We should be able to set these from here only. Okay, let's create one more method. So we'll say public void logout. So in logout we'll simply set name to null and ID to null, ID to 0 default. Let's have it nullable when we are logging in. So for now we will store the information, or we will check it with SQLite database. And for register we'll say we will store this info in local SQLite database. Okay, but for now we are just using directly here. Okay, so what we can do quickly here, we can have one small store private, let's say what we'll do, private enumerable, just we can have a private list of, what is that, user, or what was that, register model. Let's have this lists of register model. We can say users. This is a temporary thing. We will move it to SQLite. I just want to see the functionality right now. That's why I'm having it like this. So when we are in register async, here first thing we need to check if we are if this user exists, although this does not make sense, because in our offline application, if we are trying to register using the same thing, I'm just wondering, should we have the register functionality at all? Because this is a single user offline application which we are building. If we are building it as online multi-user, then it makes sense. Okay, let's have this functionality. Maybe you guys want to extend this application to make it an online version, so you will have an API layer or things like that. But yeah, I'm just wondering if this makes sense, but let's see. So here we can simply say var existing equals, here we can say users dot first dot default. Here we can say if user name equals model dot username. If we have this username is not equals null, then what we'll do, we'll simply say existing dot full name equals full name, and existing dot password. Right now we are storing plain password. We are okay to store plain password because this is in app only. Okay, but still here also, if you want to use hashing or encryption, you are free to use it. Okay, save it. Okay, if that's not the case, that means we'll go to else part. In here we are going to simply add this model to this users collection. Great. Now we are here on login. From login, we'll say var user equals underscore users dot first dot default u goes to u dot username equals this username, and u dot password equals model dot password, model dot password. Now this username, this could be case sensitive, so here we can say just simple. So we'll say u dot username dot equals model dot username comma string comparison dot ordinal ignore case if this is true, and the password will be case sensitive, so we'll have this direct check. Now we are going to check if user is null. If our user is null, that means invalid credentials. We should show some alert here. Okay, so because we are in MAUI application, we can directly access the app.current.windows 0 dot page dot display alert. Here we can display our alert. Now because all these things are static, we can simply have some static class or something like that for MAUI related things. Okay, so let's do this. On the root only, I can maybe create a new class. We'll say MAUI interop. Okay, and this is going to be a static class. Here we'll say public static async task. We'll say alert async. Okay, here we are going to have a message. Then we are going to have a title. Okay, inside this we'll say await, or we'll say simple without async. Here we'll simply have task. Here we'll say app.current.windows 0, because this is a mobile application, Android and iOS, and we are working with single window only, so Windows 0 is fine. Dot page dot display alert, and here we need to provide title and message, then the cancel button, so we'll simply say okay, and with this we are good. Okay, we know this will not going to be null because we are going to access this from our Blazor components, Blazor pages. So alert async, this is fine. Okay, let's go. Here instead of doing this, we'll simply say MAUI interop dot alert async. Now here we'll say await, and we'll provide message. We'll say invalid credentials, and we'll say error, and we'll return from here. If that's not the case, that means user logged in successfully. Then what we'll do, we'll simply set these name and ID. Okay, we'll say id equals user dot id, and we don't have any ID here, so for now let's skip this ID. We'll add it later. So here we can simply say name equals user dot full name, so that we can display the currently user is logged in. Okay, then we can have a helper property here, public pool is logged in. And for this, we can simply say if string.is null or empty or name is not equals to null, then we know that this user is logged in right now because name is not null. We are here for this. Let's comment this ID as well. Now here, when we are here in login, the login page needs to know if the login operation was successful or not, so that login page, from login page we can redirect to the dashboard or whatever next page we are going to have. We can log in, we can redirect. For this, let's do this. From this login async, we can simply navigate using, just we can return bool from here. So if it was not successful, we'll say return false. If it is successful, we'll say return true. Okay, great. Save everything. Now let's register this auth service in our DI, dependency container, so that we can access it, we can inject it, and there needs to be only one instance of this everywhere. We'll go to MAUI program.cs. Here before builder.build, we'll say builder.services.add singleton by auth service. Do this, sorry, auth service. You are free to use an interface and make it testable. So if you want to write unit test and all, you can try that as well. But for me, for the sake of simplicity, just have it auth service and we are good. Now let's go to our components. So we'll go to our login page. Here we are going to inject our auth service. We need to add the namespace. So this namespace also, let's cut it from here. Go to the imports.razor and let's add it so that we can access it from there. So auth service, and we are going to name it auth service only. Okay, now here we are going to create a method, private async task. We'll say login async. Okay, and then here we'll say var its success equals await auth service dot login async, and we are going to provide our model from it. If its success is true, that means login successful, we can redirect to the next page. For this, what we can do is we can simply come here. Let's create a new page. There we are not going to have anything. We'll just have simple Blazor component. Let's say dashboard. Let's add @page slash dashboard. Okay, and in here on this dashboard, let's quickly have a button, or maybe before that let's have some h1 hello and then username. For that, we are going to inject our auth service. We are going to name it as auth service only, and here we'll say hello @auth service.name, and then we are going to have a button here, button class. This is not the final design. I just want to see if we can use the login and logout functionality. Here we'll say @onClick equals, and here we can have a method. We'll say private void logout, and on click of this we'll say auth service dot logout. IntelliSense is not working, but we are good. Now I'm used to this. Okay, after this we are going to inject our navigation manager. I'm going to call it navigation manager only, and then after logging out we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to, we'll navigate to login page, and we'll say replace true. Let's copy this navigation manager line, go to login page. After logging in, we'll navigate to the dashboard page. Dashboard. Save it. We need to inject navigation manager here as well. So we'll say inject navigation manager, and with this we should be good. Now we just need to call this method login async. So here on this edit form, we'll say on valid submit. Okay, so if there is no error, then only you should call login async method. Now we should have some visual indicator as well. So there can be multiple ways. We can have some global activity indicator because we are in mobile app side. We can create some custom Blazor component, or we can at least disable this submit button. So there can be multiple ways. You are free to use anything, whatever you want, you are free to use. But for now, let's leave it like this. Later, we'll have that functional. We'll try to see if we are going to use device native activity indicator or maybe Blazor custom loader component. We'll see. For now, we are good. Let's try to see the login functionality. What is the problem? On valid submit requires a value of event callback, edit context. What is this? Oh, we already have model. It should work. Okay. So I guess we are good on login. When we'll click on it, we'll go there. Looks like we are good. Let's quickly hook this up in our register page as well. Here, let's inject both auth service and navigation manager. So to this auth service and navigation manager, here also we'll say private void, or let's say sync task. Okay, there private async task. Yeah, that is also fine. Register async. Okay, here we'll say auth service dot register async. We are going to provide our model. Okay, we'll say await, and then we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to, and we'll navigate to login page with replace true, so that we are not going to come back to this register page. After this, we'll say login. Here, if we want to, we can show some toast message or some alert at least. Let's try to show alert. MAUI interrupt dot we can say alert async. Simple. So message will be user account created, something like this. Title, let's say success. Let's have a wait, and with this it will navigate to login page, and on login page we can simply login. Let's run the app. Okay, we have a couple of issues here. Android X could not be found. Android X.lifecycle. Why this got added? No idea. Let's remove it. Save it. What else? We have inject directive expects a type name, inject auth service. Yes, we are providing it. Maybe because we had that error on that auth service. That's why all this happened. Let's run it again. No, there is some problem. Cannot be empty or null. ASP.NET Core component web @ on click. Okay, we should call this logout here. Save it, then go back. There is some problem on this. Why this says inject expects a parameter? Okay, let's try inject auth service. Now happy? Same thing we did. And it again says inject directly expects a type name. Okay, sometimes it just freaks out. Layout, inject, looks like we are good. Let's try to run it again. If this does not work, let's close the Visual Studio. Am I missing something here? On valid submit tag helper element added from requires a value. I have provided this login async value. which is a this method. Okay, let's try to close the Visual Studio and open it again. Let's see if Visual Studio was wrong or I messed up something. Okay, we are here. Let's try register page. Now there is no error. Let's try. Oh my god, I selected this thing. Cancel. Navigation manager could not be found. Good. Okay. So navigation manager. Save it and let's select our physical device. And why that is not coming? Let me try to reconnect. Okay. Local device. Let's try to run it. Some semicolon missing. Yes, here. Save. Run. Okay. Create new account. Login. Login. We have errors. Fine. Let's try to create a new account. I'm saying full name Abhay, username AP, password is, and we need to fix this as well. If you see right now, we can't see the button below this, so we need to fix this thing. We'll fix it, but right now, let's see. I do this, create account, nothing is happening. Let's quickly go to the register page. Let's try to add this thing here. Did I add on valid submit? I missed here. Oh my god. Let's try on valid submit, register async, save it, restart. Let's try to register now. App is loading. Go to create new account. Let's try create account. And did something happen? Yes. Let's continue. User account created, success. If we say okay, we are back on login page. Let's try to log in with incorrect credential. Username is correct. Let's try password, then login, invalid credential, fine, correct credential, login, and now we are on dashboard. Here we can say hello Abhay, which is our name, and then logout button. Okay, we press logout, we are back on login. That means functionality is working. Okay, so with this, our login and registration basic functionality is done. Later down the line, we will integrate our SQLite, or maybe we can do that next thing. Okay, maybe we can try doing that next thing, then we'll move to the next dashboard and all the inner layout and all. Yeah, SQLite we'll do next. All right. So now we are going to integrate SQLite database, okay, in our application. So let's install couple of packages first. So right click on the main project, we'll say manage NuGet packages, and we need two NuGet packages. Okay, I'm not going to use EF core in this. We are going to use raw SQLite. So here, browse, first package we need SQLite net PCL. SQLite-net PCL, 19 million downloads. Let's install it. Apply, and this is installed. Now the next package, that would be SQLite PCL raw dot bundle underscore green. Okay, so let's install this as well. This 77.3 million downloads. Let's install it. Apply. Now this is also installed. Cool. Now let's create a folder in this project. Root, we'll call it data. So everything related to database I'm going to have inside this folder. Okay, in this we are going to have couple of entities, the tables basically. So let's call it entities. And first entity we need are user. Okay, so I'm going to add a new class here. Let's call it user. So we are going to have an ID. We are going to have name. We are going to have username, which would be login username basically. And then we are going to have a password. Okay. And this ID, this needs to be primary key. So primary key from SQLite. Okay. Name required. Username required. All these fields are required basically. And we are good. Our entity is ready. Now we need to have some service, or we could say context basically. So database service. So inside this data folder, I'm going to create a new class file. Let's call it database service. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, it's totally up to you. Now inside this, we need to define a couple of things. First, let's say we'll say var. We can have in constructor, we'll say var db path equals. Now we need to have a path. For this, we can say path dot combine. Okay, and here we'll say file system dot app data directory. So the base directory. After that, we can have our database name here. So the name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want, but let's say MAUI timesheet.db3. We have our DB path now. Now after this, we need to create our database. Okay, so that means we'll use SQLite async connection here. So we'll say var connection equals new SQLite async connection, which is going to come from SQLite. Here we need to provide connection string, or we can provide database path and then store date time as ticks. So it has a couple of different overloaded versions. So we are going to use this one, database path, which we have as db path. Then we have this open flags. Okay, SQLite open flags. So let's add these flags here. So we'll say SQLite open flags. Here, first thing we are going to say read write. We want it to use both read and write, and we are going to add others as well. SQLite open flags dot create, so that it can create a database. Then flags dot I guess we are good. It can create, can read and write. Okay, and with this we are good. Now we need to use this connection, and we are going to have all the database related operations here in this file to get the data from database, adding data to the database, and all those stuff. So there we need to access this SQLite async connection. So let's have it as a variable on top. Okay, so here we'll say private read only SQLite async connection underscore connection, and then we'll provide value here in this constructor. And now we are good. Now we are good to use our service basically. Okay, so first let's create a method. We'll say public async task. Let's say create user async, and we have our register. What was that? Register model, right? Yes. So we have this model, and now we can directly create our user, or if we want to keep this layer thin, we can directly get the user object, user, which is coming from our entity. We'll say user, and here we can say create user, or we can say insert user async. Okay, And here what we can say connection dot table. This is a generic type. Here we can define the table is of this user type dot. Oh, using table we can get, okay, here we'll say connection dot insert async. Okay, here we see we can provide the object directly, so we'll say this user, or it has another versions as well. We can define additional values as well, but we are going to use the simplest approach, simplest version, because we don't need anything extra. So we'll simply say insert async and user. We can directly pass this user, and then we'll say await. But because we are not doing any other operation, we can directly say task and just this, and the actual await will be on caller side. With this we are good. Insert user async is done. But when we are inserting a user, if we check our auth service, there first we were checking. Oh, we were not checking. Yeah, we were checking. We were checking if we have this user with this username. So let's quickly create one more method here. We'll say public task get user by username, string username. It should return task of user. Okay, and then here we can say connection dot table. Okay, now we are going to say table of type user dot where. Here we can say u dot username equals this username. Okay, and then this username, after this we want to use the first version, so first or default async, because this username may or may not exist. Okay, so connection dot table where first or default async, and we are good. Get user by username, we are good. Insert user async, we are good. So with these two methods, I think our login and registration, both of these things will be done. Okay, now we need to register this database service first. But before that, when we say just perform some operations, we need to first create the table. Right now we are not creating the tables, so we will say connection dot create table async. We have this method. Here we have two types. One is we can pass the dart type, or we can use the generic version. So we are going to use generic version. So we'll say user, and with this create flag, let's leave it default. So we need to use this. Now this is an async version. This is async, so this may or may not complete when we are calling these things. So it's better to have these checks, these things in a separate helper method. So here we can say private async task, and here we can say, let's say ensure created async, something like this. Okay, and then we are going to move this thing in here. Okay, now whenever we are performing any operation, insert or get user by username, we should first check this one. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to grab this thing. I'll say first line should be, now we need to have this as await, ensure created, and then we need to say await and this. But now, as I said, this thing we need to use in each and every method. So instead of doing this in this way, we can create a factory template method here. Okay, but there is one more approach. If you don't want to do all of these things right now, if you see on connection, all the methods are async methods. There is no synchronous version of the methods. Okay, but if we want to do this in synchronous manner, then we have an option. That option would be, from here we can say get connection. Now we see it says gets the pooled lockable connection used by this async connection. You should never need to use this. This is provided only to add additional functionality to SQLite Net. Okay, but after that it says if you use this connection, you must use the lock method on it while using it. So we are going to use this and we are going to lock this connection. We are going to create all our tables and then we'll be good. Okay, so what we can do is here, let's create a helper method, synchronous version. We'll say initialize database. Okay, here we can say var connection equals underscore connection dot get connection. Okay, after this we'll say using connection dot lock. This is the method we need to use, and inside this if we say this connection is SQLite connection with lock, and on this connection we are going to have the sync versions, synchronous versions, create table without async. So we can use this. So we'll say create table user. So this is also an option. So it's totally up to you which approach you want to use. You are free to use. Okay, this should be void, and with this we are good. Here now in the constructor only we can simply call this initialize database here only, so that when the instance is getting created we'll be good. Now here we can simply go back to the previous approach without checking if the connection is created or not, or table is created or not, because it will always be created because we are creating it in database service in constructor only. Cool. So we are good with this thing now. Now we just need to register our database service. Now we are going to have only a single instance of this service throughout our application. So we will register it as singleton. Let's go to MAUI Here we can simply say builder.services.add singleton, just database service. And with this we are good with our database service. Now again, if you want to unit test this, you can simply create an interface, you can mock this database service and do all that stuff. Okay, but for me, for the sake of simplicity, I'm not using that. So without interface, direct implementation. Great. Now SQLite is implemented. Now we can simply go to our auth service and we can implement this actual logic here. Now we don't need this list of users. Name is fine. Now we need ID actually. So we'll have this ID like this. Is logged in. This is fine. Then first thing we'll check our register async method. Okay. So here when we are saying existing, but before that let's inject our database service in this auth service. So we'll simply say constructor and database service. We'll say just database, private read only database. And here in register async, when we are saying existing, we'll simply say await underscore database dot get user by username, and here we'll provide username. If the existing is not null, that means we have this user in the database already. So if that is the case, in this case we'll simply modify the value. So we'll say existing dot name equals model dot full name. We'll set the password. Username is this only. We are not going to modify username. If that is not the case, here we need to insert that user. So we can simply create our user. Let's say new user. We need to provide name. We need to provide password. We need to provide username. ID will be auto generated. Then we can simply say await database dot insert user async, and we are good with this register method. Cool. Now let's check the login. So we'll get the user not from here, from our database underscore database dot get user by username. We are going to use this username approach. We'll get the user. If user is null, That means invalid credential. That means user has entered an username which does not exist in our database. And with this, we will check one more condition. So if user is null or user.password, that means this is the password which is stored in the database. If this is not equals to model.password, so here we are saying username is incorrect. Here we are saying password is incorrect. Then we can simply say invalid credentials and just return false from it. If that is not the case, that means we got the user from the database. So we are good. We can set this ID and name here. ID and name. So we'll say ID user.id and user.name as name. So our login is done, our registration is done. With logout, we are going to set name to null and ID to 0. So we are good with this. Looks like we are done. Let's quickly try if this thing is working. Okay. Let me select my local Android device. Let me run this on there and let me mirror the device. Okay, application is loading and we are on login screen. Let's try to log in. Some random characters. Just login. Invalid credential because this user does not exist. Let's create a new account. AP. Let's have some username. Let's have AP only. And password 123456. Create account. User account created. Okay, we are back on login. Let's try to login. AP 123456 incorrect password. So invalid credential. All right. Let's set the correct password. Login. It says invalid credential. Something is not right. Let's quickly see what is not right. So we'll go to the login page. Auth service. Login async method. Let's put a breakpoint here. Let's log in. Let's see our breakpoint got hit. All right. So username was correct. If we check the user, we have this user which has name, password and username. Okay. If we continue, it comes here. User is null or user is dot password is not equals model dot password. Strange. 123456. Oh, 1W, the password is incorrect. My bad. Sorry. Let's add it again. 123456. Login. And we are on dashboard page now. Cool. So that means SQLite database integration is done. And now our login and register page, our auth service, this is using our SQLite database. So now we are good. We can start designing our main layout where we are going to have all our screens. Great. Okay, so now we'll work on our main layout. So for that, let's quickly go to our components, layout and main layout here. So the way I am envisioning it, we will have a header, we will have a bottom tab bar and then the middle center screen. There we are going to have our entire page. Okay. So we are on main layout. Let's create a div here, div class, and we are going to have this as complete height. So we'll set screen. We can say W screen as well. Height and width, entire thing. Okay. Then let's say we can have a flex and flex column as well. Okay. Then inside this, we are going to have three sections as I already mentioned. First, we will have our header. Okay. Which does not exist yet. Then our body and then our bottom tab bar. Okay. We are going to have these three things. Now, we can directly have all these things here if we want to, or we can create separate components for these. Okay, it's totally up to us how we want to do this. Okay, so let's keep header here only. For body we will have just basic styling and then body inside that, and then bottom tab bar we can create a separate component for this bottom tab bar. Okay, so in layout project only, let's add razor component, bottom tab bar, add, and with this we are good. Save everything. We have bottom tab bar. So first we need a header. Let's have a div. It will have the full width, so we'll say w full. Okay, and we can have, let's say, px3 and py, let's say 1. We are going to have background white, so bg white. We are going to have a shadow of, let's say, shadow lg, large shadow, and okay, that's all. Let's have some text here to see how it looks. Okay, so MAUI timesheet. After that we are going to have a next div where we are going to have our entire body. So this section I want it to use flex 1, which is for take the entire space whatever is remaining. So remaining from what? Remaining from this header and from this bottom tab bar. That is this remaining part. Okay, flex 1, and if we have something overflow, so we can simply say overflow y auto, and here also we can say w full. Save it, and now we are good with this. We can simply move our body to this section. Okay, then we are here on bottom tab bar. So for this bottom tab bar also we can have this inside a div. Here we are rendering our bottom tab bar. So on this div also we will have something similar to this main header. Here save it, and then these three items we can have some spacing in these, between these items. So we have this flex. So on this only we can say, let's say, gap 3. Save it, div. Okay, looks like we are good. Let's go to bottom tab bar. For now let's keep this text like this only, and let's try to run it to see how this basic thing is looking. Okay, so app is here and we can see something here on top and on bottom. We can see the top bar and bottom bar, but the height and width is fine, but height we need to have some more spacing. So py1 instead of py1, let's say py3. Okay, py3 on both. So now we are having same px and py, both are 3, so we can say p3, and here also we can simply say p3, p-3. Now the shadow, it works fine on the top section because bottom shadow looks good, but for this bottom tab bar we can't see that. So for this we can have a border T. So top border, that means a border here, and then we can say border gray, let's say 200. And similarly we can have the similar kind of thing on this top border. We'll just change this to border B. So on this div class, this one, we'll say border B, and save everything. Let's restart. And it always comes out, we need to store the logged in users information and we need to grab that actual thing. Okay, great. I can see this. This looks great on physical device. I don't know how it looks on this mirroring. It does not look that good, but on my physical device I am right now checking it and it looks great actually. Okay, good. So we are good with our basic header and footer, this bottom tab bar. Now we just need to add the tab bar items in this bottom tab bar. Okay, so let's do that. For this I'm going to use icons from Lucid Icons. So lucid.dev/icons, you can check this. And here, first thing, let's say we are going to have list of projects. So we'll say project, maybe some folder icon. Folder. This is fine. This is fine. Can we just say folder? Yes, we have these folders. Okay, so maybe let's use this folder icon. This is 24 height and everything is fine. Let's, or maybe stroke, let's say 1. This looks fine. So what I'll do, I'll simply copy the SVG. You can download it PNG as well if you want to. Let's use the SVG here. Then we'll go to our Visual Studio. Let's stop this. Let's go to our www root folder. Here we have images. And here I'm going to create a new item. So this was, let's say, projects.svg. Add and just paste it. Save. We are good. Okay. Then next thing is, let's copy this a couple times. Paste it. Project.svg. Then after projects, we need one for, let's say, clock.svg. We need one for, let's say, plus.svg. And what else we need? I don't know. Let's try dashboard.svg. Let's try one for x.svg, which is for close, cancel. We'll see if we need something else. We'll try to put those as well. So here we are good. Let's quickly try to grab all these icons. So projects we already got. Well, let's maybe rename this to folder so that we know. Folder, logo, X, dashboard, clock. All right. So after folder, let's say dashboard. We have this dashboard. We can use charts. No, this dashboard is fine. Copy SVG. Dashboard, where is this? This is here, dashboard. Let's paste it. Save it. After that, we need clock. Copy SVG. Let me do this offline. Get all these icons. Alright, so I have these. I added a couple of more images. So calendar, clock, dashboard, folder, pencil, plus, trash, user, and x.svg. So we have all these images. Cool. Now let's close all these and go to our bottom tab bar. So we'll go to our components, main layout, bottom tab bar. So in this bottom tab bar, first we need to have a div class. We'll have a full width, so w full. Then we are going to have a flex layout here. So we'll add just flex. After that, we'll say items center, so that items are vertically centered. Then for justify, for horizontal, we can say justify around, or we can say justify, yeah, evenly also we can use. So save it. Now inside this we need to have our items. What is the problem here? Some false warning. Okay, some false error. This is all right. So now we will have multiple items and each item will have an icon and a text. Okay, so for this we have two options. We have limited icons, we can directly have these here, or if you want to make that dynamic, you can simply have some local type and have a collection here. Yeah, let's do this. Have a local type. So we'll say private record, let's say menu or tab item. Okay, it is going to have string image, string name, and bool is active. Okay, now we'll have list of these items. So we'll say private tab item, array of tab item underscore, let's say tab items equals default value, and here we are going to have default values as new tab item image. So let's have dashboard dot svg, then name, let's say dashboard dashboard, and is active, let's say this one is true, the first item would be true, and then we'll duplicate it. And second, we can maybe have, let's say projects, and we have folders, right? Folder images folder.svg, dashboard, projects, and we can have one more for what else we have, calendar, let's say plus or clock.svg, we can say log time, and then yeah, three only, right? All those other are different things. So this is not true, this is active is not true. So we are good with this. Why this is erroring out? Let's close and open this bottom tab bar file again. Yeah, Visual Studio is bad. Okay, now we are here. When we'll be clicking on the tab bar items, we need to navigate from one page to another, right? So for that, we should have one URL as well, right? And then we are going to modify this is active, because on what tab we are clicking, that should be active, and the tab item, these record types are immutable. So we need some type which is mutable. So for that, we are going to convert it to a class. So we'll say tab item. Let's have this like this only. We are using primary constructor here. Let's leave it like this. Okay. So we need one more. Let's say string link. So first one, it would be just dashboard. Second one, it would be projects. Third one, let's say log hyphen time. Save everything, and now we are good. Here we can simply loop through these items. We'll say for each var tab item in underscore tab items, and then we are going to have div here. So div class, we are going to have a flex here, okay, with flex column, so that we can have these icon as first item and the text as second item. Okay, so flex call, and then let's say justify center, okay, and item center, and we can have a gap of, let's say 2. Save it. Then we are going to have image img src. Now for this image also we can have a simple wrapper. So div class, then we are going to have this img src equals @ this tab item dot image. What is the problem? Tab item is tab item, and why can't we access image? Oh, my bad. This is now primary constructor, so these are not public properties. We need to create these as public properties here. So we'll simply say public string image second would be name, third is active, and 4 would be link. Remove these, and here let's maybe get rid of these setters. We are going to use is active with get and set both, right? So let's have this like this, save everything. Then let's use these at lowercase because right now these are actually just variables. So here we'll say image initial value, name initial value, is active initial value, and link initial value. Save. Now we are good. Now if we try to access, we should be able to access image. Yes. Okay. So here we can try adding couple of classes. We'll see later. And after this div, we are going to have a label with classes. Let's say text hyphen gray. I want to have this at some light text. So let's say text gray 600. And inside this, we are going to have the text as tab item dot, what is that name, just name. Save it. And now what's the issue here? Again some false error, but with this we should at least see this UI. Now let's quickly run and see how this bottom tab bar looks. And unclosed tag label, we are closing this label tag here. img, it is here, div, this div, then we have this div which is here, this div we have here, class, everything looks fine. What is the issue here? Okay, let's try to exclude this file, include it back. Bottom tab bar, still same. Let me close the Visual Studio and open it again. Okay, so I have reopened it and the issue is here is active. Let's change it to bool. This was string and this was bool. So let's, oh my god, I again clicked on that, cancel. Select the physical device which is not coming. Let me try to connect the physical device and run it on that device. Okay, now again back to login because we are not persisting the login state. So I think after doing this we can see these things here. Okay, dashboard, projects, log time. We should, after finishing this up, then we should first work on the persisting the auth state, right? Okay, so why this is happening? Because we have dashboard.svg, but inside www root, all our images are inside this images folder. That means here it should be images slash dashboard, images slash folder.svg, images slash clock.svg. After that, these text, I want these text to be smaller. Okay, so maybe let's do this. Let's change this div to direct button. Okay, classes would be same. Let's directly have this img without this div, and then this label, let's change it to simple span. Now it is okay. Inside button, the label was not coming. So here text gray 600. I guess let me quickly check. Now color is not that good. We need to have some light color here, and let's make it smaller. So we'll say text xs, save it. And on this image, if we try to set some smaller height and width, let's say w6 and h6. So I just want to see if we can style this. So w6 h6, this is fine. On this button, okay, we have gap. I guess this is fine, but let's have some padding as well inside this button. So we'll say, let's say px3 and py2. Okay, let's have some rounded corners, or let's say rounded LG. And then on these buttons, the default would be same like this only, but when we will select someone, let's say some item, oh, this should be images slash. So whatever item is active, for example, the dashboard would be active. So if that is active, we need to have some other styling. Okay, so some additional things. So for that, what we can do, let's do this. So on this main button, we can have some light background. So here I'm going to have this conditional thing. Here I'll check if tab item dot is active. If this is active, we can add bg blue and let's say 200 or just bg blue 100. If that is not the case, let's leave it. Save it. Now on this spend text access text gray 600, let's have it some light color, so not text. Let's have text 500. And if this is active, we can maybe set it to text gray 700, and we can maybe make it bold as well. So let's do this. Here we'll have this condition if tab bar, not tab bar, what was the tab item? Tab item dot is active. If this is active, we'll say font, let's say medium, and text gray 700. Okay, if that's not the case, no need to add anything further here. So save everything and let's try to restart. Okay, so it looks like this, which is, I would say, not that bad, but not that good either. We need to make it smaller, but overall if we see, it looks good actually. So let's quickly see if we are getting the height and width applied on this IMG. So H6 means 24px, which is a lot, I guess. Let's quickly check if we are getting this. So we'll say inspect. Okay, so let's try this IMG. Here we have these things 1.5 rem, 1.5 rem, that means height and width are getting set. Now this is taking a lot of space here. I just want to reduce this height of this bottom tab bar. Okay, so maybe H6 is a lot. We can maybe go back to this one height and width, that means 4 rem maybe of H4 W4, and then this dashboard text, and on this one we have what all we have px3 py2 and what else do we have? Some gap, flags gap 2. If I remove this gap 2, how would it look? Okay, cool. So we can remove this gap as well. All right, then px3, it looks a lot, I think. So maybe we can reduce this px3 to maybe px3. Right now it is not generating, but and then on this img maybe we can have simple mb1. Okay, let's do these things quickly. So first we'll say here on this button we'll get rid of this gap 2. First thing, px3 will make it to px2. On img h6w4 we'll say h4 and w4. Okay, and then we are going to have mb1, and this text access is fine. This gray 500 is also fine. Okay, save it. Okay, it's good. Now before continue, let's quickly create other pages as well so that we can see the clicking thing that we can click on these tab items and it should go to that page and it should highlight that next item. Let's quickly do that. So in our pages folder, we'll simply add, let's first stop this build, pages, add, razor component, and we'll say dashboard we already have. Next thing we are going to have projects @page / projects. And what else we have? On our bottom tab bar, we have log time. Log time. We'll say @page log hyphen time. Save it. And bottom tab bar, we are good. Now when we click on this button, it should go to the tab item dot link. Okay. And it should modify the is active state. Okay. So now what we can do is, there can be multiple ways to do it. I'm just keeping it easy to use. So we are going to have a method private void, let's say change tab. And here we are going to have tab item as a parameter. So tab item. We are going to inject our navigation manager here. So navigation manager. Okay. Navigation manager. All right. Now when we are here change tab, what we'll do, we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to, we'll say tab item dot link. We will navigate to this tab item dot link, and with this we need to remove that is active true from the previous selected item, and we need to set this new tab item as the active item. Okay. So here first thing what we can do, before navigating, we can check if we are already on this page. For this we'll say if tab item dot is active, that means this item is already active, we can directly return from here. We will not do anything. If that's not the case, we'll navigate to this new page and we are going to say var existing active tab equals underscore tab items dot first, because here we know there will always be an item which is active. So t dot is active. So we'll get the first is active item. Then we'll say existing tab dot is active equals false. That would be inactive. And the new item which we are getting, we are going to set is active to true on that one. Okay. And then we can simply navigate to. So save everything and let's quickly run this. Okay, let's again log in. This needs to be fixed. Invalid credential. What did I do? 1 2 3 4 5 6 login. Okay, now we can see this is much better than before. Okay, on this thing, let's quickly remove this measure padding from top and bottom, and here we have space evenly, right? Maybe let's change it to space around, justify around. Okay, and then on this bottom tab bar, if you go to main layout, here we have p3. So maybe px is 3 fine, but for py we are going to have, let's say, py2 on bottom tab bar. So we'll save it and let's check the functionality first. So if I'm clicking on projects, nothing is happening because we didn't hook that up. Change tab, we need to call this method on click of this button. Okay, so here what I'll do, @on click. Okay, here we are going to use this lambda and we are going to call change tab method, and here we'll simply pass our tab item. Save it, stop and run. I'll wait for it to run and I'll log in and then I'll simply go to the dashboard page. I'll show you. Okay, so this is how it looks now, and this is much better, I would say, and we can change these tabs as well. If you see, I'm clicking on these and we can change the tabs. Cool. So this basic stuff is fine. There is will be one issue if I do this, change this, and if I press back button, it came to the dashboard page, but this tab is not active or not selected. So we need to fix this case as well. Right now what we are doing, we are handling the tab selection on click of the tab item, but we are not handling it if I dynamically go to some other page or if we press the back button. Right now it is on projects page, but the projects tab is not selected, so we need to handle this case as well. Okay, so let's quickly handle this case. I'm going to stop it, and for this we have this navigation manager. Using this navigation manager we can do something, and the something would be, we'll override our own initialized method inside this. On this navigation manager, it gives us one location changed event. Okay, so here we can add location changed event, which gives us, if we go to location changed event args, if we go to this event arguments, it gives us location and is navigation intercepted, so we are interested in this location. Okay, so let's create a method here. We'll say private void on location changed, and here we'll say object sender, and what was that, location changed event args, right? Location changed event args e. Now here we can check if e dot location, okay, this is a string location. Here we can simply check if this is this dashboard page, projects page, or log time page, or if this is some other page. Okay, so here we can quickly check if location dot, we can say, starts with. Okay, then we can have actually a switch case statement, or we can directly have yeah, we can directly have switch case here. Okay, or we can directly have the entire URL, or let's do this. Let's use this starts with only. So if we say it is starting with dashboard, let's use this here. We just quickly need to check if this e dot location, if this gives us without this slash or direct slash or with slash. So let's quickly do this. I'm going to put a breakpoint here to check what we are getting in e dot location. Okay, let's quickly run it. Okay, right now if we quickly check e dot location, continue, this was for home. Okay, we have that flash, if you see. So we are going to fix all these things later down the line. Right now let's get something working. Login, it again came here. If we check e, if we check location, it is the complete location. So https this slash dashboard, so entire location it gives us. Okay, so we are going to use this. Let's stop this, remove this, and here on location we can simply say ends with dashboard. If it ends with dashboard, we know dashboard item is the one which we are interested in right now. Okay. Okay, so we can again have multiple approaches to do this, multiple way in multiple ways you can get this, but I'll keep it simple. So this is the thing which is coming to my mind right now. We have only 3 items, so we are okay with if else conditions. Here we can say var, let's say tab URL equals, okay. So default we can simply have an empty string. Here if this went inside this dashboard, we can simply say what happened, tab URL equals dashboard. Okay, then let's quickly copy this, paste. This would be else if, this would be else if. So if this is dashboard, we'll use this dashboard. If this is projects, we'll say tab URL is projects. If this is log-time, we'll say this is log time. And if it did not go to any of these, that means this is some internal page. So tab URL would be empty string for this one. Okay. When we have this tab URL, after that we can simply check what tab we are on right now, because we have this tab URL, where we'll check if not, or let's say tab URL is not null. So for this we can actually set it to null here. So string tab URL, we'll say default value as null. So if this is not null, that means it set this thing. So then we can simply say var active tab, or let's say tab to active equals, here we'll say underscore tab items dot first t dot URL, or what was that, link equals tab URL. Now we have this tab to active, and from this we can actually call this change tab method. We'll say change tab, just tab to active, save it, and now we should be good. Okay, so let's quickly run this and check if this is working. We are here, let's change projects, log time, direct changing is working. Let's try to press the back button now. We do this, did something happen? We are on projects only, we are on log time, but this didn't work. Why? Let's quickly check. Let's put a breakpoint here, press back button. Oh, it totally came out. Let's check, and again we will need to log in. Let's remove breakpoint first, continue. 1 2 3 4 5 6, login. We are here, let's go to projects, log time. We are on log time now. Let's put a breakpoint. I'm pressing back button, it came here. So location ends with log time, yes, we set this log time. So tab URL, oh, we are saying location changed, not changing, but still, why this location changed? E dot location, do we have something else as well? Location history, strange, location changed. Okay, let's run. We have tab to active, change tab, that is fine. Let's continue. Log time. Now if I press back button again, came here. This time what we have is always setting this log time, it is not going back. If I remove this, continue, we press the back button again, now it went to projects. Let me try to debug this offline. Okay, why this is happening? Am I missing, or if you guys know something which I'm missing, if this is some silly simple mistake, do let me know in the comment. Or till the time, let me try to debug what this is. Oh, it started working. I pressed back button, it went to showed me log time again, and then after that second time it is projects. So you see projects. Let's see. It is projects. Now it should show the projects and change it to. And it didn't change it. Oh, change is not working, that we know. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know why this change is not working. Why we can't see the changed version. Continue. We can see the projects here. This is changed, but this did not get changed. And this is going to be changed using this change tab. But now what is happening when we use this events? So this thing, actually this method is getting called from outside of the context of this current Blazor page, we could say. So change detection, the Blazor's default change detector is not able to detect if something has changed here. So in these cases, we need to explicitly tell Blazor that something has changed, you need to re-render this or check something has changed. So for that, we have this method state has changed. So after changing the tab, we'll say state has changed, which is going to trigger the change, and we are going to see the updated change. Okay, one thing is this. And the next thing would be whenever we are using this plus equals, we should always remove this event handler, unhook this event handler. For this, what we'll do, we'll simply say this page implements iDisposable. Okay. So when something implements iDisposable, it gives us a method that is dispose. So we'll say public void dispose. Inside this dispose method, we need to do the opposite of this plus equals to, that is minus equal. Save it. Let's remove all the breakpoints and let's quickly run it and let's see if it works this time. Okay, so I'm here. Let me try to click on tab items couple of times. Okay, and let's try to use back button and projects. Let's try to use back button and it went outside again. Invalid credentials, username is incorrect. Okay, let's do this. Back, log time, fine. It goes only once, but we can at least see that is changing. Things is changing. That means this functionality is working. So back button functionality, back button behavior with this, that is a known, we could say caveat for this. Back button handling is not that good in Blazor hybrid projects, but at least whatever we are doing, we can see the changes here. So that means we are good. Okay. So our layout is done with this thing. Now next thing, we should first fix that auth state thing. So if we are logged in, it should not ask again and again for login. That thing we are going to do next. All right, so we worked on our bottom tab bar. Now next thing is we need to persist the logged in status. So right now, whenever we are closing the app and coming back, it simply wipes out the current logged in state. So we need to store that state somewhere. Okay, so whenever we are logging in, if you go to our services or service, and here we have this login async, here we have ID and name. Here, after doing this, we should store this information. Okay, so we'll say, let's say, we are going to store this in preferences. This is the easiest thing to do. So preferences is simply a key value store in MAUI side. So this is a simple key value store on mobile devices. We can use this. So preferences.default.set. Okay. Here we can simply set a value, string key, and mostly string value. String value, the string key. Here we can store ID and name or both. It's totally up to us how we want to store it. So maybe let's do this. Let's have a simple intermediate type here. So we'll say private. Let's use a record struct here. Private record struct uh, logged in user. It will have ID and name. Okay, then we can have two helper methods here. We can say public string, we can say to JSON. So we can say JSON serializer dot serialize this, and then we can have, what is the problem here? Member can be made read only. Let's make it read only. And then we can have a static factory method here. So we'll say public static logged in user. Okay, and here we'll say from JSON string JSON. Here we'll say JSON serializer dot deserialize logged in user from this JSON object. Simple storing these things here, the state. So we can simply maybe cut from here and go to the end, or maybe we can use it somewhere else as well, right? Current logged in user state. Let's make it public and move it maybe to the models. Okay, let's cut it from here, go to our models, paste it here, make it public, move it to a separate file. Now we have this logged in user here. Now we can use this. So save everything. Here, instead of having this name and ID separately, now what we'll do this. So here we'll say prop logged in user, let's say just user. Okay, get and private set. Now for is logged in, we can have this thing if we want to. So here the check would be a bit different. Here we'll say user dot id. If this is greater than 0, then we know we are logged in. Okay, now we are good. So this user here, when we came here at this place, we'll say var logged in user equals new logged in user. We need to provide id, which is user.id, and we need to provide name, which is user.name. Now we have our logged in user. Now we need to save it in the preferences. For this we need a key. So for this key we can have something here. So we'll say private const string, let's say user state key. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Let's say just user, or let's say udata, which is user data. This name can be anything. So here with this preferences, we'll say just set user state key, comma. Now we need to provide value. So for value, we'll say logged in user dot to JSON. Now we set it in here. Okay. Now when we are logging out this place, what we need to do is, first thing we need to remove it from the preferences. So preference dot default dot remove the user state key. Before that we need to reset our user property. So we'll say user equals new the default, and when we were logging in here, logged in user, we need to set this to user equals this logged in user, or we can directly say this user to this logged in user. And in that case, here when we are setting this, we'll say user.toJSON. So we are setting on login, we are removing on logout. So initially when we'll work, it will be there in preferences. When we are coming back to the app, it will be there, but we need to check it on app startup. Okay, so for this what we can do is, in here we can have one more method, public void, let's say initialize. Okay, so here what we can do, we can simply check var logged in user JSON equals, or maybe before that we can simply check if preferences dot default dot contains key user state key. If we have this key, Then we'll get logged in user JSON from this preferences dot default dot get. Now from here we are going to get a nullable string, or because we already checked, we know this will not be null. We can get rid of this question mark. So get user state key, and it is giving us error. We need to provide a default value. So let's add a default value. If we are providing a default value, in that case this check does not make sense. So let's get rid of this check. Okay, and here we are saying logged in user JSON equals this string, default value is null. Now we'll have this as nullable. So after checking this, if this is there, it will simply provide us a value. If this does not exist, this key is not there, or the value is null, it will simply going to use this default value. So here inside this we are going to have default value, that will be this null. So here after getting this, we can simply check if string dot is null or white space logged in user JSON. If that does not have any value, we can simply return from here. We will not do anything. Now if that's not the case, that means we have data, then we can say logged in user dot from JSON, this thing, and we are going to set it into the user object. With this, now our user is there. If our user is there, or is logged in is true, with this thing we are good. Now we just need to use this initialize at the app startup, and then when we are coming to the home page, on the home page we should check if we are logged in or not. If we are logged in, it should directly go to the dashboard page. Let's quickly call these things. First we'll see auth service should be registered as singleton. It is already singleton, we are good. Now we'll go to the app.xaml.cs. This is the main starting point of our application. Okay, here we are going to inject our auth service, and here we'll say auth service dot initialize. Save, and with this we are good. Now what is the problem? Inconsistent, less accessible. Okay, auth service is internal, let's make it public. Public. Now what's the issue? Database service. No, I'm using all these internals. Public. Is there any other error? Yes. User is also internal. Make it public. Now what? Okay. Now login model. Public. Register model is already public. Logged in user is public. Database service public. A user is public. All these are fine. Auth service is also public. All right. With this, I guess we are good. We initialized it. Now we'll quickly go to the main homepage, which is the main entry point of our Blazor application. Here, right now, what we are doing, we are initializing, then we are simply navigating. We have this thing here. Now what we'll do, we will not have anything here. Let's remove. No markup at all. Here, we are going to inject our auth service. So inject, not auth service. Yeah, sorry, auth service only, yes. Auth service. Then on initialized, we will simply check if auth service dot is logged in. Let's do this. If we are not logged in, we'll navigate to login. If that's not the case, we'll navigate to dashboard. Save everything. And now if we go to the on dashboard page, we were displaying this name. Now name does not exist. Instead, we'll say user.name. Save it. Logout is fine. We are logging out. With this, we are good. Let's quickly try this. So now we should log in first, close the app, open again. It should directly go to the dashboard page. Let me run the app. Okay, we are here. It went to login. Let's log in this time. Login. We are here. We can see the name. We can navigate around. Let's restart the app. Now it should open the dashboard page. It should not open login page. Let's wait. Loading. And we are here on login page, which should not have been done, but let's see what is happening, why this went this route. So we have database service, that is fine. Home.razor, put it like this. Let's restart. I just want to see. Oh, I made it incorrect way. If we are not logged, oh sorry, this is correct. If we are not logged in, then we'll come here. Is logged in says we are logged in if user.id is greater than 0. Yeah, it is. Condition is correct. Let's see. We are here on initialized. We'll check. Okay. We set the user. If we check, we have id 0 and name ap. id 0? That's the problem. id is 0, and that is happening because we are here. We didn't set this id to auto generated. What was that? There was some property to make it auto generate, right? Auto increment. Save it. Run. Now we'll create a new user. Okay, we are here. Let's get rid of this breakpoint. Continue. Loading and remove this breakpoint. Continue. We are here. There was some flickering part, right? There was something which was coming, and we'll see that from where that is coming. Here we are on login. Let's say, oh, that must be coming from the main layout. Let's quickly do this. Let me stop this. Let's create an empty layout for this home.razor. So right now if you see that flicker happens because first page home gets rendered. There is no markup but layout is there. This main layout. From here this thing gets rendered. But we don't need that. Let's quickly create one more layout inside this razor component. Let's say just empty layout. Add. Make it a layout by just inherits layout component base layout component base, right? Layout component, yeah, spelling is correct. Then we'll just have body and we will not have anything else. Inherits, this is fine, right? If you go to main layout component base, empty layout, what was the problem? No problem. Okay, so in this thing, now we'll go to home page, and home page we will explicitly define the layout. We'll say layout empty layout. Save it. Let's run it. Now we should not see that flickering and all. Now after initializing, that initialized text that comes, but we will get rid of that as well after some time. That comes from index.html page. Okay, loading, and after that direct login page. Let's create a new account. So here I'll say, let's say Abhay, username AP, not AP, it will use that. Let's say Abhay only, and password 123456. Create account, user account created. We are on login. Abhay 123456 login. We are here. Navigate around. Let's restart the app. Now it should directly go to the dashboard page. Let's see. Loading, and then we are on dashboard page. That means our preferences and storing and initializing the user state, that thing is working. Great. We are good with this. Now Let's see. So it is working. This functionality is working. All right. So now, as per our flow, first thing we need to have our project set up, right? Because if we want to log time, we will log time against some project. So we should have projects first. So let's close all the tabs. For this, first thing we'll do, we'll go to our database entities. We are going to create a new entity for our project. So we'll say public class project. Here we need to have some ID, unique identifier. We need to have some name. So let's say name of the project. And then let's have some short description as well if we want to. Description. And then we are going to have some color for this project. So some color code. Or let's just call it color. So our project is ready. Now this ID, this is going to be a primary key and auto increment. Then name, it would be required. Then description is not required. And let's say color, we will also have it as required. And we can have some predefined color, default color. So let's say colors dot some version of blue. What this blue violet is, I don't know. Let's use this blue violet dot toString. Save it. Okay, now we'll simply copy this project name, move this project to a separate file, move type to project. Then we'll go to our database service. Here, when we are initializing our database, we are only creating user table if it does not exist. Now next thing we'll do, we'll add the project table as well. Okay, so save everything and now we should be good. Here, now we can have our project CRUD. So we can have public task, sorry, insert project, or let's say add project. Okay, we are going to get a project as a parameter here, and then we'll simply say connection.insert async project. Let me copy this a couple times. Next thing we'll do update project. We'll get the entire project object again. We'll say update async. Next thing we'll say delete project. And then what we can do, we can simply say connection dot, we have delete all async, we have delete async, where we can directly pass the object to delete. So here you have two options, either you can use this delete version or you can grab get ID and on the basis of that ID grab the project here, then delete it. But we'll keep it simple. That validation part we'll do on the consumer side of this method. So delete, insert, update, delete. Next thing we need get projects. So because projects are not going to be that much, so we don't need any paging for this project stuff. So here we can simply say connection dot table project dot to list async, and then we'll say single project. So we can say public task get project. We can provide ID here, int ID, project ID, and then from here we can simply say connection dot, we have find async, attempts to retrieve an object with the given primary key from the table associated with the specified type. Use of this method requires that the given type has a designated primary key attribute. So we already have primary key attribute, so we are good with this find async. So we'll say find async, and it should have a generic type. So we'll say from projects table we need the entity where ID is this project ID. So these are our project related methods. So add, update, delete, get multiple and get single. So this one get projects, this should return project list basically. So we can say enumerable of project, and this last one it should return just task of project. Here what it is saying, list to enumerable, so it will return just list. So let's use list. With this we are good. Okay. All right, our database layer is ready. Now let's go to our models. We need a model here to work on this project. So here let's say public class project model, where we are going to have our entire data annotations for validation and all. So here we'll say we can have ID, because for editing and for displaying purpose we will need this. Let's have this ID, or let's call it, yeah, let's just call it ID only. Then we are going to have name of the project, so we'll say name. Now here we will say this is required, and let's have a max length of 100 or 150. Then we'll have description, which is nullable. So description, and here we can have a max length of, let's say, 250 or 300. And then we are going to have a color, which is going to be required. And here max length, we will use hex code. So if we see what we have in colors dot, what was that? Blue violet. Okay, if we quickly see it, we can see it is FF8A2BE2. So 2 to 4 to 6 to 8 characters. So here 6 are for colors and 2 are for, I think, alpha value. So dot to string, this is the default value. And here max length, that means let's have it 10. Okay, and here we should set min length at least 3, but we are good because we will not ask user to type this. We will give user some options, so they need to choose from an option. So we should be good with this. With this, our project model is ready. Now we can go to our page and start displaying and performing all these operations. Okay, let's go to components, projects, pages, and then projects.razor. So we have this page here. Save it. Now let's add the UI. So first thing we'll say div class. Now for this, if we quickly check our layout, our main layout, here wfull flex1 overflow y auto, that means we are good. So this should get the center space. Okay, explicitly means out of the header and footer. So bottom tab bar and top nav bar, the center section would be for this body. So we are going to have this already in place. So here we'll just say wfull and let's say hfull. Save it. Now first thing, we will have a heading and a button to display this new project button basically. So here we can have a div where we can say class flex justify between, so that we can have heading on the left and the button on the right. Justify between, and then we'll say item center. Okay, inside this first we are going to have our heading. So let's maybe have it as h1. We'll say projects, or not class. Text would be projects, and then we are going to have a button, type button. Here we are going to have classes, we had some app-btn class, yes, right? Okay, and here we'll say, let's say plus new project, save it, and after this thing we are going to have our list of projects. So on this div, let's have flags. Okay, and flex is fine, and then let's say flex call, so that is for flex column. We can have a gap of, let's say, 5, so it will be a gap between this thing and the next thing we are going to add, basically the list of projects for this thing. So we'll say div class, first thing I need flex 1, so that it takes the entire remaining space. Okay, now inside this we are going to have our list of projects. Okay, so save it. Okay, on this h1, let's say make the font a bigger font, so we'll say text 2xl, and let's say font bold, and maybe text gray 800. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so I guess we are good with these things. Now for list of projects and for all other things, we need to have our models and all. Okay, let's quickly have our model. So private, first we need list of projects. So for that we can say private list project model underscore projects, default value as empty array, so that collection expression with empty collection. Then here we'll say override on initialized async, and then we are going to inject our database service here. Inject database service. What was that name? Database service only, right? Yes. Let's call it database service. And then in here on initialized async, we'll say var, or we can, yeah, let's say var projects equals await not underscore database service dot get projects. Now this is going to return us a list of project. Now in ideal scenario, we have two options. You might have some mapping layer in between, which will simply transform entity to model, or you might want to return models directly from the database layer. Okay, so it will not return project, instead it will return project detail. But we are having this for auth. I did this auth service, right, which has all this operation, but for projects and all, we don't want to do additional stuff, so we are good. Okay, so here what we can do, then we can simply say projects equals, or let's do this here only, no need to do explicit storing it in a variable, then do this. So we'll say await, here we have projects, then we'll say dot select, and then we'll simply construct our project model from here, project model. Now we are going to set all these properties, id p.id, name p.name, description p.description, and color p.color. And then we need to list, or we can use selection expression dot dot and this. Now we are good. We have our projects ready on initialized. Okay. Now if we are performing some operation for creating a project or editing a project, so we need to have some model which will have that currently creating project or updating projects model state. So basically here we'll say private project model, we'll make it nullable, underscore project like this. Okay. Tool. Now when we are clicking on this project, we will simply set this underscore project to an empty object of this project model. And when we'll update or edit some project from this list of projects, then we are going to set this underscore project to that project. Okay, so that's what we are going to do here. On new project, we can simply say @ on click equals, we can use a lambda, we can say underscore project equals new. So just a new project here. Cool. Now when we'll say new project, so we should have some form. Here I am going to show a modal pop-up form for this project. Okay, so let's quickly create that modal pop-up. Here we'll say div class, or maybe let's do this, let's move this to a separate component. There we'll have this modal pop. So we can go to directly in components or pages, it's up to us. What I'll do, I'll simply say shared, although this is not shared, but they choose these components on the main folder. I was using components for this thing, but what can we do now? In the shared, I'm going to create a new razor component and I'll name it, let's say project editor, or let's say save project form, something like this. Okay, here we need a project model as a parameter from the previous page. Okay, but if we do that and if we will modify the same thing here, it should not make sense because we should not directly modify the parameters. We can have some unexpected behavior, so modifying props is not a good approach. So for this we need to have a local variable here. So we'll say first thing, we need to get it from the previous page. So we'll say project model. What is the problem? Project. Okay. This will be a parameter and this should be editor required. That means this parameter is required when we are rendering this component. After this, we are going to have a local model here. So we'll say private project model underscore project. And what happened? Something broke in Visual Studio. Okay, let's continue. So whenever we are getting this project, we will simply use this project. We'll copy over the values from this project model to this one. Now we have two options, either we can map those one by one or we can go to project model. And now Visual Studio is completely broken. It is not navigating. We'll go to our model. We'll go to our project model. Here we can have a clone function here. All these are simple values, so member wise clone will work. So here we'll say public project model clone, and here we can simply use member wise clone as project model. Here we know this is not null. Save it. This is just to remove that warning. And okay, we have our clone method ready. Now here we'll override a method. Oh my god. Protected override. Then we'll say not task, we'll use the sync version. Protected override void on parameters set async. Sorry, not async. On parameter set. So here we just have one parameter, that is this project. So if we are setting this project, that means we received a new value for this project. We are going to set that value in our local variable. So we'll say project equals this project which we got as a parameter dot clone. Save it. Now we have this project updated with the values. Okay. Now let's quickly go back to our projects page. Here we can have if underscore project is not null. That means we have some value. That means we want to add a new project or edit an existing project. So in that case, we will simply render our save project form. Now let's add this namespace to imports.razor because we might have other components as well in that folder. So cut this namespace, go to the imports.razor and add this using statement here. So using MAUI timesheet.component.shared. Go back. Now we are good, but it is saying something. It is saying it expects a value for parameter project, which we have not provided. So let's provide it. We'll say project underscore project. Okay, now when we have this value, now what is the problem? Project, but a value may not have been provided. We already provided. This is just freaking out. Okay, save it. And yeah, now we just need to work on this save projects form. Let's go back to save projects form. Project model, yes. Let me do this. Let me close the Visual Studio and open it again. Okay, so now we can see this. This is working. Alright, now let's just create a modal pop-up form here. So we'll say div class, and now what? Unclosed tag div with no matching tag, but we have this tag. It's very getting bad, getting worse day by day. Okay, so now we have this div class. Here we need to make it as a overlay for our modal pop-up. So first thing we'll say, we'll set it to fixed. Okay, insert 0. Then we'll have a z index here. So we'll say z or z 50, or let's say 40 for this one. Okay, then let's have flex. Let's have justify center and items center. So this, the whatever content we put inside this, that will be rendered in the center, horizontally, vertically, both center. Okay, then let's have it as some overlay kind of thing. So we'll say bg black, and we can say bg opacity. So these are percentage, different percentage. So 0 0.05, 10, 15, and here we can maybe have 50%. Let's see how it looks. Save it and let's have some padding. So P4 or P5. P5. Save it. Now we are good. Now inside this we need to render our form. Now this will be entire screen with what we'll say, with light transparent black kind of background. So on top of this we want to have our form in, let's say, white background. So there's some modal pop-up. Let's have that. So we'll say div class. For this one we need to have some, let's say, first thing we'll say bg white. We can say have a shadow of, let's say, large. We can have rounded large. We can have a padding inside this. So let's say P3 maybe. Save it. And yeah, I guess basic styling, this is fine. Yeah, let's have some width as well. So we'll say, let's say w full. Save it. Looks like we are good now. Inside this, first thing we'll have a header or a title. Let's say create new project in a title. So we'll say h to, let's say, class text Excel, text gray 500 or 600. Okay, and let's say font, say my bold here, and yeah, that's it. So here we'll say, let's say, create new project. Now this line, this will be dynamic because it will depend on the project model's value. If we have id 0, that means we are creating a project, and if the id is greater than 0, that means we are updating an existing project. So the condition we can have here, so here we'll say if at the rate underscore project dot id is greater than, or for this we can use this property also if we want to, project dot id, if this is greater than 0, then we'll say update project, else we'll say create new project. This is going to be our text. Now next thing we'll have our, now what happened, h unclosed tag h2, which we have already closed. Okay, this is not good, but yeah, let's see, this is not an error, this is just Visual Studio is giving us false errors. Now after this we are going to have our entire form. We'll use edit form. We already have a model, that is this project. Let's do this, let's have a default value of this as this new empty project. Okay, now inside this, first thing we need our data annotations validator. We need to validate the inputs. After this we'll simply say div class, let's say mb3. Inside this we want to have a label with class. We already have some class for this slide, right? What was that class which we used, app label? Or let's quickly go to our Tailwind.css, here app label, this is the class. So we'll copy, we'll come here and we'll say app label. Okay, here we can say project name, then we'll say input text. We will bind a value to this, that would be underscore project dot name. Okay, then here also we need to add classes, and we need to add a placeholder. So in placeholder we'll say enter project name, placeholder enter project name. And for classes we already have app input, right? App input was the class name, app input, yes. Okay, so validation message 4, and here we'll provide underscore project dot name, and then class. Did we create some class for this? No, right? Let's quickly do. So we'll say dot app validation message. So here we'll say at the rate apply, text red, let's say 600 or maybe 500, and text XS, right? Save it. So app validation message, app validation MSG, save it. So our first, now what happened to this, found a malformed tag helper, start and end tag, or self closing. It is self closing. Okay, let's copy this, paste this one more time. This time we'll say project description, and it should be input text area. Find value project description, placeholder enter project description, description. Class app input is fine. What we have in app input: full rounded border, PG gray, PXY focus. Okay, but we need a bigger height here. So for that we'll use rows. Let's say 3 rows by default. Okay, and then we don't want to resize this. Let it resize. Save. After this is telling something. Validation message. These two lines are same, right? But it is complaining about this one but not the second one. Everything is same here. Okay, in this next validation message, let's use project.description. Great. After this we can have our button. So we'll say, let's have two buttons here. So we'll have one for cancel, one for save. So here we can say flex. We can have a gap of, let's say, 3. Okay, save it, and inside this we are going to have two buttons. First button, type button with some classes. We will have, what was that, app btn, right? And on this let's have bg white, background white, and text gray. So this would be a cancel button. Then we'll make a copy of this. Next button, we'll say input type submit, app btn, app btn, fine, and here we'll say save project button. Save it. I guess we are good. Now we can try to see how it looks. Before that we also have color, right? So we need to have that colors option as well. Okay, for that what we can do is we can have a collection here. So we'll say private static read only string array. We'll say color options. Here I had a list of colors. Let me quickly find that out. So I have these 8 colors. These are some blue, green, orange, red, purple kind of colors. So list of these colors. Now we need to use these colors here to give user an option to select and color from this, right? So let's copy one of these things. And here we'll say app label should be color. And then validation message for is find project dot color, and here we need to provide the color options. Okay, so for this we can have a div here. We'll say flex, we'll say, let's say, gap of 2. Inside this we are going to render all our colors. Here we'll say for each, okay, var color in underscore color options. Here we will have, let's say, we can have a div again. Here we need to display this color in some way. Let's have some visual indication. So we'll have, let's say, W10, H10. Okay. Then let's say rounded full so that it is perfect circle. Let's have some border 2. Okay. And I guess yes. Now we need to set the background color, which should be this color. Okay, so this, what we can do, we have multiple options. So the best we can do is let's add a style here. Style. Okay, in this style we'll say background color. Now it will be this dynamic color which we have from here. Save it. Now if this color is active, Then we need to have some other things. So we already have this border B2, border 2. So from all the sides, border is this one. So default border color, we can have transparent border color. We can say border transparent. So this is default. After this, if that color is right now selected, we will simply set that here, the back border color, some, let's say black border color, so that we'll see that this is selected. Okay, so here we can say, let's put this condition here. We'll check if the current project dot color equals this color. If that's the case, we'll set a style here, and the style would be, let's say, border color, and this border color is going to be our color, this color. If that is not the case, we will not add any styling because we already have this border transparent here, so it should be good. With this, I guess we are good. Now we just need to do one more thing. When we are clicking on it, it should set the current color to this color. So for this, let's change this div to button. That would make more sense. And on this button, we can have an on click event at the rate on click. This time what we'll do is we'll say underscore project dot color equals this color. So with this, we should have our actual collection of colors. Cool. All right. So with this, I guess our form is ready. We just need to see how it looks, this form and the main projects page. Then we'll work on saving the projects. Okay, so I've just run the app. We are just working on our projects page and projects form. So let's navigate to projects tab. We have this ugly looking thing here, but if we click on new project, we can see our modal pop up. Great, not that bad. At least we can see the functionality, right? If we select any of these, it is saying name field is required. That means instead of changing it, it is submitting the form, and that we can see because on this button we didn't set the type button. So the default type for a button is submit, so it simply submits the form. When we say button type, that means this is not a submit button. It should work like this. The next thing comes these colors. Let's reduce the color. The height does not look that good. These are looking like a bad oval shape. These are not rounded full. So overall width is fine. That means H10 W10, this is okay. But we should have, maybe let's reduce the number of colors. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's maybe have only 6 colors. So let's get rid of the last 2 colors. So we will have 6. So we can set these. Then on this flex, where we have gap 2, we can say justify maybe around, so that we can have the proper spacing between these. And then let's increase this width, or maybe decrease this left and right padding. Let's quickly see where we have added it. Did we added it on the main div or inside this P? This is P5, right? So maybe y-axis is fine, or no, not y-axis. This is main div, right? So P3 maybe, not more than that. Save it. After that, what else we need on this form? We need to have some spacing here. After this create new project, let's have some spacing. And let's remove the text color is fine, I guess. Or maybe on project label, app label, we have text gray 700, right? Let's make it 500. Then let's come back. Okay, this is behaving weird, but when we'll rerun it, then we should see it. Oh, 2, 4, 6, 8. Now we can see this. If we click on it, div didn't work, button didn't work yet, but okay. The next thing, let's have some spacing here between these things. So on buttons or after div, this one, this flex gap 3, this is fine, but here it should have MB3, right? But it is not having that. So this last div, we can have MT, margin top 3. Save it. The next thing we need is on this cancel button, we need rounded the border, which we don't have yet. So if we check this button, BG white text gray 700, let's say border and a border color, border gray 700. Save it. And I guess we should be good. Yeah, the spacing here after create new project and page name. So create new project, that is this heading. This heading. So let's have MB maybe 5 here. Save it. Now let's see when I'm canceling it, it should cancel it. Right now it is not getting cancelled because we didn't hook that logic up yet. So we'll do that also. But before that, let's see this thing. Projects and new project, we should have some spacing here. This should be on the right, this should be on the left. So maybe our styling is not correct. Let's quickly go to the projects page. Here, item center justify between. Yes. And this is flex. So it should have been like this only. But why this is happening? Okay. On button, I guess we have 100% width 100%. On app button, right? App btn, we have w full. That's why it is happening. Okay, so in that case, what we can do, we can have w full on h1 as well, so that both full and full. So these should have maybe half this and half this. Let's see how it looks. But here we are okay, right? Then we should have some padding on this div as well. So here we'll say p of 3. Save everything. Let's quickly work on this cancel as well, then we'll see how it looks. So when we'll click on cancel on the save project form, we have this cancel button. We should tell its parent, that is this projects page, that we are closing it. So that means we need to pass an event from our form, this modal pop-up form, to the main page. So let's quickly do that. So here what we'll do, we'll simply say public event callback. We don't need any parameter for this. We can say, let's say close. And this will be a parameter. Okay. And we can call this close on click of this button. Here we'll say on click. And we can say close dot invoke async. Now we are good. Let's quickly go to the projects page. Here on this, now we can use the, let's name it on close. On close. This name is up to you, up to us, but this is how we generally define our event callback. So that's why I'm adding this on prefix. So here we'll say on close. Okay. So on close, what should happen? This project should get reset. It should set to null. So here we can say project equals, save it. What is happening? On close tag helper, save this and that, contains white space. Again it is saying something. I don't know if this is an error or what. Okay, let's stop and run it again to see the UI and see the close functionality. After that, we'll work on saving the projects and fetching the projects. App is here. Let's navigate to projects page and we can see this projects and new project here side by side, which is good. Then let's click on new project. We can see this. Okay, here it looks kind of weird. I don't know why. Maybe this is kind of stretching out, so that does not look that good. But on my physical device, it looks great. UI is pretty actually. Let's try to select some color. Nothing is happening. If I'm clicking on it, nothing is happening. Okay, we'll fix it. If we say cancel, we are back on the main page. So that means this functionality is working. If we say save project, so we need to fix this as well, right? Save project, we can see the errors here. The field color must be a string or array with this and that. We need to fix this error message. But overall, this is okay. Let's see why this color is not working. Color selection. So let's go to save page. Here we are here. Here we are saying on click project.color equals color. And if this color is fine, it should have changed. But it is not. Is this because of this thing? If we remove this and if we add this here, we'll say border color. Okay, let's do this now. If you want to modify this thing, border color property will always be there. The value will be changed. So border color colon. Now we will just change the property value. Oh, my bad. Here we are setting the border to be the same color, but it should be some different color so that we can see that. Maybe let's set black. So it should show a bigger border of height 2, width 2 basically in black color if the selected color is same. Let's see and quickly change this error message. So we can go to our project model. Here on this color we have this required. Let's change this. Here we'll say error message equals, let's say color selection is required. And then there is no point of having this default color now because we are providing predefined colors a user needs to select from there. Let's remove it from here and from our entity as well. Save everything. Let's try to restart. Okay, let's go to the projects page. Click. We can see this. Now if we select, we can see this. You see that black border, and again it looks stretched out here, but on my physical device it looks smooth and very good. All right, and now if we say save project, color is already selected. Let's cancel, new project, save project. Now we can see color selection is required, which is fine. All right, so now we can see our form. Now we just need to save it and then load the list of projects here. Okay, that we'll do next. Okay, so now we have fixed our UI for projects form and main projects page. Let's quickly get everything working. So save projects page, we'll simply inject our database service. Let's use this using namespace, move this to underscore imports.razor. Cut this from here, move it to underscore imports.razor. Save it, come back, and here database service. Let's name it database service only. Then we will have a method here. We'll say private async task save project async. Okay, and here we'll say var, and when we are saving the projects, are we getting anything from a database service save project? So it would be either add or update. Both of these cases we need project entity. So that means here we need to create our project entity, but before that we need to know if this is a new project or an existing project which we are updating. So here we'll say if underscore project dot id equals 0, that means this is a new project, else this is existing project update case. Okay, now if this is a new project, we'll simply say var project equals new project, not model, entity. For this also we can do here, move this entities to our underscore import storage. Or maybe let's do this. Let's not have database service here, because here we need to have this logic if this is 0 or main. So for all these, what we can do, we can maybe have a service for projects management as well. Okay, let's do that. So we are in here in services. Let's right click, add a new class. This will be projects service. Projects service. Okay, make it public, use constructor, inject our database service. Let's call it database, add a private read only field here. Inside this we will have a list of projects which we are having on our main projects page, right? Let's remove this thing from here. We'll simply, for now we'll copy, and let's add the missing namespace, and let's make it public. And because this is public, ideally it should be a property instead of a field. So we'll say get set, and we are good here. Now we need to have a method using which we will load our projects. Okay, so here we'll say public async task, we'll say load projects async. Okay, inside this we'll have this logic what we had on our projects.razor page. Okay, so copy this, come here, paste this. This should be uppercase P, and this should be underscore database. And with this we are good. Our projects are loaded now. Okay, now after this we will have a method public async task. Let's say save project async. Okay, here we can maybe have a try catch. Inside this and save project async, we are going to get a project model here. Okay, then on the basis of this we'll have those conditions here. So we'll say model.id equals 0, else. So here we have, this is new project case, and this is edit an existing project case. Cool. Now here in first thing we'll say var project equals, here we'll create our project entity. ID we don't need, we don't have. So we'll say name equals model.name, description model.description, color model.color. Okay, after this we'll say await database dot add project, and we'll provide project as a parameter. Edit case, edit an existing project. Here what we'll do, we'll simply say var, let's say db project equals await database.get project model.id. Here we can quickly verify if this project exists. If project is null, we should return something. So from here we will return a boolean. So now here are the things. If you want to show the error alert or status on the UI, then you should return something from here that should contain that error message as well. But for me, what I am going to do, the approach we have followed on the auth service, the same approach we are going to follow on projects page. So here, what we were following, oh, where is that? We are not following that error message, showing error message. Yeah, this thing if you see. So the alerts, error alerts, we are displaying directly from our service and then we are returning this. Okay, although these are mixing the two different things, but I guess we are okay for this small project. But ideally, what you will do, you will simply return both things from here, the status if this operation was successful or not, and a message if you need to pass it. And on the UI, the consumer of this would make a decision if they want to show some error alert, they want to show some text, error text on the screen only, or they want to show it as native alert. So it will be responsibility of the consumer. In this case, the Razor page is the consumer. Okay, but to make things simple, I am using this in service layer. Okay. Okay, so if DB project is null, that means we try to update a project which does not exist, which should not happen, but let's handle this case. So here we'll say await MAUI interrupt dot alert async message. We can say project does not exist. Title would be error and we'll return false. Okay, if that's not the case, we need to modify. So the modification would be dbproject.name equals model.name, dbproject.description model.description, and dbproject.color model.color. After doing this, we will say await database.update project, and we are going to provide this db project back. Cool. So after both of these operations, we will simply return true from here. That means project saving part is done. Or maybe we can do this. I'm just thinking if we will edit it. Okay, we already have this collection, right? We can directly modify this in place here. Okay, good. So we are saving it, we are returning true. That means we are good. But now hold on here. We will do one more thing. When we are creating a new project, we will add that project to our list of projects. Okay, let's quickly do that. So after saving it here, we'll say projects equals, we want to prepend this project on this list. Okay, we'll add it on the top. So here we can say this new project which we created, which is this one, we'll have this as a first child, and then we'll say dot dot the projects which we had earlier. We are actually modifying this collection. Now what is the problem here? Okay, this is project, not project model. We need project model. Okay, so for this what we can do, we can say model.id equals project.id, because right now this model does not have any id. So we can do this. Now if we add it here, then we can have unexpected behavior, because this is a class passing by reference. On the previous page we might set it to null. If we set it null, it might get affected. So here what we'll do, we'll create a new model here, var new project model. It will be a clone of model. Okay, and then in this new project model we are going to set id as this model.id, and then in this projects collection we are going to have new project as a first parameter, first item, and then we'll copy over all the projects, other projects. Cool. Now let's try modifying the collection in this thing where we are updating. Okay. So here we'll say var existing item or existing project in the list equals projects dot first or default, although it should be first, because if this comes returns null, that we are already handling here, so we should be good with first as well. So project dot first, we'll say p dot id equals db project dot id or model dot id. We are good. So here we are going to say existing project dot name equals model dot name. That means we are going to set all these things here, these three things. The name we already set. Now we'll set the description and color. With this we are good, because this is an item from the list. List is reference type, item is reference type. We are updating it. We should be good. And then we are returning true at the very end. Okay. Now if it come to exception case, we can simply show an error message here. We'll simply say ex.message for now. Just error, and then return false from the very end. With this, our saving project part is done. Okay, looks like we are good. Now whenever we are saving a project, the main collection is getting modified, but on the main projects page we will be displaying it already. So now we will not display it like this, and we will not inject our database service here. Instead, we'll inject our projects service here. Project service. Okay. And now here, when we are displaying the projects, so this underscore projects, now we don't need this. We can get rid of this thing. We can get rid of this logic, or here in on initialized, we can what we'll say, we can reinitialize the projects if we want to. So here we can say project service dot load projects async. For this, we can also have a condition. We can quickly check if we don't have projects, then only we'll do this. So project service dot projects dot count. If this is 0, then only load the projects. Okay. So whenever we'll come to this page next time, if we already have projects, we will not load from the database, because we already have this in state. So we are doing a state management here basically. Okay. Cool. Now here we will display these projects, which we'll see in a bit. But for now we are good. So save everything. Now I'll show you this. We'll do this after some time when we'll work on the actual listing the project. Then we'll see if we are able to load those here. Now load projects, save projects. So now we can go to our save projects form. Here we don't want to do all these things. Instead, in the save projects async method, we can simply say await, and here we don't need database service. We need project service. Okay. And on the basis of this project service, we'll simply save project async, and we'll pass the underscore project as a parameter here. Then we'll have a flag here is success. Okay. If the operation was not successful, if it is not successful, we will simply return from here. We will not do anything. Return from this method. That means no need to do anything, because inside this service we should have already shown the error alert if something went wrong. Okay, so we are good with this. Now, if the operation was successful, that means the project saving part is done. In that case, we don't need this modal pop-up anymore. We can close this modal pop-up. How can we close this? We can simply call this on close. On close dot invoke async, and we'll say okay. Now, if we go to the projects page here, we'll see here we are saying on close, we will simply set the project to null. But for this particular case, things are a bit different because right now what we have done, we have saved the project. We have either created a new project or modified properties of an existing project, which we should have already listed here. So in that case, whenever we are coming from save button, in that case, we should tell this page that list of projects has been updated. So you need to re-render this list. Okay. So for this, what we can do from this thing, the form, save project form, from here, instead of telling this on close invoke async, we should have one more property of type event callback. Here we can say on after save, we could say it like this, or on save, we could say, or let's say on after save. Save it, and here we'll say on after save, not after render, on after save dot invoke async. Now we are good. I will come to the projects page. Here we already have on close, that is fine. Now we'll have one more on after save. Okay, so here we can say handle project save. This method, we'll simply create this method here. So we'll say private void this thing. Inside this, first thing we'll say state has render. Sorry, state has changed. Before this, we will close this modal pop-up. How can we close this? We can simply set underscore project to null. We'll say underscore project, we'll set it null, and we'll say state has changed. That means you should trigger this change and whatever change might have been happened in this list or on this page anywhere. All right. With this, our entire flow is done. Now we just need to display our projects here. So for now, quickly, I'll simply have just project names. We'll have the actual UI after some time. Let's say we var p in project service dot products. Okay. Here for now, let's simply display a p where we'll say p dot name. Now here we should have one more thing. We should handle if we don't have any project. So here we can say if projects service dot projects dot count is equals 0, then we'll do something else. We'll have this loop logic. Okay, so if this is the case, here we'll simply say we can have a p here, and we can say just no projects yet or no projects found. Let's do this only. On this p, we'll say class text center text 3xl my. Let's have a very big my 60, and text slate, maybe a disabled kind of text I want. Let's do this text slate 500. So no projects found. Save it. I guess we are good with this. Okay, and if we do have projects, we'll simply render these things. So save it, and let's try to see this, and let's try to see if we can save the project. But before that, we need to register this project service. Now we will need list of projects on other pages as well. So let's register this project service as a global state for our app. That means we'll register it as singleton. Okay. So let's go to MAUI program.cs. Here we'll say add singleton and just save project service as singleton. Now let's run it. So let me select my physical device, run it. Let's wait for it to run. Okay. So this is how it looks. No projects found. Yes, we know. Let's click on this. Let's try to save a project. Okay. We should have some spacing when we are setting these error messages, right? Let's do this first. I'm not going to restart right now, but let's have validation message. Let's have empty, maybe 2. Save it. Okay, now we have this, which is fine. And we maybe instead of text XS, let's try text SM. Let's see. Okay, this is better than before now. Okay, let's try to save a project. Won't work directly without any because we already have errors and we need to fix this thing as well. So right now, if the soft keyboard it is here, we can't see the content below behind this keyboard screen. So we need to fix this as well. This is a known issue in Blazor hybrid applications for Android. So we'll fix this. Right now, let's try to create a project. So we'll say test project description, some test description, color. Let's select green. Save project. Did something happen? Save project. Is there any error? We'll go to output, build. There is nothing. If we go to this, okay, this is just empty. And let's do this. Go to project service. Here, let's put a breakpoint. Let's try to click on it again. And nothing is happening. Why? Because we are not calling this method. So in this added form, we should say on valid submit, call this method. Okay. Save it, restart. Okay. Save. Let's try. Test project. Some random text description. Let's select this color, save project. And breakpoint, let's remove it, continue. And we are back on the main screen and we can see test project, right? And before this, we had that new no project found. That means our empty state is working. Our main state is working. Now if we go to, let's say, some other page, come back to projects page, we can see the projects again here. So that means things are working fine. Now we just need to design this project space. Okay, let's do this. We'll go to projects.razor page. Here we had this thing. Here we will have a div with couple of classes. Inside this we are going to render our list of projects basically. The first thing we'll say bg white to make it a white background. We'll have a shadow. We'll have rounded borders. Let's say rounded -lg. We'll have some padding. Let's say p3. Save it. And then for these things we should have some gaps. So let's do this. On this only we can have mb4. Okay. Then on this we'll say w full. Cool. Now inside this, first let's have a indication, visual indicator for our projects, the way we had that thing on our save project form. this thing, just copy this button, come back here, paste it, change this button to maybe div. Okay, style background color. Now we need this color, which would be project.color, and then we'll remove other conditions. We don't need any border or something, and on clicks does not make sense. This is a simple div, and border transparent will not be here. Now what is the problem? Missing a property value declaration, missing a property value in the declaration. Div type is not there. Now we have div with class this, style this, and we are good. Let's let it be whatever it is saying. Let it say it. It could be a div or it could be a simple label as well if we want to. Save it. Oh, underscore project. Not this is just p. So p dot color. Save it. We are good. Okay. After this, on this day, we have this thing. Let's maybe make it block. Okay. On this div, let's make it a flex box. So just flex. Then we'll say flex column. Then we'll say a gap of 3 between items. First item is this label. Second item would be the project name. So here we can again have a label, or we can have simple h3 or h4. Let's say class. And here we are going to render p.name. Here we'll say font, let's say semi-bold. Text SM, or let's say text MD, which is I guess default. So font semi-bold, and yeah, for now let's do this only. After this we are going to have a simple, let's say p with some classes. First we'll say text SM, so smaller text gray, maybe 600 to give it a lighter color. All right, inside this we are going to render our p.description. Now because our description is in a label, so we should first check if not string dot is null or white space p.description, then only you should render this p with description. And with this, now what is the problem? Missing property value, border 2, border with 2, missing property. I don't know what this is. No, for this one maybe we have the dynamic style, that's why it is saying this, but we are okay. Save it. So with this, all right, we just need to have edit and delete buttons now. But for now, let's try to run it and let's see how this looks, and then we'll see where should we add our edit and delete buttons. Okay, so this is how it looks, which I must say this looks good. Let's do a couple of things here. First thing, on this label h10 border 2, let's remove this border first. Second thing, let's not have this h10 and w10, let's make it smaller. So 10 was 40px, let's say h what would be 6, 24 px. I guess this is fine. h6 and w6. Border we removed already, so this is fine. And this gap 3, this gap looks a lot. Let's have this maybe gap 2. Okay, so smaller this one, then this project, then this thing. All right, save it. After, let's have our edit and delete button somewhere here on the right side. Maybe we'll have a delete button here and maybe edit button here. Okay, so for this, let's visualize this entire thing as a flex box. On right hand side we are going to have two buttons, first column, second column. Okay, so that means one row with two columns. So here if we see this div, right now we are using flex call. Now we'll not use flex call on this one, we'll have it as row. Then inside this first row would have all these things, so we'll say div, this is the first row, sorry, first column default. Save it. So how this works is, if we don't provide direction, this is flex direction row. That means inside this, whatever items we are going to add, all those are going to be columns in a row. Okay, if we set column, flex column, that means flex direction column, that means whatever items we add inside that, now those are going to be inside a column. That means all those items are going to be rows. So this is the way it works. Default flex row, that means in a row this is first column, and now we are going to add our second column where we are going to have our buttons. Okay, so first let's have button type button. First we'll have our edit button, or maybe let's have on top we can have our delete button, and on bottom we can have our edit button. Okay, now on this div we want these two buttons to be here on the top and then second one here on the bottom. That means here we will make it div as flex box, so class flex. Now we need these things top and bottom. That means we need this to be flex column, right? That means these items would be in a column. So we'll say flex call. Then we need one on top, one in bottom. That means we need justify between. So we'll say justify between, and horizontally we should have these as center. So we'll say item center. Now the justify and item, this works different for column. So flex call, justify is horizontal, items is vertical. Okay, but justify between is horizontal for, no, justify between is for vertical, and items is for horizontal. Well, if we have flex row, which was default, justify is for horizontal and items is for vertical. So this works on cross axis basically. Save it. Now we are good. Button type button, button type button. Let's have a couple of classes. So class will say W6 H6. Okay. And if you want to PXPY, we can try, but let's leave it like this only. So same thing we'll do on the next one, this button as well. Now for this delete and edit buttons, we had our images, right? If we go to www root images, here we have trash and pencil. So we're going to use these two images. So let's first do the delete button. So here we'll say img src equals images slash the trash.png or svg, sorry. And this should not have this thing tilt and slash, just directly this. Copy this thing, come on edit, paste this, and here we'll say pencil.svg. Save it. Let's quickly hook up the pencil thing. So let's add the on click on this. Here we know what we need to do. We just need to set this item which we are trying to edit, this underscore project. That thing we can directly have here. We'll say underscore project equals this current project, which is P. Save it. We are good with this page. Now for delete, let's have on click. We can have a delete project, delete project async. Okay, and here we need to provide which project we are trying to delete. So here we can say p.id. Let's define this method. Here we'll say private async task delete project async. We'll get project ID as a parameter. Okay, from here we can maybe create this delete project method in our project service. Okay, let's do this. Here we'll say public async task of bool delete project async int project id. Okay, here we can have try catch block. Inside this we'll first get this project from the database, so we'll say await underscore database dot get project this project id. If this project does not exist, which should not happen because everything is in local only, someone is not making some random calls to some API with some dummy project ID, that is not the case. But let's handle this. So here we'll say project is null. Project is null. Okay. Here we'll say await MAUI interrupt dot alert async. We'll say project does not exist. Error. And we'll just return false. Okay. All right. If that's not the case, we'll say await database dot delete project. Here we are going to provide this project as a parameter project. Okay. After deleting this, we will simply remove this project from our collection. From database it is already removed, but because we are not refetching again and again from database, that's why this is the main source of truth right now for our entire application. This is the final version of our list of projects, so we should remove it from this. So for this, what we can do, we can simply say var, we already have project id, right? Var, let's say project index equals, we'll say our projects dot find index p dot id equals this project id. We have this project index, so it should always be there, but still let's try to validate project index is greater than -1. Okay, if that's the case, we'll simply say projects dot remove at, and we can provide this project index. That means remove this item from this index, from this list. With this we are good, and we are going to return true because now our operation is done. Now here in the exception case, we can simply do this these things. This return false, let's move it outside if something goes wrong, or which if somehow we didn't come here, it will simply return false. And here we'll say just ex.message, ex.message, save it, and now we are good. Our delete project async method is ready. Save it. Let's come to this projects.razor. Let's rename this delete project async. Here we'll rename it handle project deletion or handle delete project, something like this. Handle delete project. Okay, now here first thing we need to ask for confirmation. Okay, now here let's use the confirm box, native confirm box. So here we'll say MAUI interrupt dot, do we have confirm? No, we just have alert. Let's go to this. Here we will create one more method for our confirmation box. So here we'll say confirm async, and from this it should return task of bool. Okay, message title. Okay, here we'll say display type, display alert, So title, message, then we need this one where we have returns task of bool. So we need string accept and string cancel. So that means two buttons. So else we can say yes and no, which is kind of okay cancel. You can have these as parameters as well if you want to, but for the sake of simplicity, let's do it like this. So we'll use confirm async here. Confirm async, we just need to provide our message. You say, are you sure you want to delete this project? Something like this. Title will say confirm deletion. Confirm delete. Okay. Now we'll add a wait here. So if it is true that the user said yes, I am sure, then only we'll simply delete this using our project service. So here we'll say var each success. Do we really need to use each success? The answer is no, because this thing is happening inside the same context. On same page, direct we are clicking on a button, it is doing these operations. So it will simply call state has changed here, and after that when we are coming out of this method, it will automatically call the state has changed. So we should be good. The deletion operation is happening inside this project's current flow only. So here we'll say await project service delete project async, and we'll provide a project ID like this. Save it, and with this we are good. Let's restart and let's see how it looks now. Now to show edit and delete buttons, and edit and delete both the functionalities should work now. Okay, let's move to projects page. Here we can see the projects, but right now these buttons are here. These should have been on the right side. So let's do this. Before that, let's make it a bit more smaller and let's have some more spacing here. And then this top shadow, this looks weird on the phone, not that good with these buttons and all. So let me do this. Let me remove this shadow from the top and maybe this top section. This let's change it to white color because we are having this white color as a main title bar. So let's do this. Yeah, let's quickly do these two things. Then we'll move this here. So first, remove shadow. This is coming from our main layout. Let's go to components, layout, main layout, where we have our this header. So we'll say shadow LG. Let's remove this shadow. And here we should have not border T, we should have border B. So this border, not the top border. Save. And then to change this top status bar color, we have multiple options. For Android, the easiest would be to go to the platform project, Android, and here if we go to resources, values, colors.xml, here it uses one of these. I guess this is primary dark. We can simply try F is oh, I'm pressing control, it should be shift. Okay, FFF 6 times 1 2 3 4 5 6. So white color basically. Save it and then move these two things to the right. So let's go to this project, which is our projects page, this section, right? Now we have this div and this div, and this is flex with gap of 2, but we need these side by side. So let's use justify between. Save it. So it should be on the right side. And then some spacing for these. So on this div, we can simply say class space y 3. Save it. And then instead of this h6 and w6, let's use h4 and w4. Save it. Let's restart. Okay, go to projects and now we can see much better. But on top we can't see, yeah, the white color is there, but we can't see the things here. We should change that default styling to this status bar behavior. We should use status bar behavior. Okay, but if we skip this for now, we'll see I did set the border bottom right here. You, I don't know if you can see this in this blood stretched out mirroring of my device, but on my physical device I can see, and this looks good. Okay, now this section also looks good. Let's quickly try to delete. Confirm delete. Nope. Edit. We can see this edit. Great. It is cutting out here, but in real it is not. Let's try to do this. Let's say test project updated. Let's change the color to this blue color. Save. We can see this updated. This is blue. Let's try to delete it. Let's say yes. And now the project is deleted. That means our project creation, deletion, everything is working. Let's quickly fix this as well. So for this, I have one gist somewhere. So this is a non-issue for Android Blazor hybrid application. The keyboard overlaps with the content. Okay, now we can't see the previous thing, back thing. For this, there was an issue on the GitHub. There was some solution there. I simply copied that. I have added that as a GitHub gist. So I'm going to drop link of that in the description box, and I'm just going to try to find out, and then I'll show you how to add that. So github.com Abhay Prince, internet is not connected. Let me connect. So this is here, handle keyboard overlap in Blazor web view .MAUI Blazor hybrid. So we just need to grab this. So this issue is explained here, and someone provided this comment answer. This one we can use this and it works. Okay. So here what we need to do, on create, we need to override on create method in our main activity. Let's copy this, go to our project, go to the platform, Android, main activity. Let's override that. Now this global layout util assist activity, we need to provide this body, this thing. Let me copy this entire thing. Here, copy, go to Visual Studio, paste it. Okay, we have some error, id.content, we say dot, using static android.resource. Cool, save it. Let's run it. Let's see if this is fixed. Okay, let's try projects, create new project. Now if I do this, so you see now this shifted a bit upward so that we can see this. This will cancel. Now we are good. Let's add new project. Okay, let's try to add a new project again. We'll say test project again, red color, save it, and we can see this without the text without the description. Let's create new project again, new project with the description. Here goes some description. And here the new project got added to the top. Okay, so on this second thing, this one, let's have some spacing. If even if there is no description, we should have some spacing here, right? So for this, what we can do, we can maybe have some min height kind of thing on the projects page, components, pages, projects. On this div, we can have some min height. Okay, right now we see h6, that means 1.5 rem. 24 pixel, and this is also 24 pixel. It comes to 28. So let's have this as 24 pixel only. So that means let's add one more 24 pixel. So on this div, we'll have min h. Let's say, let's see what we have with 8. We have 2 rem, 10, 2.5, 12 would be 3, which we have right now. Let's increase it a bit, 4 rem. Let's try this. Save it. And with this, it should be good. We'll see. But right now, with this projects page, I guess we are good. Now let's see if we have the what we call it. If we have multiple projects here, the scroll bar, how would that look? Let's quickly check that out. Let's add a couple of more projects. Save it. Some color. Again. One more. Okay. Now we can see the entire page is moving, right? The top section also, but that is not what we want here. Save project. Now you see scroll bar is there, but it is scrolling the main header, the projects and this new project as well. But I don't want this to be shifted. Okay, so this should stick here. At the bottom section, this should, the list of project, this should scroll. Let's try to fix this if we are able to quickly. If not, we'll leave it for now like this only. Okay, so if we see right now what is happening, the scroll behavior, this might have coming from the layout. On layout, we have this body where we have flex 1 and overflow y auto. Okay, it should scroll whatever we have within this boundary. So here what we can do, let's try on projects page. We have the main container as flex column. Then we have this second thing, we have this flex 1. On this, if we directly say overflow, what would happen? Overflow y auto. Save it. Let's rerun the app. If it works, fine. If it not, then we need to remove the overflow y auto from the layout. Then we'll add those on per page basis. Okay, and it works. You see, we are good. Now only the center section is moving. Okay, so looks like we are good with our projects page. Now projects page is completed. Now we can move to the next section of our application. Okay. All right. All right. Now our projects section is ready. Now we'll go to the time logging section. Okay. So in layout, we have bottom tab bar. Here we have this log time with clock.svg. All right. This is fine. Now let's go to our pages. And here we have this log time. On this page, what I want to have today's date, or maybe if you want to add some time for some previous date, we can have, or let's have a proper date and next previous thing. And then we are going to have entries for the selected date, whatever we have there. We'll have a entries section for that particular date. And then we should have some button. So we'll click on that button and then it should open maybe an inline form or maybe a modal pop. Let's use modal pop-up because we are using same thing for the project as well. So there we'll simply add the entries. So this is what we'll do here. Okay. All right, let's do this. So first thing, we need to have the basic page with the heading and then entire body. So we can copy this thing from projects, basic structure. Copy. Paste. remove everything inside this button, type button FBTN, yes, new project. Here we can say log time. Okay, and the heading here, yeah, same log time. Save, and here we need to have some model. Let's quickly do model, or maybe before the model, let's have the database entity for this. So we'll go to our data entities. Here we'll say public class, let's say time log entry, something like this. First thing, we are going to have an ID, which will be primary key and auto increment. After that, we are going to have which project it is referring to. So we can say public int project ID. Then we can have the time for this, how much time we are logging. So for this, there can be multiple ways. You can maybe have start time and end time. Okay, but before that, let's have date. Public date time, just date, and then we'll have yeah, for start time and end time you can have, or you can have the direct number of hours, okay, in decimal, so that we can log 1.5 hours. Okay, so let's use this as double, we'll say hours. Okay, then we can have a title or task for, let's say string task, and I guess we can make it nullable if we want to, or maybe let's not have it nullable, but we can have a description here as well, that we can have nullable description. Save it, and I guess we are good. Save. Let's move it to a separate file, time log entry. Then we'll go to our database service and we'll simply create this table as well. So we'll say create this table. So connection.create table, time log entry. Now we'll go to our models. Here we are going to create one more model for this thing. Copy. Here we can create this model, time log entry model. Let's move it to separate file. Here these will not work. Project ID, date, hours, task, description. Looks like we are good. We can just have a string of project name, or maybe we should have a separate model for listing the time log entry, because there we need project information, we need project title, we need project color, right? So for this, what we'll do, we'll create one more type here, public class, or we can have this as simple record, public record time log entry list display, something like, or time log list model, something like this. Here we need to have ID because we might want to edit it. Would we allow editing? Or maybe we can allow deletion. So for deletion, we can have this ID. Yeah, let's make it simple. We'll allow delete, not edit. So if you want to edit it, just delete and add. That we can do. Okay, for the sake of simplicity. But if you want to make it full-fledged, you can allow editing as well. Okay, so we have int ID. Then we are going to have date time date. Then we are going to have double hours. Then we are going to have string task. Then we are going to have string description. And now we can have the project information. Okay, so we can have from project point of view, what all we need. Yeah, let's do this. Do we need project ID? No, we don't, for display purpose. So we'll just have string project name. and we will need project color, string project color. These are the things which we will display. Save, and these are the things which we'll use for adding the entry. So project name is required, but because this is int, it is already required kind of thing. It will have default value as 0. Instead of doing this, what we can do, we can maybe say denied values 0. We don't want to allow this 0 value. Or maybe we can add a range which should start from at least 1, and to the top it can go anywhere. So we can simply have this. And for this, we'll set error message, because if this is outside of this, that means it is 0 or some negative value. That means we didn't select project. So here we'll say project selection is required. Project selection is required. We can say this. Let's remove denied value. Okay. It is fine. For hours also, we can have something like the time should at least be 0.25. That means at least 15 minutes, right? So for 15 minutes, how would we say? If we are saying half an hour, we'll say 1.5, right? So that means 0.25 means 15 minutes. So we'll have at least 15 minutes. And then for the upper side, let's have double dot max value, or we cannot go past, let's say 12 hours. Okay. Hours must be between 0.25 and 12. So here we could say 0.25, that is 15 minutes. Okay. 0.25. Yeah, looks like we are good. Let's now go to our database service. Okay. And here we'll add these CRUD operations, and this time I guess we don't need update because we are not allowing, but you are free to add this as well. So what I can do, I can directly copy all these things, just paste. By the way, because all these are kind of generic, so you can also try creating this as some generic type, and there you can have direct type, because all these are generic types, so we can directly provide this type. On the basis of this type, it will automatically work. So you can have simply one set of methods. Do let me in the comment if you guys want. I can maybe create a dedicated video for this, so that how can we reduce this section, the kind of duplication, using generics. Generics is a very good feature in C#. I love it. Okay, so add time log. So here we'll say time log entry. Let's say just time log, and here we'll simply say time log. Okay, save it. Update, we are not allowing. Delete time log. Here also we'll do the same thing. Time log, we'll delete time log. List of time log entry. Okay, get time logs, and here we'll say time log entry to list async. Then here in the last one, single time log entry, get time log, int time log id. It should be time log entry, and this should be time log id. Now here this one, get time logs, let's pass in a date here. So date time date. Here we'll say before to list async, we'll say where. Here we'll say connection.table.timelogentry dot where t dot date equals this date. So we are getting time log entries for some specific date only. Save it. With this, our service is ready. Database service is ready. Now we can have a service for all these operations getting these things. So we'll go to our services. We already have project service. We can maybe copy this project service, create a time log service. So time log service, change the constructor, move this time log service to a separate class file. And here we'll start coding. First thing, we need a list and we need a selected date. Okay, so that means this list of time log entries, these will be for a specific date. Okay, so here what we can do, we can maybe have a public date time selected date with a default value as date time dot today dot date, and here we'll say private set, selected date private set, save it, we are good. Now instead of projects, here we'll say time log entry, just entries, and this will be of type time log entry model. Okay, now here we need to get these time log entries for the selected date, of course. So here we rename this to load time logs async, and here we can get a date time, or rather say let's say nullable date time, we'll say date time or just date. Here we can safeguard it. We just want to use if date is there, we'll use this. If not, we'll use the selected date directly. Okay, so first thing, if date dot has value, we'll set it to date dot value dot date. We'll explicitly change it to date so that when we are querying, it should just consider date only. If that's not the case, that means date does not have any value, that means this is null. In that case, we'll use the selected date. Save it. Now we are good. This is nullable. Let's have it as null by default. Now here, instead of get projects, we'll say get time logs. We'll provide this date to this time logs. Okay, what is the problem? Date dot value. Here we are sure date will always have a value, this date, because if it does not get passed from here, we will use selected date, which always going to have a value. Okay, now this should be entries, and here is select, it should be time log entry model, or not time log entry model, it should be time log list model. Time log list model. Here we'll say what all we need. First thing, we need id, so let's change it to t. We'll say t dot id. Second thing is date, t dot date. Third is hours, t dot hours, t dot task, t dot description, and then we need project name, which we don't have here. Okay, so there can be multiple ways. What I am going to do, I will simply go to my get time logs method. Here, let's do one more method here. In that, or maybe let's modify this method only. Instead of returning this time log entry, let's return time log list model directly from here. Now, how would we return this? We need to have join now. So let's try to use simple SQL query here. Okay, let's generate the query first. So we are going to use now body for this. First we'll say var query equals Here we'll generate our query. We'll say select star from what is the table name. For time log entry, this is time log entry. Let's call it T. Then we'll say join, which by default is inner join. Second table, which is project table. So P. Let's make it specific as T and as P. And we are applying this join on the basis of T dot project ID equals to P dot ID. In project, we just have ID, right? Yes, just ID. So this is our query. And then we'll have a where clause. There we'll say where T dot date equals this date which we are going to pass. So we are going to make it as parameterized query. So question mark we are going to add for dynamic parameter here. Select star from this, okay, as T, then inner join this thing on this. Where this thing, cool. Now the return type from this should match with this time log list model. So we quickly come here, let's quickly copy this for a reference. And this is the type, so we need to use all these properties. So here we'll say t.id, t.date, this date, then we'll say t.hours, then we'll say t.task, t.description. Okay, all T are done. Now we are here with P. So comma P dot name, which is for project name, and P dot color, which is for project color, right? If we see in the project entity name and color. Okay, now let's match these things, the property names here. So P dot name as project name and P dot color as project color. So this is our simple query. The return type is matching this thing. Now we can use this query to return this type. Okay, so here what we can do is we can simply say connection dot query async. Here we can provide type, the return type which we are expecting. This will be this time log list model. Inside this we can provide what is the problem. Let's say we can provide query and then we can provide the dynamic parameters. So parameter here we just need this date, that means this date. We'll say await, and now it is going to return us. Await operator can only be applied inside this, so we will not directly await it, we'll return it. Now what is the problem here? Time log list model must be a non-abstract type with a public parameterless constructor. Okay, so there is this specific requirement for query async. Okay, no problem. Right now we have this as record. We'll simply convert it to class. Can we convert it directly using something from here? Looks like we need to manually do this. Okay, we'll do. So first we need ID, then we need date time. Oh my god. Prop date time date, then we need double hours, then we need string nullable string task, then again a nullable string description, then a string project name, string project name, and then project color. And then we can simply make it as class and remove these things from here. So now our time log list model is ready. Let's move it to a separate file. And let's go back to our database service. Here it should be fixed now. Yes. Save it. Now we should be good. Okay. Now let's go to our service, time log service. Here we don't need to select this like this now, because from service we are already getting the desired type. So we can simply say just this, or we don't need to do this, just directly this. Now what's the problem here? List of time log entry model, list of time log entry. Oh, this thing. Save it. Now what's the problem? Cannot convert list of this to list of models, time log entry model, models, time log list model. Oh, this should be time log list model. Okay. Now we have our entries ready. Cool. Now here we'll say, instead of save project async, we'll say save entry async, and we'll get time log entry model as a parameter here. We'll check if model.id is 0. This is new time log entry case. We'll generate our time log entry. Okay. Let's say just entry. Let's see what all we can have. Date is selected date, description, hours, ID we are not going to have, project, and task. After that, we'll say add time log, and we'll simply provide this entry. Okay. After this, we need to add this new entry to this entry. Okay. So here what we'll do, we are prepending, that is fine, but for time log, let's do the opposite. We will append it to the end. Okay. So here we need a new time list entry. Okay. Time list entry, which should be new time log list model. In this, we need to provide all these values. So let's do one by one. For ID, we will get it from entry.id. Okay, because this is the one which got updated. So entry.id, then we'll have date or task, model.task we can have, hours, entry.hours, this is fine. Let's go with the flow. Date equals model.date. Then we have project name and project color. So project name, this we need. So from where we can get this project name? This we can get, we have project ID already, right? And we have project service defined already. So we can inject this project service in our time log service. Okay. So let's do this. Here we'll say project service. And from this project service, we can get our color and what we call it, the project name on the basis of project ID. So let's do this. Let's create a helper method here. Or let's go to project service. In here, let's define a method. We'll say public async task or not async task. We can simply say public, and it should return those two things, right? So we can use value tuple here. We'll say public string project name and string project color. Okay. Get project name and color. We can name this. We can provide project ID as a parameter here. And from here we can say projects dot first, or maybe let's do this. Let's check var project equals projects dot first dot default p dot id, although this should never be null, but let's handle this case. So if project is null, we'll simply return, let's say, two empty strings. Okay, now if that's not the case, that means we got the project. Now what we'll return? Now we'll simply return project.name and project.color. So now we can use this method in our time log service to get the project name and project color. Okay, so we are here. We set all these things, id entry.id. Let's be consistent. Use entry.task, entry.description, entry.hours, entry.date. Time list entry is this. Now we need those two things, so we'll say time list entry dot project name. We'll use value tuple assignment here, name, and time list entry dot project color equals, we'll say project service dot get project name and color, and we can provide our entry dot project id. So now it is returning those two things which we are going to store in these two properties. With this we are good. Now what we can do, we can simply say entries dot add this time list entry, and with this we are good. Okay, new log entry case is done. Edit an existing. Oh, we are not dealing with edit case, right? So we are good. Let's get rid of this thing. If you want to add this functionality, you need to just provide things here, get from the database, modify it. After check the value from the current entries list, modify properties. We need to do things like this, but for me, I'm good. Here we can say if model.id is greater than 0, we are simply returning, we are not doing anything. So although this case should never come, but let's do this. And with this, we are good. Okay. Great. Save entry async is done. Now we'll say delete entry async. We will provide time log entry ID. Then we'll simply get our time log entry from the database. So we'll say get time log and we'll provide our ID. Time log entry ID. Time log entry is null. So here we can say entry does not exist. If that's not the case, we'll say delete time log entry with this. And then we need to remove this item from our list. So here we'll say entry index. From entries, we are going to find this index. If this is greater than -1, that means this item exists. Then we'll say entries dot remove it, and here it should be time log entry ID. And then we'll return true, else we'll return false. So with all this setup, save, our time log service is also ready. Okay, great. Let's register this as well. So for this also, I'm going to register it as singleton only. Add singleton, save it, go back, time log service. Now we are good to use this. Okay. All right. Next thing, we are going to use this on our page. Components, pages, and log time here. All right. So now on this page, first thing we need to inject our time log service, which we just created, time log service. So time log service. Then in here on this page, first we need a list of time log entries, which we can get from here. Then we need a model for time log entry for creating and editing some time log, right? So for that, let's do this private time log entry We are not allowing modifying an entry, right? We are allowing deleting and creating a new. So we don't need to have this new here. Oh no, we need that because we will be passing it to somewhere, or maybe we can do one thing. We can have simply a boolean flag. Yeah, we can simply set a boolean flag. We'll say private bool, let's say show add modal, something like this. Default value as false, of course. If this is true, then we'll show the pop-up modal where we will have our form to add this time log entry. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Now here on click, we'll simply set it to true. Underscore show add modal equals true. Save it. All right. Now inside this main body, what we will have? We will first have a card kind of thing where we will display the current selected date. Okay. So for this, let's have a private date time underscore selected date here. And here we can have the default value at same date time dot now dot date. This is just a default value. And here inside this box, let's have a div class. And here we'll have, let's say bg white. This is first thing. We will have rounded lg. We will have a shadow lg. We will have a, let's say p3. Save it. And then inside this, let's have, and let's make this text center as well. So inside this, we will have a label, let's say, or maybe h label is fine, but let's say h4 class. Let's have it as font bold and text XL, a bigger text basically. And here we will display our selected date and dot toString, and this format, it's up to you what format you want. For me, I'm going to format it as Indian date time format. So in India we use DD, MM and YYYY. This is the format we generally use in India. And here let's display the full date time as well in a smaller text. So we'll say text maybe XS, and let's say text gray and 500. And here also we'll say selected date dot toString. This time here I want to show the day as well. For that we can have DDD, which is day of the week, DDD, let's say comma, and then we can have a month, and then we can have YY. Okay. And then in some of the date time dialogues, we see we have go to today option, but for sometimes we don't have that option. So here I want to have one more thing. So let's say I'm going to have a button, type button with some classes, and here I'll say go to today, something like this. This is going to be a button, simple button. Okay, and on click of this go to today button, we'll say @on click equals, here we will simply set the selected date to this thing date time dot now. So this thing we can directly have it here. Now I need one more thing. The thing is going to be, if I click on this main date, okay, so it should open the date time selector, which will be the device native date time selector, so that we can choose any other date as well. So let's do this. Let's have a calendar icon here. So we already have calendar icon, right? In images we have calendar.svg. So this h4, I'm going to wrap this inside, or maybe inside this only. What I will do, this text I will have in a span tag, and then I'm going to have img here with the src equals images slash calendar dot svg, and here we will remove this slash and tilt icon. And on this img, let's have a class, let's say h4w4. Save. Okay, so on this h4, now what we can do, let's make it flex. Let's have a gap of 2 so that we can have some spacing between the span or img span and img. Then we'll say items center, so that both of these are vertically centered. Horizontal, we are good. Okay, after that we have the span, then we have this thing. So let's do this on this div also, the main div. Let's maybe have a flex here and flex call. So these are flex column. So these are going to be set inside a column. First row, second row, third row. And I want all these to be center aligned. So that means here we can simply say items center. Save it. And now if I tap on this calendar icon, or let's say on this h4 in general, if I tap on this thing, it should open up the calendar. So for this, what we can do, we can simply have an input type date. This we can have. Now what we need to do is we need to trigger click of this thing when we are clicking on this h4. Okay, so for this, what we can do, we don't want to display this thing, it should be hidden. But if we make it read only or display high, display none, then on some of the browsers we cannot trigger the focus or click dynamically as well. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply have some styles here. The styles I want to do is I'll say visibility as hidden. This is there, but with the visibility is hidden. And then we can use some classes. We say h0, that means height 0. We'll say w0, that means width is 0. For visibility also there should be some class, right? Visible is visibility visible. Do we have some not visible or something? Not visible, no. Hidden would be display hidden, right? Display none, that is not what I need. Maybe you can figure out what is the class for this in Tailwind, but I don't remember, so let's use this. Now on click of this h4, I want to trigger this. So how we can do this? We can use plain JavaScript for this. No need to inject IJS runtime, just direct. So on this input, let's put some ID. This ID we can say a date selection input. Date selection input, DATE. Okay, save it. Now on this h4, I am going to use on click. Now pay attention, there is no at the rate like we have here or here. These are Blazor at the rate on click, Blazor on click events, but this on click, this is pure JavaScript, this is not Blazor. Here what I want to do is I want to simply trigger click on this one when I'm clicking on this one using JavaScript only. That will be fast, easier. So this on click, so I'm just avoiding IJS runtime. So because just this is just the simple thing. So here what we can do, we can simply say document dot get element by ID. We can add this ID. This ID is this ID. And then we can say dot click. That's all. Okay. So I am using word wrap here. This is actually a direct single line only. There is no enter. If you try to enter here, this is not enter. With this, I guess we are fine. Save it. Now whenever we'll click on it, it will open up the date time selection model not model pop-up. The default device is calendar selection. Then we'll select from here. So when we will select it, it should get updated. So when we say it should get updated, this input will already have value, the updated value. We just need to bind that value with the selected date, because this is our state which we are binding. So let's use this on this input type date. Here we'll say @bind, just bind, do this _, selected date, okay, which is this date time. Save everything, and now we should be good. Let's quickly see if we are getting something, if the UI is fine, and if this functionality is working. It's displaying these dates on today, it works, and when we tap on this, it should open that calendar selection. We should select the date and it should get updated. So all these things, let's quickly try out. Okay, application is here. If we go to log time, we can see this, which is not that good, but at least it is working. We can see this. Let's try. Tap on it, and this is here. Let's select some date, set it. 22 August, Friday, August 25. August 25 is here and 22 is here. Why so? Oh, 25 is the year. Let's change it. I add YY, right? Yeah. And then let's try go to today. We said go to today, and now it's 4th of August. That means this thing is working. Cool. So the functionality is working. We just need to redesign it a bit. Not much. So what we will do here, first we need some spacing here. Let's make it a bit smaller, this text. So right now I am having this as text XL, right? Let's make it text LG. On this input we have, do we have some gap? No, right? Let's do this. On this button here we'll say text, let's make it text XS, and MT maybe 3, and let's say font, not font, let's say text blue 400. I guess we are good. Span this selected date time, this is fine. We just don't want this YY. So or maybe we can have this thing here only, or maybe let's have it here only. So we'll say MMM and then YYYY. Save it. Now it should be good. Let's have one more thing. Let's have left and right icons here, so that using those we can simply go to previous and next date. That's all. That all we can try, right? That also we can try. So do we have icons? No, we don't. Let's quickly try to find those icons. So I have these lucid icons here. We'll go to icons, and we can say left arrow and right arrow. We'll go left, this chevron left. So we'll say copy SVG, then we'll say right. right, where is the right? This is copy SVG. So I have both of these copied. Now here in the images, let's stop this. Let's maybe copy paste some, let's say left.svg and right.svg. Now I don't remember which was the left and which was the right, so let's try again. Copy SVG, this is the right one, so right, paste it, save it, left, this one, copy SVG. Let's go to the Visual Studio and left, this one, save it. Okay, now go to log time, and here we should have left and right in center in some bigger thing. So let's do this. this div we had flex and flex column. Now we can't have flex column here because we need now three columns, basically 1 2 3. So that means we need to have flex direction as row. So we will remove this flex call. First thing, we'll have some gap here, gap let's say 3. Then we are going to have first item as a button, type button. It's a classes, couple of classes we are going to have. First, inside this button, let's have our image. We'll say img src equals images slash left dot svg. Class, let's leave it like this only. We'll see what class we are going to add. Then this entire thing what we already had, this thing we are going to have in a intermediate div now. Save it, and then we are going to copy the first left button. We are going to add it after this div, and here we'll say right.svg. Now the center section, on this we can have flex and flex column. Save it, and we are good. And on this also we can say flex 1 so that it takes the entire space whatever we have remaining from this first div and last div. Now on this items center we already have vertically centered, so we are good. Okay, on this one also we'll say items center. Save it. Now when we click on this left button, the date should be previous date, and on click of this right button, date should be the next date. So here what we can do, we can simply apply on click. Now you can technically define a method here, but I'm just keeping it simple, so we'll simply do this here. We'll say underscore selected date equals underscore selected date dot add days -1. That means current day I'm going to add -1, that means this is yesterday, dot date, like this. And then we can simply copy this, come to this new button, and here we need to make slight change. It would be add days 1, that means next day. Save it, and now we are good. Let's quickly see how it looks now. Okay, all right, let's try. Okay, log time, and this is how it looks now. We have 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, so we can press this, it is next date. If we do this, it is previous date. Let's do this section, let's move it to center. This Wednesday, August 2025, let's move it to the top, right? And this is go to today. If I click on it, this is 4th. Yeah, this looks great. So we'll just change it a bit. This H4, we will move it a bit downward. Save it, and now we should be good. Okay, this is text LG, right? Let's maybe make it a bit more smaller, and let's have some more spacing here, or maybe we can have this calendar icon on front, like this. And here we have text LG, right? Let's remove this text LG. Let's have this text MD. Save it. Okay, cool. So this section is ready. Now let's move to the next section where we are going to display all the entries for this selected date. Okay, so we have this first div. After this, we are going to have again a div. On this, we had this flex 1 overflow y auto, and here also I'm going to say flex. Now this flex is for inner side of this thing. So here flex, then I'm going to have a flex call. That means everything should fit in one column. So first this div, the next div should take entire space. So that means this next div, it should take flags 1. And on this, we can have a scrollable thing on this next section only, bottom section, right? For the time and log entries. So here we can simply say overflow by auto like this only. Okay. And on this, we want to give the similar appearance like this we have. So we'll say rounded LG, BG white, P3, shadow LG, text center we can remove. Save everything. Now we should be good. Here we will display the entries. The first thing, we need a heading here. Let's say H4. We'll say class font medium. Font medium, just font medium is fine. Here we'll say entries 4, and then here we can display our current selected date. So we'll say selected date dot to string, and here we can maybe say DDD day of the week. Let's say Thursday, and then MMM, or let's say full month. Then we can have DD. So this format is up to you, whatever you want. I'm just playing around with different formats. Why? Just some random thought. Save it. Now after this thing, here we are going to display our entries, time entry. Should we have all these in a single box, or we should have these in multiple boxes the way we have on projects page? Maybe let's see, we'll see. Right now we are okay with this. After this we can maybe have a simple HR if we want to, or maybe let's not have this. On this H4 we can have MB4. Save it, and now we are good. Here first thing, we will check if we have any item in our entries. So we can say if time log entry service, time log service dot entries dot count equals 0. That means we don't have any entry yet for this particular date. And then we are going to have else. Here we'll say simple or for each loop. Sorry. If we don't have any count here, we can simply display div maybe plus, and here we can simply say maybe my6 p6 inside this, and then let's say mx auto. So from x and y it is auto, so that means in center. W full, so full width, and then inside this we can maybe have our clock icon. So we'll say, so here we can say this should be a flags box, flags column, and for flags column we'll say items center, and we can have a gap of let's say 4. Save it. Then we'll simply have our img src images slash clock.svg, and then we are going to have let's say a span or label with class. Here we'll say no time logged for this date, something like this. So here we can say text gray 500. Save it, and if we have entries then we'll display inside this thing. So let's first see how it looks, then we'll work on our log time pop-up modal pop-up, and then we'll be able to add the time entries here. Then we'll design this for each section. Right now let's try to see how it looks. Okay, it's here, log time, and this is how it looks right now, and there should be some gap between these two things. So we have multiple options. We can have a gap on this thing, so let's say gap 3. Save it. Auth reload, would it work? Mm, no, we need to restart. Oh, it worked. Great. We can see this thing. Hmm. Let's not have this. So this section looks good on my physical device. It looks great. Here it is a bit stretched kind of thing, but on my phone it looks great. So here, let's not have this full height. Okay, let's have it here only till this height. That means this div, this can go inside this if and else. Okay, and on this entry, let's make the font a bit smaller. So we'll say text SM, and let's say text gray 600 or 700 for this. We'll say save it, and then I was saying that this section should come inside this. So that means let's move this if, but then this heading will always be there, right? Right. Okay, so let's do this. I'll get this thing. I'll come on this div. So here we have this flex one. This is what it's setting this entire height. So we'll set this flex one only if we have entries. Okay, so this class, we will make it dynamic. So we'll remove this flex one from here. We'll come here. We'll add a condition. We'll save timelog service.entries.count is greater than 0. Okay, then only we'll say apply flags -1, this thing, else don't apply anything. Save it and let's restart. Okay, app is here, log time, and this looks better than before. Text SM a bit smaller, right? Text SM, this is 0.875. If we say text MD, what this would be? If we try hot reloading, let's see if it works. Yes, it worked. And yeah, this is fine. So here we don't have any time logged for this. So this no time logged for this date. All right. Okay. So we are good with this current design. Next thing we'll do is we will work on this log time modal pop-up. And then next thing we'll fetch those added values on this section. Okay. Great. That we are going to do next. All right, so now we need to work on our adding a log time entry section. Okay, so for this we are going to open a modal pop-up. So we'll follow the same approach we were following for our projects. So for in shared we have save project form. Let's make a copy of this, paste it, and let's change this to save, or we can say add time log entry, or add time log form, something like this. We are here. Here we need our time log service and we need project service as well, because we want to show list of projects. Okay, then we'll say inject our time log service, save it. Now the heading would always be add time. Okay, then project name, yes, we need a project selection here, so we'll say project, and then instead of input text we'll have input select. So we'll say input select. Okay, and here let's have class same as app input, and inside this we are going to have our options. So we can say for each varp in project service. And what is the problem here? Input select t value. Okay, we need to provide t value. We'll provide it. For this, if we see project model project, we are not going to get this. On close is fine, on after save is fine. Here we need to have a model, so that we'll have time log entry, and this can be underscore model, or we can say underscore entry. Colors, do we need? No, we don't. On parameter set, we are not using. Save project async, we are going to change it to save or add time log. So we'll say add time log async, save it. All right, now we are using this underscore entry as a model. So here we'll say on this edit form we need entry. Here we need add time log async. Now we should be good. On this input select, we'll say at the rate bind value equals underscore entry dot project id. So here we'll say project service dot projects. Okay, now inside this for each we can have an option with a value as p dot id at the rate p dot id, and the text would be p dot name. We have our projects. Then next thing we need, what else we need? Time log entry. If we go after project, we need date. So this date we will get it from the previous thing. So this date we can get as a parameter here, which should not be changeable, or should it be editable? What? Let's now have it as not editable. We'll see. Let's get it as a parameter. So we'll say public date time date. This will be a parameter, and this will be editor required. So here this is the date which we need as initial value. Okay, we will have this as initial value for our entry. So here we can say override on parameter set. Inside this we'll say underscore entry dot date equals this date which we just got. Okay. So now here after project selection we are going to have date, or maybe we can have first item as this date. Okay, so we'll say let me copy this one of this div, paste it here. Here we'll say date, and this should be input date. Bind value should be in entry dot date, and here we don't need all these. Let's get rid of these. Let's make it direct single thing. Let's add a validation message on date as well. Here we'll say underscore entry dot date. Copy this, and for this input select also let's put validation message. So we'll say entry dot project id. Then we have description which we are going to have in that also. So underscore entry dot description. Color options we are not going to have, so we can get rid of this div entirely. Save it. All right, now we have one more. Oh, two more. We have hours and we have the task. Okay, so let's have text input text area. This is the last one. Let's copy the first div. Come here after the project selection. Here we'll say this is going to be task. So here we can say binding entry dot task. This should be now input text entry dot task, right? Yes. Now what's the issue? bind value, entry dot task. Yeah, this is fine. Something is not right. Okay. Here also entry dot task. I think everything is fine. This is just Visual Studio again acting weird. Let's copy this, paste it, input text. I am the one who is messing it. Okay. So here, this time we need input number, and then we'll say bind value. What was that? Hours. And here we will have hours as a validation message also. Okay. And on this, we know we have a min value of, this is HTML only, 0.25, right? This is what we are going to have as min value. I don't know if it will work, but let's see. Save it, and then we have description. So looks like we are good. Then here we'll say add time, something like this. Now we are here. We don't need project service.save project. Instead, we need time log service dot what is the method name, save entry async. Here we need to provide a time log entry model. So this we know we have underscore entry. Save it. Oh, this should be time log entry model. Save it. And I guess we are good. Everything is fine. We can see everything here. Great. Let's use this on our log time page. Now here, when should that form display? When we are setting this to true. So here or anywhere, we can simply say if underscore show add modal is true, then we'll say add time log form like this. And here we need to provide date, which will be underscore selected date. Save it, and with this we are good. Now it will give us two things. One is on close. So on close, what we'll do, we'll simply set underscore show add modal to false. Save it, and on save we will just need to refresh this list, right? So that we'll do, but right now let's first see this thing works. What we are doing on a projects page, handle project save, we are using state has changed explicitly. Okay, so here also we can follow the same approach. We are saying on after save. On after save also, we'll first set it to false and we'll try to refetch the list, or we can say just re-render. So for this, let's have a method. So we'll say private void handle time log added, something like this. Here we'll say first thing, let's set it to false. And then state has changed. So for this, we'll simply call this method. Save it. Now what happened? Event callback, everything is fine. All right, save it. And now here with for each, I will just add a simple for each. Then after that we'll design it. So right now we'll say for each var t in time log service dot entries, and here just a simple p, we'll say t dot, let's say, what is the problem, t time log model, yes, okay, at the rate t dot task, or let's say t dot hours. So right now this is just to see if we can see this. Save it, save everything, and let's restart. So I am here, log time, good. Now if we tap on this, we can see this modal pop. Let's have some more spacing from left and right. And then add time and cancel is fine. Maybe we can Maybe we can move this cancel button here on top. Here we can see just add time. We can have this bigger thing. Here we have this select date selection. Let's say cancel. Let's change the date. Let's say I'm trying to add for 10th log time. Now we can see this 10 here. Cool. Project selection. It is not working. Why? The list is not coming here. That's because we are trying to access projects, but we don't have projects yet. If we go to projects page, now if we come back here, now if we log time, now we can see the project. So that means we need to fix this thing. So projects, when we are accessing here as well, we need to fetch the projects, or we can move this project selection or project fetching at startup also. That also we can do it. Right now, this text, this should be hours, not task. And then here we have this numeric thing, which is fine. 0.96. We can add anything. Okay. All right. So description. The hours field must be a number. Hours must be between 0.25, that is 15 minutes, and 12. We need to fix this. Okay. Add time. Project selection is required. Let's select some project. This thing, task, some test task. Okay. Then here, let's say 1.5 hours. Add time. And we can see the add time, and now we can see this section. That means this thing is also working. When we are coming back, we can see this. Okay, so let's quickly fix all these things which we just saw. So first thing, we need to have some spacing, some more spacing from left and right on this one. So if you go to the save or add time log form, on this we have Z40P3. Okay, so on this, or P3, this is the one, right? W full P3, this is for inner side also. Let's have not P3, instead let's have P4, and from outer side also let's have P4. Save it. Then we need to change this task to hours. Okay, and then this description, let's say this is optional. Explicitly this is optional, and here we are okay. Empty 3 flex gap 3. Here on this submit button we can say flex 1, but because we have width 100%, so it will be like this only. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. We'll see later what we can do. And then what we need to change on this screen, we don't need to change anything else. We just need to set modify or reload the projects if these are not already loaded. So for that, what we can do, we can simply override our on initialized async method, and here we can say project service dot load projects async. So the way this method works, if we have projects loaded already, so load projects always loads the projects. Okay, so here we can put that condition. Here we'll say if project service dot projects dot count equals 0, then just load the projects. Here we'll say protected override async task. So here also we are loading. If we already have project, then we are not loading it, so we are good. And I guess we are good with this screen now. Okay, let's quickly restart and let's see if we have proper spacing gapping what we want. Okay, let's go to time log, and we added for some other date, right? Okay, fetching part, are we doing yet? We'll say log time, And now this is better than before. So here we have again at time, we have date selection, we have project selection, task. Okay, now this validation comes, value must be greater than or equals to 0.25, which is fine. That means that min value worked. So here let's say 2.5. Description is simple, and here we can say 2.5. That means this also works. So we are good. Our UI design is fine. Now we just need to patch the list and show the list here. Okay, let's do that next. Or this form looks a bit longer, right? Of the height. Maybe let's do this. Move project to upward. Let's have date and hours side by side. So for this project, for this date, I spent this time for this task, and other details we can have here. So things like that. The visual thought process would be like this. Okay, let's do this. So here, what I am saying, project selection would be first. Then I'm going to have a div class. Here I'm going to have a flex with let's say a gap of 3. Inside this, first I'm going to have my date selection. Next thing, I'm going to have my hours selection. And on this date one, I'm going to say flex 1 so that it takes entire width. Okay, save it. Let's see how would it look. Let's try if hot reload work. No, it won't. So stop and let's rerun. Okay, go to log time, click on add log, and all right, not that bad. Let's maybe reduce this space as well. This we are handling from our Tailwind.css. This one, right? Here we have this app label. We are using app label only, right? Say at time log label class app label, yes. So here we have MB2. Let's change it to MB1. And then I guess we are good. Okay. What else we can do? Maybe we can increase the padding inside if we want to. And then, yeah, I guess we are good with this. Now we just need to design this screen where we are going to have all our uh, times for this particular date. Okay. So for this, add time log. No, not this page. Log time page. Here we have this for each. Here we want to display, or we want to show all our times. So we have, maybe we can try ul and li. So we'll have an ul here, unordered list, and inside this we are going to have multiple li items. And then on these li, first thing I want to have mb, let's say 3. Save it. Then I'm going to have some background here. So let's say maybe bg gray 200. Save it. Then I'm going to have some padding, let's say p3. Now I want to add my markup here. So here we have, if we go to this time log dot entries, this is of type time log list model, id, date. These two things we are not going to display. Hours we are going to display, task we are going to display, description, project name, project color. Yes, all these things we are going to display, right? So let's do this. Here, let's break this thing into 3 or let's say 4 columns. So first we are going to have project color, or maybe we can have a border as this project color. Yeah, let's do this. So we'll say border L, which is for left border. Can we have this as border left L4 or maybe border L8? Save it. Okay. Then we'll say border, and then we should have this color. So border hyphen. If we do this, we can have dynamic color here, and the dynamic color would be, now we are going to have a situation. This color we can get t dot project color. T dot, what is the problem? Stop this. T is time log list model, right? So t dot project color. But now the problem would be Tailwind does not know this thing exists or what is the value of this. So it will not generate the class for us. So for this, what we'll do, we can say border width, not border width. We'll say border color. We'll set this style. Here we'll say border color. Here we are going to define our color. So we'll say t dot project color like this. Okay. So width is going to be handled by this and color by this thing style. Okay. Now inside this we will have our project name. So now we have flex first. Let's have a gap of 2. First thing, we will have a project name and maybe title or task. So let's have a div here. Okay, inside this div, first thing I'm going to have a label. I'll say class, I'll say font medium, then I'll say text XS, extra small text. What is the problem now? Missing property value. Okay, this is not recognizing this, but we are good. So here label text, here we'll display t dot project name. After displaying the project name, we are going to display our task. Or should we have it inside this, or yeah, let's have it here only. So here we'll say again a label with some class. Let's say text, and this would be MD, which is default, right? Text hyphen MD is not a class. XS, then we have SM. Text hyphen SM, which is okay, smaller than the default one. So text SM, and yeah, let's leave it like this only for now. So we'll say t dot task. So this is the task. We spent time on this project. This is the color. After this, we are going to have second, let's say div, or maybe we can directly have a label. We'll say font bold here. We can say text gray of 700 or let's say 800. Here I just want to show the time. So here we can say t dot hours HRS. So 1.5 hours. And then we can have a delete button. Okay. At the very end, we are going to have a button, type button, class we'll see. Inside this, we can render our image. So img src equals images slash, or let's say just images slash trash.png, right? Trash.png. Save it. Now for all these, we need all these to be center aligned. So flex gap 2. Here we can say center aligned vertically. So we'll say items center. Items center. Save it. Okay. After this, we can have a description as well, right? So for that, we can come out of this, all these divs and all, and then we can render that which can span entire width. So that means let's not have this flex and item center gap 2 directly here. Instead, let's wrap all these things in a nested div with some class, and then paste all these things here. Now this flex item center and gap 2. Let's cut these things and add these on this nested div. Now here we have this div. So after this we are going to search, we are going to first check if string dot is null or white space, t dot description. If t dot description is not null or white space, then we are going to render a p with some class. We'll say text gray 600, and here also we can say text access or sm, or let's say text access only, and here we'll say t dot description. We are going to print that. With this, I guess we are good. Are we missing something? We have here double quotes, we have all these things. Now it is complaining about something, missing matching tag, t dot description. This is also fine, so everything is fine. These are just false errors. So now let's quickly see how it looks, okay, so that we can design it further if required. Okay, log time 5. Okay, we need to work on this as well. When we are changing the date, then it should try to refetch the data for that particular date. So go to today. Here we are, log time, task, some test task. Let's say 1.5 hours at time. Project selection is required. Although project is selected there, but it is not getting it. So we'll fix that as well. And now we can see. Okay, this is fine. It is not good. We need this a bit in a bit different UI. Image is trash.png. First thing, let's fix this thing. Then this is not what we wanted. So we wanted this to be on top, this to be on bottom. So that means this div where we have these two labels, this should be on top and bottom. This is text sm, this is text xs, but these two looks like same height and width, right? Same size. Okay, no, this is smaller and this is a bit bigger. All right, let's move it to the right. Why this is happening? It is not on the right side. First, on this we have two options. Either we can set display block on these labels, or we can have a flex box. So we can apply flex and then flex column. So these are on top and bottom. So it is totally up to you. Let's maybe add display block on the next label. Then why this trash didn't come? Images, we have trash.svg, not png. svg. Then this should go to the very right. So that means on this first div we can simply say flex1, so that it takes entire space, and then in the remaining space these two things can settle up. So 1.5 hours, this thing here, font bold, it should be font bold. Save it. Text xs, font medium, block, text sm. I guess we are good. Here also let's say text gray 700. Save it and let's rerun. Okay, log time. Why it is not fetching time for today? Because let's fix this first. Right now what we are doing, we are not fetching the date time for the current selected date, right? So if we go to our service, our time log service, here we have a method load time log async. On the basis of date, it simply fetches the date entries, which is missing right now. So what we should do when we are coming to this page, so we'll say override on initialized async. When we are coming to this page, we should load then first data because we already have the selected date. So here we'll say await time log service dot, what was the method name, load time logs async. Here we need to provide selected date. Now we will need this from other places as well. So what we can do, we can simply have a helper method here, private task, let's say fetch and fetch time logs async. We'll say this, we'll simply apply this thing here, and from on initialized we'll simply say await fetch time log async. Then whenever we are changing the date, now what's the problem here, sync task await expected this thing, again some false error. Okay, so whenever we are changing the date, then also it should simply recall this method. So how would we know that date has changed? So we have the selected date, which we are using here on our input. Where is that input? This is our input. So here we have at the bind selected date. What we can do here, we can also say bind colon after. So this is a after hook. So when it has binded selected dates value, the new value, after that what it should call. So here we can have some method. You can say handle date changed, something like this. Then here we can define this method. So private async task handle date changed. From here we can simply recall this thing. So how that works, it simply executes or calls this after changing, after setting this value. So this value got set, this method got called, this is going to call this method, which is this one. So here we are passing the selected date, which already has updated value. Now we should be good with this thing. Let's run and let's see if it is working. Okay, log time. Now we can see 3 entries. We can see this delete button, we can see this, we can make this button a bit smaller, but overall we can see the things. This does not have title. How come this can be? Maybe some previous entry, or we don't have title validation. Oh, task is also optional thing. Time log entry. Oh, task is also nullable. Okay, we made task as nullable. So we are good. I guess this is looking fine. Let me check on the physical device, and it looks great on physical device. Okay. Now next thing, what we are going to do, let's also have some total time somewhere. Here or on top or somewhere. On top, we are not seeing the main thing, right? The header, the status bar content, because we set it to white color, so it needs to know that this color is different. So for this we can use MAUI, that community toolkit.maui package, and if we don't want to, we can maybe have some platform specific code as well. So for that, platform Android main activity, here we have on create. So inside this we have something, we have window, which is android.views.window. On this we have decor view. On this we had something, I don't remember exactly, some system UI flags or system UI visibility. System UI visibility, this is return the last set system UI status bar visibility. We can set to this is get and set. So we'll say system UI visibility equals this is deprecated. Okay, let's use this for now. Right now we'll say no, not status bar visibility. Status bar style we need. Dot system UI visibility set window system visibility system UI flags. What do we have in system UI flags? Dot visible hide immersive layout light status bar. If we directly set this, there was something. This is this one. Let's change it to int window system UI. It is saying, oh, this is get only. So set window system UI visibility. Can we do this? Dot set let me quickly find out. I have used somewhere. I just need to find what was that thing. Let me quickly figure out. I guess this was the system UI flags only. So here it says call site reachable on Android 24 and later. System UI flags is obsolete on Android 30 and later. Use window insert controller instead. So this window inserts controller, this also has something. So we had this window inserts controller. It was something like window dot I total inserts controller. Yes, this, and on this also we had something var controller equals this, and on this controller system bar behavior, was it this one? Okay, so maybe I will try. I can maybe try to create a dedicated video for this. I again need to play around with this. It's been quite a long time when I last used this. Most of the time I use community toolkit.maui, so that makes our lives easier. We can simply install it and do this. But for this particular application, I'm not using anything else from there. So just for this simple thing, I don't want to use that. But you are free to use if you want to have other functionality from that. So for now we are good with this. Let's try to run and let's see if this is the one. Yes, this is the one. So now we can see the top header, we can see all these things. Okay, cool. Now we can go to log time. Great. Now let's do this. Go to projects. Let's jfmdn. We have this green color on this, right? So let's log a new thing, jf this one, sometime 1.5, some task, add time, and here we can see this green color. That means these things are also working in the same manner. 1.5, 1.5, 2.5, 1.5. So let's do this. Let's work on this delete button, and then we should maybe show the what we say, the total time here somewhere, right? So sum up all these and then show the total time. Okay, let's quickly work on these two things. So we'll go to our add time log.razor page. No, this is our form. Where is our page? Page is log time.razor. All right, here we are. Delete button. So this is our delete button. Here we'll say @ on click. Let's handle delete, we need to pass the current project current task id to this. So we'll say handle task delete, and we'll provide the task id. So we'll say t.id, time id, basically time log id. So scroll down, let's create a method, private async task, do this, handle task delete async. We'll get int time log id. Let's name it async. So here, first thing we need a confirmation. Are we handling confirmation in service layer? Let's quickly check what we have in our service layer. So for deletion, no, we are not handling it. So let's handle it. Here we'll say if await MAUI interrupt dot confirm async. Okay, message. Let's say, do you really want to delete this entry? Question mark. Then here we can say confirm deletion. If this is true, then we'll say await our time log service dot delete entry async. We are going to provide our time log id. And now this is going to return true or false, right? So delete time async int time log entry id. What is the problem with this? Of int and int. This is int only. Then what's the problem? There is no argument correspond required parameter time log entry id of time log service dot delete entry async int. So this is int and this is just strange behavior. Okay, let's stop this. Save. Now it is gone. So it returns boolean if this operation was successful or not. So we are okay. We don't. Yeah, we are not okay actually. Let's do this. So we'll say if this operation was successful, then we can simply say await, or let's call this method fetch log time async. So if the operation was successful, we'll simply refresh this, save it. We should be good. What is the problem now? Okay, because we are using await, so we need to have this. Cool. Now we can see deletion should work and the total time. Okay, let's leave the total time for now. We'll see. We will add it later. But right now, let's run it and let's see if the delete functionality is working. Okay, let's see. Log time. Delete last one. Confirmation. No, nothing happened. Third last. Second last. Yes. And okay, nothing happened. And why nothing happened? Let's go to the next date. Oh, this is also not, it is not refetching. It should have refetch. Fetch time, let's put a breakpoint here. If I do this, oh, breakpoint didn't come. Fetch time log async, if I select it, I added this on date selection, right? Bind after. Handle date change. Where is handle date change? This is handle date change. If I put a breakpoint here, if I do this, 13th, 14th, 15th, something is not right. Let's stop. Handle date changed. Bind after. Everything is fine. Let's. Why this is happening? Let's clean once and try to rerun. Let me clean and rerun. I cleaned and rerun and just tapped on log time tab and it came here. Continue. Now if I change the date, date is changing, but still it is not. Oh, I'm not showing it. Sorry. The date is getting changed, but this method is not getting called. Am I missing something? Do let me know in the comment if you guys know something, if I'm missing something here. So handle date changed. And here we have handle date changed. Bind after. Handle date changed. Everything looks fine actually. Okay, let me try one more thing. I'll just see if this is happening because of the style. Let's quickly do this. Let's temporarily remove the style and this. We'll see. We should see this box here, and then we'll see if this is the culprit somehow. But that should not happen because this value is getting changed, which we just saw. But let's verify if this is the problem. Log time. Continue. Here, if we click on it, let's say 7, set it, and it came. So this is the problem. Now, how would I fix this? So what is happening here is this we are kind of doing a kind of a hack. What we are doing is element is not visible, but we are setting its value from outside. So because we are setting its value from outside, so somehow Blazor is able to set the value, but it is not triggering this method. So now we will go to the C# logic to fix this thing, because this is C#. So we have all the goodness of C#. So we cannot get it working. That is fine. Blazor is not working for this. C# would work. Now, do let me know comment if you guys know how can we make it work using C# only. Okay. Now, how can we make it work using C#? And that would be, we can change this selected date, what we call it, simple variable to a property. Okay. So let's change it to property. This is a naming convention I use and C# uses. So Pascal case for properties. Now this is a property. So we'll have a get set here. Okay. Selected date we are passing here. We are passing all around here and there. And here with this bind, we are using selected date. Now we'll come here. We have this setter. So for the setter, we can have our own logic. So now what we'll do is this, for this selected date, we are going to make it as a full property. Full property means we'll have a baked field for this one. So we'll say private date time underscore selected date with a default value of this thing. Okay. And then for this get, we'll simply return this underscore selected date. And for set, here we are going to add a logic. That logic would be, inside this we have access to that value special keyword. So here we'll say underscore selected date equals value. We are setting this thing. But before that, we can simply check if selected date is not equals value, then only set this. And after setting this, we can simply call this method. Now this is a sync task. This is going to be a simple asynchronous method, but here we don't want to block it. We don't want to await it. So we'll simply, this would work kind of a fire and forget, not exactly fire and forget, but this will work technically similar. So from here, we are setting it and then we are saying this, just call this. So here we can maybe get rid of this async await if we want to, or maybe we can change it to void if we want to have it like a event kind of thing, but This is also fine. We can ignore this warning, or you can simply say this. Ignore. So selected date, this is fine. All right. So save it. Now we should be good. Now what we are doing here, for getter, we are returning underscore selected date, but whenever we are setting the value, so it does not matter from where it is getting set, it will always come here. It will set the value and it will call this method. This method is going to fetch the data. So this also I learned this new thing, that if we are making this kind of arrangement, that we are triggering this focus click from somewhere else, so we are not directly interacting with this element, so the bind after events does not get called. So this was new to me. Do let me know in the comment if you guys knew about this. Okay, save it. If we want to test it out, we can simply put a breakpoint here inside the set method. Let's run it. So this is pure C#. This has nothing to do with .NET, Blazor or ASP.NET Core. No, this is pure C#. We are here, log time. Okay, if we do this 6, it came here. You see? So before doing this thing, we came here. We'll continue, selected date. Now we are here. Now we have selected date would be 6th. Okay, and then handle date changed. We'll continue. And so this should have get called, but using this thing. Now let's try explicitly setting the await, and let's say await invoking explicitly tell Blazor to re-render. So we'll say state has changed. Save it. Private async task. This is fine. Now we can remove this this thing. And then let's restart and let's see if it works this time. I think we have hooked up everything, so it should work now. Here what I am saying, I am explicitly telling Blazor that something has changed. Just try if you can re-render, you can find the latest state here. If we go to 6, we can see this is working now. 5th, we have these much entries. 6th, we don't have any entry. 7, 8, 9, 10, we don't have any entries. Go to today, we have this entry. So that means everything is working now. Okay, so we are good with this page as well, right? Let's quickly do one more thing. The color of this default button, and I guess this font size is maybe fine. We can try to change this font, but first let's try to make this button a bit lighter. This thing we are handling from global tailwind.css, so we can quickly go to tailwind.css. bg blue 600, we have this, right? So let's make it bg blue 500. Save it. Would it work? Yes, it worked. Okay, cool. So this button is also gets changed. We are okay. On project, new project, this button is also got changed. All right, so with this here also let's do the same thing. We added spacing here, right? On this thing, internal and outer, inner and outer both. So on new projects, this also we can add. So we added p4, right? Shared, save project form, p4, and inner also p4. Save it. Save it. Great. So with this, our that page is also done. Now next thing, we should get the header done. If you see, we have not worked on header, right? So the heading, we just show the small text, MAUI timesheet. Maybe we'll, and this dashboard page here also we need to show something, right? Okay, we'll work on those two things next. Log time is fine. On projects, new projects. Okay, now we have some more spacing. All right. So looks like we are good. Cool. All right. So on header on the top nav bar, you can do whatever you want, but I'm going to keep it simple. So if I go to main layout, here we have our header where I have just this MAUI timesheet, the main heading. We can make it bold. First thing. So we'll say class font bold. Okay. And maybe text XL. All right. And then we can maybe have current logged in users name. So let's have it as a simple label and we'll say at the rate. Now we need current logged in users name. Now how can we do that? How can we get users name here? So there could be multiple ways, but we already are displaying this on home.razor, right? We are using auth service directly. Auth service. So this we can use here as well. So for this particular project, I kept auth very simple. I didn't use authentication state provider. So technically, if you are working on some big project which has multiple roles and a lot of different things, you need to grab the logged in users information, and then on the basis of that, you need to show some different UIs. So the best approach would be to just use authentication state provider. Okay. So for that, I already have a dedicated video for that. How can you use or how can you implement auth in Blazor using custom authentication state providers and all. So I would recommend you guys to check that video out if you want to learn auth in Blazor hybrid application. Okay. So here we'll simply say at the rate auth service dot, what we have here, we have user, and inside user we have name. Okay. Now we need these two things side by side. So on this div, we can simply say, just make it a flex. And then we'll say justify between, so that this is on the left and this label is on the right side. And after that, we can have items center, so that vertically centered. Then on this label, we can maybe have a small text. So just let's say text XS. What is SM? 0.875. Yeah, let's use SM. So this is on the left, this is on the right, font bold, or maybe let's use medium. Save it. So this is what I'm going to have on my header, top header, and this is body, this is bottom tab bar. So I guess we are good with this. Now next thing, we'll work on a dashboard page. Okay. So on dashboard, I am very bad at thinking what should be there on the dashboard. So what I am thinking, maybe we can have multiple cards. We can have today's summary. We can have this week summary, and maybe we can have this month summary. So the three cards basically. Yeah, let's do this. This makes sense. So for this, what I am going to do, and then we can have one list of projects we already have on project page, so that is fine. So yeah, let's have this today's summary, then this week's, and this month. So these three things we are going to have here. So for that, we need to go to our time log service, because from here only we are going to get everything. Okay. So here, let's minimize, collapse everything. Now here we need different things. So we will say public async task, and we'll say get today's summary, something like this, today's summary async. Okay. And here we can provide a date time. Then we are going to have one more method. We'll say public async task get this week summary. So here we'll just say today. Then here also we are going to get summary async. Here also we are going to provide date time today. And then we are going to have one more method where again we are going to say public async task get this month summary async. And here also we are going to provide today. Okay, so we need 3 pieces of data. Okay, so now we just need to see what information we want from these summaries. Okay, so first thing, the major thing is we need to get number of hours, right? So that is the major thing, I guess, right? Or maybe, yeah, let's keep it simple. So we can simply have private double, or not private, let's make it public because we are going to reference it on the UI, the outer side of this class. So let's make it public, and for public we need to make these properties. So I'm going to say public double, say total hours today, or today total hours, something like this. Today total hours, and then get would be fine and set would be a private set, so that we can modify it from inside this class only. We should not be able to modify it from outside. Then I'm going to duplicate it. After today we'll say this week, and then here we'll say this month. Save it, and good. So for today's summary, now we need these things. So summary, then total number of hours. So let's quickly go to a database, database service. Here let's create a method public async task, or we can just have public task, and from here we are going to return double. Okay, and let's say get total hours async, and here we can get date time, let's say from, and second parameter at date time 2. So from and 2 we can get a range here, and for that range we can get this thing. So let's do sanitization of these. So we'll simply, although we are the consumer, we will provide date only, but here also let's use just date, because we are saving it in date only, or we want these operations to be always on date basis, not the time basis. So 2 equals 2 dot date. All right, after this we'll say just return underscore connection dot table. Okay, and the table is going to be our time log entry table. On this we'll say dot where, now here we'll say t dot date is greater than equals from, and t dot date is less than equals to. Okay, dot, now let's see what all things we have. We have count async, we don't have sum here, order by descending, this and that, we don't have sum here. Okay, if we don't have, we'll do this dot, and we don't have select as well. Select, if we do this, what is this? So select async table query does not contain a definition for select. Okay, so for now let's try this. Just simple, we'll say to list async, and here we are trying to return this. So let's make it async. Now we want this here, so we'll say list equals await this thing, and then we can simply say list dot sum, and this would be uh, t dot hours. So this is going to be our total sum. Let's quickly see this where. If we go to this where, I just want to see if we have some direct method using this. We have async table query, read async, write async, where, skip, take, order by descending, then by descending, to list async, to array async, count async, element, first or default, delete async. That's all. Okay, okay. I'm not spending much time right now. So if you guys know, maybe can we use select, or I need to spend some time to debug or find out a way. Right now I don't have anything on top of my mind, and I have not. Maybe I have never tried this, or maybe I uh, did not encounter this requirement before. So that's why. But for this, we are good. So here, if we see what we are saying, on the basis of this date range, we are getting a list, and then on from that list, we are simply summing up the hours from there, and that is going to give us our total number of hours. Okay. So let's use this method on our time log service. So we have these three different methods. From here, instead of using these three method calls, let's use only one method call. And from that method call only, let's return these three things. Okay. So that means we don't have to use these three properties. We will directly return three values from this method. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to our models. Here, I'm simply going to define a record here, public record, and we can make it a struct, public record struct. Let's say summary or something like this. Here we'll say double today's, double this week, double this month. Okay, summary hours, and we can simply move it to a separate type, and then we can come to our service, time log service. Let's only have one method which will return summary hours, get summary async, and here we'll provide today. Okay, so from here now we need three different values. So first we'll say today's hours. This will say await underscore database dot get total hours async from and to. So both of these are going to be today only. So today and today. Okay, next thing we need this week. So now it depends how we are dealing with this. Are we saying this week? That means let's say today is Tuesday, so I want to start this thing from Monday, or we want to have it from last 7 days. So if today is Tuesday, do we want it from the last week's Wednesday? So it totally depends how we want to do it. Okay, so for if we'll use this, let's say we'll start from Monday always. So for that, there could be maybe multiple ways. Let's first see an approach which is coming to my mind. So today dot we have day of week. Okay, gets the day of week, which is day of week enum. So if we go to this enum, day of week, it is Sunday 0, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So now let's say we are starting from Monday and we are going till Saturday. Okay, let's do this. But it totally depends upon you how you want to planning out your week. Maybe you can have it as some configuration, app level configuration, user level configuration. For me, let's use Monday to Saturday. Okay, so Monday is 1, Tuesday is 2. So how we can do this? We can simply say from today we just need to get the difference from today to Monday. Let's say if today is Monday, we'll say today's day minus Monday, it would be 0. That means today is Monday. Yes. If today's date is 2, the today's Tuesday, then today's day of week is 2, Monday is 1. If we minus this, then we'll get 1. That means if we want to go to Monday, we can simply subtract 1 from today's date. I hope this is uh, clear. Let's take an example of Friday. So if today is Friday, if I say today dot day of week, I am going to get 5. Now if I want to get Monday, I need to say 5 minus 1. Okay, it will going to give me 4, right? So that means from today's date, I want to say minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4. Then I'll reach Monday. So this is the logic which I am thinking right now. So here, what we can do, let's say today's day of week or today's day, we can say this thing. Then we can say day diff, different in the difference in the day. We can maybe do this opposite. We can say day of week dot Monday minus, we can say today day of week. Okay, now here this will always be smaller value or equals to this. Okay, we are going to skip 0 this Sunday. So for that, what we can do, maybe for this, let's say today it's Sunday. So Sunday would be here 0, it would be 1. So 1 minus 0, it would be 1. So let's do this. We can here say, I just want to skip Sunday. That's what I'm thinking. What we can do, if day diff is greater than 0, that means this is Sunday. So if this is Sunday, then maybe we can make it 0 only. So day diff equals 0. We can do this. Okay. We will skip Sunday, something like this. Okay. So we are on Sunday. And then we want to get for this week. So in that case also, it will simply get values from, if we are on Sunday, we should set it to -1, right? Hold on, let me think. Let's say today is Monday, it will give us 0. If today is Tuesday, 1 minus 2, it is going to give us -1. So we'll say today -1, that means Monday. So from Monday till today, right? So in this case, this is fine, and till date is also fine. Yeah, so let's set day diff to 0 only in this case. We'll see, we'll maybe revisit this if you want to. Now we know for the start of the week. So here we can say start of week. This is going to be today dot add days day diff. Okay, so if this is Monday only, we'll say today dot add days 0. That means Monday. So start of week is Monday. Today is also Monday. So here what we'll do, we'll say start of week as the start point and today as the last point. For Monday, both are same. For Tuesday, this is Monday, this is Tuesday. Yes, this is date only, right? So this week hours we are getting like this. Now let's do one for this month. Okay, so if we say start of month, this should be fairly easy. So here we can create a new datetime object. Here if we see, we have this year, month and day. Okay, so year we know today dot year, today dot month, and date we'll have one. Okay, so do let me know comment if you guys have some simpler approach for this thing. Okay, so maybe we all can learn something new if you have some simpler approach. So this is start of the month. Now we'll say what this month weeks, this month hours equals await underscore database dot get total hours async. We'll say start of the month comma today. From start of the month to today. And then finally we are going to return new summary hours. Okay, we'll say today's, this week and this month. With this our method is ready. Save it and let's try to use this on our dashboard. So let's go to our dashboard. Here we need to inject our time log service, time log service. Save it. Then here we have logout method, that is fine. Then here we'll say override on initialized async, and override did not work. Okay, protected override async task on initialized async. All right, then here we can have a variable. We'll say private, not read only, private summary hours underscore summary hours, and in this on initializing we can have a default value which it would have 000. So here we can say underscore summary hours equals await time log service dot get summary async. Then we have this summary. What is the problem? Date time. We'll say date time dot now dot date. Good. Let's use this summary hours. Now we don't need this logout here. We need this logout somewhere else. We'll see. Let's comment this out for now. So here we don't need this hello as well, and we need this dashboard. Yes. So let's see some other pages what we are doing. For example, on projects page, what we are doing, we have a div where we show the main header, not header, main everything, and then this text. So we'll follow the same approach. So here we'll paste everything. Let's get rid of this conditional thing inside. We don't need any button here. So here instead of project we'll simply say dashboard. Dashboard, yes. Save it. Now inside this flex box here we need to have our summary. So for this, let's say I'm just thinking how can we design this. Let's first have a bigger card kind of thing. So we'll say div class bg white shadow lg rounded lg p, maybe let's say 5. Okay, then inside this we want to have number of hours first thing, and then what this is. Okay, let's do this. So here I'm going to have maybe a label with some classes, and the classes are going to be, let's say bg gray some 300. Here we'll say p4 maybe, or p3, and here we'll say rounded, again rounded lg, and inside this we'll say underscore summary hours dot today's, and after this div I'm going to have again a div. Inside this I'm going to have a label again with classes. Let's say font medium text 3xl Here I'll say today's hours, and then after this we can have a simple p tag with text xs, and here we'll say uh, total hours logged today, log for today, yes, something like this. Or maybe we can display date as well if we want to. So maybe we can have this same thing here for today, datetime dot now dot date dot to string. So DDD, day of the week, comma, July, this would be, let's say, Tuesday, M, August, then we can say date, so DD. So this format is up to you, whatever you want to, you can do. Okay, DD and then Y. So this just simple thing. All right. So I guess we are good with this thing. On this label, we have this and that. Okay, this inner div, this should be inside this div only, the outer div. So main card, then we have this label. So maybe this label should also be inside a div. I'm just thinking right now. So maybe I want this to take entire space of left section, so a bigger, and then this should be on the right. Okay. So in that case, these classes, these belongs to this div, this upper div. And on this div, we can say flex, justify center, and items center, so that this label is inside and the exactly in center, horizontally, vertically, both center. On this label, we can maybe say text 5XL, a very big font, and font bold. Save it. Okay, maybe this not 2XL, let's have it not 3XL, we'll have it 2XL. Let's see how it looks. We'll simply copy this div, and on this let's have MB4 as well. Save it. Let's copy paste this. This time we'll say this week, not this month, this week. Oh, what happened? This week, spelling mistake. Let's fix this week. So, oh, what happened? This week. Here we'll say this week. Okay, total hours logged for this week. Now we don't need this date. Here we can say this week starting from Monday till today. Something like this. Then let's copy this one more time. Paste it here. And this time we'll say this month. This month. So total hours logged for this month, starting from 1st of this month till today. So I guess we are good with this basic thing. Save it. Let's run it and let's see how the header looks and how this summary looks. Okay, we are here. 15, 15, 15, all 15. I don't know if this is correct or not, but this should not be here. This should be on the left side. So let's see what happened here. What is the problem? The problem is this main thing. Oh, this flex item center, this is for internal. So on this main div, this should also be a flex box. We'll say flex and gap of 3 at least. So let's copy these two things, flex and gap, and add to all these divs. Save. So these should come on the left side, these should go to the right side. And then the background of these, it should not be this much. So BG gray, maybe let's say 100. We'll say BG gray 100. Save it. Let me check on my phone. Scroll bar is there. We have double dashboard. So let's remove this one. Let's remove this username. This also we don't need now. Save it. We should have dashboard, and yeah, this top section, it looks good. I don't know why this looks stretched on this device. Is it my external monitor? Let me check on my laptop's device screen. Okay. So this is stretched on the external monitor. So my monitor is not good. That means on my laptop screen, this is good. Okay. We'll show it there. I'll show it there as well. But header looks fine. Name and MAUI timesheet. Let's restart. So we'll see how it looks with this lighter background and this flex. Okay, better than before, not very good, but still better. So this 15, 15, 15, this is always 15. That means there is some problem in our logic. Let's go to our logic and let's try to see what is happening there. So we'll go to our time log service. We'll put a breakpoint here. We'll go to some other page, come back to this page. Okay, breakpoint is here. Let's see one by one. So today is fine. Today to today. Today's hours 15. That is fine. After this, that day diff is -1. Today is Tuesday. And this is Monday. So this is -1. That is fine. Start of week. This should be 4th of August. That means yesterday. Great. Today is today. Now here, this week hours, it is saying 15 because today's hours are 15. If today's is 15, then it should be 15. And start of the month is 15. But how come today's hours are 15, right? So, okay, we'll do this. Continue. Go to the log time. And here we can see, okay, today is 5th. So, 2, 3. We should have total hours here as well, right? Let's do that as well so that we can see total hours here as whatever date we have selected. We should see total number of hours here only. So for this, we can go to our this page, log time page, this one. Here we are listing these LIs. So the last LI could be, first we are going to have an HR with with classes, let's say my2. After this, I'm going to have let's say label with some class. We'll say font medium, text small, to text SM. What happened? LI. Okay. So here we need to have some of these entries. So we can say this @entries dot sum, and now the sum would be on the basis of sum of total hours. E dot hours save it. Now we should see this thing. So here we'll say total hours, then this sum of these total hours. Here we'll say hours like this. So let's restart and we'll see. Okay, let's remove this breakpoint for now. Continue. 15, 15, 15. Log time here. Total 15 hours. That is fine. If you go to previous state or let's say next date, there is nothing. Let's add one entry in 4th of August, yesterday. Let's add this. select some project, hours, let's say 10 hours. Test, add time, our total hours 10. If we go here, still now it is 25. Why? It should be only, oh, it should be only for fifth. Total hours, it is repeating. Why did it repeat all these? If I do this, 6 is fine. If I go back to fifth, total hours, oh, did I add this? Where is our page? Log time. Oh, this is inside for each. It should be outside for each. Sorry, my bad. Save it. Let's restart. Okay, loading. Let's go to log time. Oh, okay. On dashboard, it shows 25 now. If you go to log time, if we go to the fourth one, okay, when we are logging the time, although the date is 4th, we messed up in somewhere. So if you go to our log form, share add time log form, here we have entry.date. We are passing the date, and when we are passing the date, we are setting the date to entry.date, which is correct. And then when we are saving it, should be correct date, right? So if you go to save entry async here, okay, in save entry async, we are using selected date. Okay, but it should have been model.date. This one. That's why all the entries are for selected date only. So that is not correct. Save it, restart. Now we'll try to log some hours in previous date, and then we'll see. Then we should see different number of hours. Okay, log time, previous day, log time, select project, some test task, hours, let's say 5.5, add time, 4th is 5.5, 5th is still 25. Now if you go to dashboard, here now we can see different things. So 25, and then 30.5, 30.5 this week, this month. Now let's go back to log time. Again, try to log for some previous month date. Let's say 8th of July. I'm adding 10. If we do this, then it will not come in any one, right? So no point of testing that out, because on summary we are just displaying today, this week, this month, and that previous month would not come here in any date. So for this we are good. We just need to now have this thing in some different manner. So the 25, 30.5, 30.5, this looks fine, but we can maybe have this in some readable format. So we can say 30 hours 30 minutes, something like that. Okay, so for that, what we can do, we can maybe create some extension method, and then we can apply these things dynamically. So we will go to projects, not projects, where is dashboard, not dashboard service. Oh my god, where is dashboard page, dashboard.razor page. So here where we are directly displaying these, so these are double. So let's create an extension method which will simply convert this double number to hours and minutes. Okay, so here do we have some file or class here? No. Let's create a new class, add new class, let's say extensions, public static. For extension method, the class must be static, the method must be static, public static string, let's say to what should I name it? Let's say to formatted time, something like this. First parameter should be this double, and here we'll say total hours. So this is going to be the main thing. It should return the formatted string. Okay. So here we need to have some logic. That logic we could say, let's say what total hours. Okay, total hours. Let's say H, which will be for hours. So this we can say total hours, or we'll say math dot floor total hours. So this is going to be our total hours, the actual value. So if we have, let's say 30.5, it will give us 30. That means the first part. After that, we can say m equals, that is going to be minutes. So here we can say total hours minus h. Now this will be the fraction part. That means if we have 30.5, it will be 0.5. Now 0.5 means half an hour. So we can simply multiply it by 60. 0.5 times 60, it will give us 30. So that is minutes part. Now we can maybe use math dot round here to round it. Now we have h and m, and on the basis of this we can simply return a formatted string from here. That string would be h, so 30 hours space m minutes, so m, like this. Now we can use this thing directly on our dashboard page. Dashboard.razor. Let's try to use that. So we'll say to formatted time like this. Let's copy this, and this week and this month, and we are using the same thing on our time log page as well, right? So let's use it there as well. So log time page, here we have this at hours. So now we'll not do this direct hours. Instead, we'll do this dot formatted time. So it should show the correct value. And I guess the same thing we can display here as well. So in this day, where are we displaying total hours? This thing, right? So here also we can do the same thing to formatted time. Let's run it. Let's see if we have it in correct format everywhere. Okay, 25 hours, 30 hours, 30 minutes, 30 hour, 30 minute. And if I go to log time, here 1 hour 30 minute, 2 hour 30 minutes, great. And 25 hours 0 minute. If you go to previous date, 5 hour 30 minute, 5 hour 30 minutes. So that means this is working as expected now. So we can see this formatted date time now. Okay. Now here on this total, let's move it to the right side. Total we can maybe have on left only, or maybe we can move everything to right side here only. So this li, it should be something similar to this, except this styling. So here we can say p3 and just p3, and inside this we need to have this div on this li. Okay, no, we have this my2, right? We just need to move this thing to the right side and make it a bit bigger. And here also we have this dark background. Maybe we can make it a bit light. Instead of 200, let's make it 100. And this L8, I guess left L8 is fine. Border left 8, or maybe if we say border left 6, do we have 6? We had 8. We have 4. Do we have 5? No. Do we have 6? No. We have 4 and 8. 4. Let's say how 4 looks. Then here on this label, we are saying text SM. Instead of this, let's use text MD. Text medium. Medium is not a defined class here, right? So text, or just leave it with the default font. It will be like this. We just need to move it to the right side. For that, what we can do, let's try on this label if the W full and text and works. Save it. Okay. And then let's restart. Okay. Log time. Here we have this total hours which didn't move to the right side. W full didn't work. W full. Okay. We have other options on this li. We can maybe make this as flex, not direct flex, class flex, and we can say justify and save it. Save it. Let's try. Let's see. Total hours 2505. Okay. And where is HR? I cannot see HR. So okay, this is flex row. So this is first column, this is second column, so that's why this is messing it up. We can remove this now. We don't need this. Or if we really want to, we can make it flex column. So we'll say flex col. That means this is going to be in one column. So this is first row, this is second row. Justify and we can remove, or let's get rid of this HR at once and let's use this flex only. So total hours 25 hours 0 minute, which is fine. If you go previous day 5 hours 30 minutes. So I guess we are good with this page, and this is a bit lighter now. This is also looks fine. I guess we are good. So our log time, our dashboard. Now we just need to make some changes on this screen as well. So let's first decrease the font size of this thing. 30 hour 30 minutes. Go to the dashboard.razor. Right now we are using 5 Excel. Let's use 4 Excel. How would it look? Let's use 4 on first, 3 on second, and 2 on first. So I just want to see which one will look good, because hot reload does not work with this. So we'll see which one looks better. We are going to use that only. Okay, so I guess the last one is fine, right? The last one is fine. Okay. All right. So we are going to use last one. So last is 2 Excel. 2 Excel, 2 Excel, this one. So 2 Excel and 2 Excel. Now this right section, let's move it to the center and let's have some gap this week and this small text in these two things. So we'll save it. And then what we'll do is, these are these two things, right? So here on this div, we can have a class. We can say space y, let's say 4, save it. And on the main div, we already have a flex, right? So we can have items center. To make these items center, to make these vertically centered. Save it. This gap 3, it applies to this section. Okay, I guess we are good with this. So space y4, let's try to have this on all. So this one and then this one as well. Save it. Okay, let's restart. All right, now this is fine. Okay, this week, this month, this and that, everything is fine now. Much better than before. Now this first section, this section is not in the entirely center, right? This looks a bit odd. This is not in full center. Why? We have 2 Excel because this was the single thing. So here, let's try text center within that label. Text center, text center. Save it. Okay. And on main card, let's say we had P5, right? Let's make maybe P3 and P3 and P3. Save it. Let's restart. I guess with this we'll be good with our this section. And what else we can have on dashboard? Maybe we can show the latest recent 5 entries, 5 time log entries. Okay, yeah, better than before. All right, and here we can maybe show recent entries, and then we don't have a profile page here, so maybe we can have a logout button also on dashboard only. This looks strange, we have never seen this thing, but we can try. And after that, I guess we'll be the functionality wise everything is done, right? Projects are done, log time is done, every functionality is working here, each and everything is working on projects page, dashboard. We just want to have that, and then we will see if we need some cosmetic changes, some UI changes then. Okay, so next thing is the recent log entries. All right. All right. Now let's quickly show the latest entries on the dashboard. Okay, what is this? I don't know how to minimize this. There was some option to minimize. Okay. Oh, okay, it is here. All right. So for this, we will go to our time log service. We'll come here, save entry, get summary, and here we can simply have public async task, and it would be same as time log entry, not this one, the list, time log list model. Okay, let's say get recent entries, and here we don't want to have any parameter. We'll simply get the latest, let's say 5 entries. We can say int count equals 5 as a default value, and yeah, then we can directly go to our database service. Here we have this get time logs. For this date, we are going to make a copy of this method. We'll paste it. We'll say get recent time logs, and here we are going to have int count, and here uh query async, we are going to provide count as a parameter. Here what we can do is, first thing, we don't need where clause here, we need order by, are we having any entry date? No, right? Let's use this t.id only. So order by t.id descending, and for paging in SQLite, what do we use? Do we use a limit, or what do we use? SQLite paging query, how to paginate results in SQLite. Okay, just give me the thing. Okay, they have limit number of rows offset, so this works. No, by combining limit and offset, and here we can directly use limit. Okay, so let's use limit. Limit question mark, and question mark is going to be this count. Save it, and this, now from here we can directly return this. We'll simply say task get recent entries async. From here we'll say database dot get recent time logs int count. What is the problem? Recent time logs async. Okay, what happened? Time log list model, time log list model. Okay, list of this thing. Sorry, my bad. It would be list of this thing. Save it. And now we can go to our dashboard.razor page. Here we can simply get recent entries. So we'll say private enumerable of the time log list model underscore recent entries equals just blank. And then in here we can simply say underscore recent entries equals await time log service dot get recent entries and just get 5. Now for the UI we can simply use the same UI what we are using on our log time page. So here this is our main UI. Now this thing is going to be repeated. So what we can do, we can maybe move this thing to some shared component. Okay, so let's copy this, save it, or maybe we can get this entire UL and then we can have this last li as conditional. Yeah, let's do this. Let's use this entire UL, go to shared, add new razor component. Here we'll say time log display list, something like this. Okay, here I'm going to paste whatever I have. Now inside this we need entries, so we are going to get it as a parameter. So we'll say public list, or we could say enumerable of time log list model entries get set. And then here we'll say this is going to be a parameter and editor required because this is a required parameter. Now on top of this we can directly use entries, just entries. Okay, and here we'll say entries.sum. Now this sum, this thing, this li, it will be there only for the time log page. It will not be there on the dashboard page. So this also we can handle using a parameter. So we'll say public bool show total. Okay, we'll say get set. We'll have a default value. Let's not have default value. Here we'll say parameter, save it. Now if this value is true, then only we are going to render this last li. So we'll say if show total is there, then only we are going to use this. Now apart from this, do we have anything dynamic? Handle delete async. Okay. So this delete button, this we are going to display on the internal page only. When I say internal, that means where we are showing the total, then only. So for this also we can have one more parameter if we want to. If we maybe want to give the delete functionality on recent entries as well, we can handle this. So here we'll say show delete option. Okay, copy this, then we'll come here for this button, we'll simply add this if condition. If this is true, then only we are going to render this button. The next thing comes this method. We need to have this method here. So this method, the logic of this will be on the consumer side. So from here we are going to simply raise this event. So we are going to have an event callback here, an event callback. So we'll say public event callback of type int. Okay, on delete, get and set, and this will also be a parameter. This is on delete, and then here we can simply define this method. Where is it? This one. So we'll say private async task handle delete async. Here we are going to have the time log id as a parameter. From here we'll say await on delete dot invoke async, and we'll provide this time log id as a parameter. Invoke with uppercase I. Now let's see what is the problem with this. Let's try to, okay, this is fine. Time log display list, this is not fine. Let's try to unload and reload the project if Visual Studio comes to senses. Let's see. Unload and reload. Time log display list, and it's still not. Okay, something happened, right? Now we can see these things. So entries dot sum entries. Okay, it is fine now. T is this, it is using this. All right, format it and let's try to use it now. So we'll go to a dashboard page. Here, after all these divs, we are going to have one more div, class, and we are going to have something similar to these classes. First we are going to have, let's say, h5 with some classes. Here we'll say recent entries, something like this, and then we are going to render our time log display list. Okay, here we need to provide our underscore, not underscore, just entries equals recent entries. Okay, and we are not providing show delete option, show total, because these are boolean values, so these are by default false, so we are okay with this. Save it. Now we can simply go to the time log razor page, this one. So here, or not this one, the log time.razor page, here where we have our UL. So we can get rid of this entire UL at once. Remove this, and here also we can use our what is that, time log display list. Okay, and here first thing we need to provide our entries. This would be time log service dot entries. The next thing is we want total here, so we will say show total. So for boolean values, boolean parameters, we can simply use direct value without providing the value, just parameter name. So the show total, this is actually a shorthand of this show total equals true. So if the parameter is boolean and we want to set the value as true, we can omit the value. So we can simply say this. The next thing is show delete option. Yes, we want to show it. And after that, we want to provide the delete option as well. So on delete, we'll use our handle, not date change, handle task delete async. With this, save it, save everything. Now we should be good. Let's quickly try it out. Let's run. So we'll see the inner page should work, and on dashboard we should be able to see these recent entries. Okay, so these are here. We can see the entries. Total is not there, delete option is not there. These are like this. We just need to change the flex direction here. Let's go to log time, and here we can see the still the previous look and feel. So that means this thing is working fine, and we are able to render it on the dashboard as well. So on dashboard, recent entry, this is flex. So here we'll say flex call, save it. Now we should be good. This will be, and on this h5 let's say font medium and text maybe LG, save it. And after this, now it should be fixed. Now we can have a logout button as well, although it does not make sense on dashboard page, but let's have that on dashboard page. And maybe these top cards, we can have some light colors here. Let's try how would it look. Let's see. So on the first one, we can maybe have for today's on this labels parent, which is this BG gray 100. Let's use BG green 100. On the second one, let's use BG blue 100. And then on the last one, let's try what other we should use. BG, do we have some purple? Yes, purple 100. Save it. Save everything. Okay. And let's add a logout button. So at the very end, after this MB4, we are going to have a button, type button, class we are going to add, we'll say logout, and here let's say BG red some 500, rounded XL or maybe rounded LG, or let's use XL, PY1, text white, save it. And we already have this logout method. Let's uncomment this and let's use this on click logout on this button. Save it. And here if we want to, we can maybe have confirmation. So we'll say MAUI interrupt dot confirm missing. Here we'll say, are you sure you want to log out? Log out. Then we can say confirm logout as title. If this is true, then only we are going to do this. If this is not true, then we will not do this. Here we need to await it. Here we need to change it to async task. Save it. Save everything. Let's restart. And now it looks better than before, much better than before. Log out. This button looks ugly. So on this, we can have W full to the full width. Then save it. I guess we will be good with this W full only. Okay. Then on these boxes, I guess these on my physical device, these looks great actually. I guess on this screen, the top header should also be movable, right? So let's do this. This dashboard, we can actually move this div inside our flex, this one. Save it. If we do this, then let's see what would happen. Okay, rerun. Okay, now we have it with this. We have some top spacing. We'll get rid of this and we will have some bottom spacing. And now dashboard is going. This looks fine. The logout, this does not look that good. Maybe let's increase the height, or maybe we don't want this to have this much of width. So what we can do is, first let's do one by one. So first thing, this dashboard, it has a lot of spacing from top. So looks like this is coming from this P3. Is it coming from this P3 or from some other thing? Flex, item center, justify between, but because we have only one item, so we don't need this justify between, and we don't need this div at all. We just need this h1, so we can get rid of this div. After that, we want to have some spacing after this thing, this h1. So here we can say mb3, save it, and from where top spacing comes, maybe it comes from the main layout. So if we go to the layout, main layout, here overflow y auto p3, this is fine. No, from where this space is coming, this one, text excel, this is header. Now w full flex one, overflow y auto, this is the thing. Okay, if we go to the dashboard now, here we see gap 5 p3. This gap 5 is for these things, but gap 5 is not getting applied. H full, W full. Oh, because gap 5 would not be applied because we have this direct flex. MB4, MP3. Let's run. Maybe this is coming from this P3 only. This is the P3. But if this is P3, then left is, why not this left is having this? Okay, let's rerun first and then we'll see. And before that, let's change this logout as well. So here everything is in this flex 1. So on this logout button, let's increase the y padding. So py2, or let's use py3, not py2 should be fine. Now we move to the next day. So 0h 0m, today's hours 0, this week 30 hours 30 minutes, this month is this. Now this dashboard is fine, we have some spacing here, we can move this. This is okay. We have this logout button which is better than before. Now if we do logout, it asks for confirmation. If we say no, nothing is going to happen. We have this name here. Let's go to projects. We can see the project list. We can create a new project. Okay, for this also let's maybe have more spacing from left and right and more padding inside this. Okay, right now we are working on these changes, so let's finish up these changes. So let's do one by one. On dashboard page, we are okay, we are happy with the current dashboard page. So this page looks fine, so we are good. Projects page, this main page looks fine. The only thing is this pop-up, we will fix it a bit. So we'll go to save project form. Right now here we are using p5 for this padding. Here what we can do is, maybe instead of p5, let's use some p8, or after that we have p12. Let's use p12 here. And inner spacing, we are using p4. Let's use it at least p8. Save it. Okay, save, and same thing I guess we will do on add time log, because on that page also, if you go here add time log, here also we'll have the same thing. So we'll say p12 on outside and p8 inside. Save it, rerun. Okay, so the app is here now. Let's go to projects page, new project. No, I don't like it. So the outer space is very big and inner space is also very much. No, this is not good. Save project. Nope. We will have, let's say, P8 on outside, and do we have P6? Yes, P6 inside. At time also, we'll use P8 outside, P6 inside. Save it, rerun. Okay, projects, new project. Okay, this is much better now. Okay, let's quickly see the log time logger. Here also, this is better. All right, cancel, and we are good. Okay, so overall design is fine. Now let's quickly see this top spacing. So maybe we were checking on main layout, right? Okay, so looks like this is this gap 3. So this gap 3 is in header, body, and footer. So let's not have this as gap 3. Save it. If we do this, if you try to hot reload, would it work? Would it work? Hmm. Yes, it worked, right? Hot reload. So dashboard page, this is fine. Now it is better than before. Projects, we are good. Log time, we are good. Okay, great. So that spacing is gone now. Now next thing is this heading and this button. I guess we should make these things a bit smaller. Okay. So on dashboard, we have this dashboard. Let's quickly go to the dashboard. Dashboard page. This is here, dashboard. And what we are using for dashboard? H1 with text to Excel. Let's use text XL only. Save it. We'll go to projects page. Projects page. Here we have this H1. We'll use XL. And same thing we'll do on the log time page. H1 will say XL. Then we want to modify styling on these buttons as well. These buttons may be a bit smaller. So these buttons we have here, and okay, let's do this. In our global styling, and where is our global styling? Tailwind.css. Here we had this app btn. This is what we are using. So let's create one more version of this app btn. Okay, we'll say app btn, maybe I don't know, custom or something like this. So w full will remove, px4 is fine, py2 is fine, I guess. So w full we are going to remove. Save it, and or maybe app btn, the previous one. Let's do this. Let me first cut this out. This is app btn. I'm going to search for it in my entire project, and I'm going to rename it app btn full. Okay, so replace all 10 occurrences. Okay, save everything. We can quickly verify. Login, log time, projects, register, then shared, save projects, and then tailwind.css, and this is final version. This is also fine. Okay, now after this we are going to create one more version of this app btn without this full, and here we'll remove this w full, save it. Now we are going to use this at different places, other places. So for example, projects page, the projects heading. So let's go to the projects.razor. Here we have this app btn full. We'll just use app btn, not full. Same thing, we'll go to log time. Here also we are going to use app btn. Save it, and I guess we are good. And let's do this on these modal pop-up forms as well. So for these, we are going to do app btn on cancel buttons. Cancel button, and here also on cancel button. So that the save button is bigger. Save it, save. Let's restart and let's see how it looks now. Okay. So this loading, let's change this loading screen. You saw that loading text, we'll change it to something else. But right now, let's see dashboard, go to projects. Now we have this plus new projects and style is not getting added here. Log time, style is not here. And why the style is not here? We'll see if we go to any of these pages, we have save project. Okay. Let's go to projects, save project, cancel. So here we have button. Where is our button? Cancel button. App btn. App btn. Okay. And if we go to our tailwind.css, we have app btn without dot. So it should be dot. That means this is a class selector. That's why it is not getting applied. We are going to apply this using this thing. Save it. And now we can see this. Cancel. We need to have much more spacing on x-axis here. So instead of px4, let's use px6 at least. So save it. Okay. Let's stop and rerun. Projects, new project. It should be in single line, but it is not in single line. Something is not good. Log time here. If we log time, add time and cancel, here it looks fine, but here it is not looking that fine. That means something is not right on these pages. So let's try on projects. Here we have item center and justify between. On H1 we are saying W full. It is taking the entire width, and on button we are saying just this thing. So this should also be fine. So maybe justify between is fine. So we don't need W full now on these headings anymore. We needed these because we wanted this button and this to be half and half. Now we don't need this, so we can get rid of this W full on H1s. So save, and we can see this now. So new project, this is fine. Log time, here also this is fine. Log time, let's try. Cool. So I guess we are good now. Dashboard, all right. Projects, log time. Now we'll work on those things, get rid of that loading text, and then here we don't have any loading screen or some loading indicator. So these two things we are going to work next. Alright, so we are almost done with our app. So now we'll do some cosmetic changes. So first, let's change the initial loading screen to some different screen. So initial loading screen comes from index.html. Here if you see, we have this div id app, this loading text. This is the one which comes there. Okay. So here what we can do, we can add some things here. So first thing, we are going to add a class here. And or maybe we can directly have a, yeah, let's use a class here. So here we'll say it should be H screen and W screen, or let's say min H screen. It should be yeah, minimum height screen, and width also it should be min W screen, so that it takes the entire height and width of the screen, whatever we see right now. Okay, then we'll simply remove this loading text. Inside this, I'm going to have something, and whatever I'm going to add here, when the Blazor is initialized, it is going to replace whatever we have inside this thing. So that means whatever we'll put it here, it will be just before or until the Blazor has initialized. So that is what we need. Okay, so here we'll have a simple div class with w full and h full, so height and width as full. We can have some background here, so let's say bg blue, some maybe 300. Okay, and then we can have flags here, and we can say justify center and items center. Save it, and inside this we can have our image logo, which we have in our images, and where is that logo.png. So we are going to have it here. So we'll say just img src image slash logo.png. Okay, and here we can have a couple of classes, let's say h12 and w12. All right, and after this we can have, let's say, a text. It could be anything. h2 class font bold, text white. Okay, and text, let's say 2xl, and here we'll say MAUI timesheet. Save it, and we'll see how it looks. Run. So you saw it was there for a fraction of a second, and that was looking ugly. Let's not have this background. Let's not have any background, rather to say. And let's do this. Let's not have this min h screen, min y screen. Instead, we'll say, let's see what we can do. We'll say w full, h full. I don't know if it would work. Div class, this is fine. Flex, justify center, item center. This is entire height and width. We have this logo, we have this text, and here we have flex. After that we need to have flex column. Save it. Now this should not be text white, this should be some other thing. So let's maybe have this as text blue 600. Save it, restart. MAUI timesheet, it was here, it should have been here on the screen. So let's quickly see what is happening here, why this is not going there. Or maybe we can try one more thing. So this div, instead of having it like this, we can maybe have it as fixed. So this is position fixed. We can have some z index, let's say it can be anything, z10. Okay, then we can have left 0, right 0, top 0, bottom 0, that means entire screen. Okay, yeah, let's try this. Now you saw that in between, so it was fine. Let's maybe remove this class h12 w12. Let's see, we'll see the default what it is. Here let's have a gap of 5 so that we can have some spacing. Save it, run it. Okay, so let's see. Now we have this MAUI timesheet and it is very big. So this is not fine. So we can use W. We were using 12, right? After 12, what we have? We have W36, 32. Let's use W32 and H32. We should be good with this. Okay. Now after this, next thing is what we want. This 2XL was very small. Let's make it 3XL at least, or let's make it 4XL. After this, we want a loader. Okay. Uh, if we change these background colors a bit, how would it look? Let's quickly try. So we are using these colors, right? What if we change these cards background color? Just slightly. So I'm not sure how would it look, but let's try. Components, pages, dashboard. The first one, we are having BG green 100. So on this thing, instead of BG white, let's say BG green 50. Second one is BG blue 100. So let's use BG blue 50. And then the last one is BG purple. So let's say BG purple 50. Save it. Save everything. Let's restart. We'll see how it looks. If it does not look good, we'll leave it with the white background only. MAUI timesheet, and did it change? I cannot see anything. PG purple, this and that. Okay. Something has changed, but the colors are not there. This is not using color. Let's use roll back to white only, whatever we were using. Roll back this change. Okay, save it. So now we'll work on a loader. Right now we are not displaying any loader when we are moving from here to there, moving on the screens and all. So let's quickly implement a global loader here. Close all. And in our components, we have the shared folder. Inside the shared only, I'm going to add a new razor component. Let's call it loader.razor. Okay. Now the way we are going to have this loader is, we are going to have a full width overlay, full height and width, entire screen overlay. And on that top of that overlay, we are going to have a loading spinner. Okay. So let's have first a div class. So the way we are using our modal pop-ups background, we are going to follow the same thing. So we'll say fixed inset 0. Then let's have some Z index very high. So Z50. Then let's have a flex. We'll say justify center, items center, to move everything to the center. Then we'll have some background black. Then we are going to have BG opacity as 50%, 0.5. Save it. Now inside this, so this is our overlay. It is taking entire screen's height and width and all. Close this loader, open it again. Okay. Now inside this, we want to have our loading indicator that should be in center of the screen. So flex, item center, justify center, it is already handling that. So whatever we put inside this div, that will automatically be in the center of the screen. Let's see what we can have there. Let's have a simple div class, and we can have a BG white. We can have rounded corners here. We can have some padding, let's say P3. Okay. And we can have a shadow, very large shadow, let's say shadow XL. And inside this, we are going to have our loading spinner. Okay. Now for loading spinner, we can use some image, or we can use pure just Tailwind classes. So here we can say H, let's say 6 and W6. So this div is a simple div now with H6 and W6 classes. Now inside these, what we'll do, we'll have border on one of these sides. So let's use border bottom, and we'll have border bottom 2. Okay. Then we need to have a color of this border. So we'll say border, let's use blue, 500 or 600 or 700. It's up to you. Whatever color you want to choose, you can. Or let's use border purple 600. Okay. Now what this is doing, we have a div, we have a border bottom of color purple, of height 2 pixel. Now it is not exactly 2 pixel, but let's assume this is border B2, that means 2 pixel. Right now we have simple white rounded box with a bottom border of 2 pixels of purple color. Now what we'll do, we'll simply uh, rotate this div 360-degree rotation. So it will border bottom, it will simply move like this. So we will get that rotation animation. Okay. First we need to define the path, rotation path. So for that we will simply say rounded full on this one. That means now we are saying border is there, but the actual shape of this div is rounded. So now the animation would be in rounded manner, in circular motion. How would we animate this? For that, this gives us, Tailwind gives us classes. So we have animate spin. Okay, we'll use this, save it, and with this change we should be good. Now we have our loading spinner. Now next thing is we need to display this, and this is going to be a dynamic display. Okay, so first thing we need to use it somewhere. So we can simply use it on our main layout, but then we have auth layout as well, we have empty layout as well. So we have multiple layouts, so better to use it on routes here. Okay, let's use that loader component here. So now it is on root level, so it is always be there. If you go to loader, this is always going to be displayed, but this is not what we want. We want this to be by default hidden, but whenever we want, it should come. Okay, so here what we'll do is, what we can do, we can maybe have some state somewhere, and we will trigger this state from whenever we want it. We'll simply trigger that state, and here, so show and hide would be handled from the page level. So for this, what we can do, we can maybe have some global class, a common class. We had these states, right? Let's delete this folder. Inside services only, we can maybe have service. We can call it some global service, or we can call it common service. Common service. Okay. This will be simple public class common service. And inside this, we are going to have an event. So public event, let's say event args, not event args, public event action. We'll say toggle loader. Okay, if it was visible, it will be hidden. If it was hidden, it will be visible. Or if we want to, we can handle this tail. So here we can say action of, let's say bool. Okay, then we are going to have a method here. We'll say public void show loader, and we are going to have a public void hide loader. Okay, so from hide loader, we'll say toggle loader event dot invoke will provide false, and from show loader, we'll say toggle loader dot invoke, and here we'll say true. Okay, now we just need to register this common service class. So we are going to register it. We will, where is it? MAUI program.cs. This is also going to be a singleton. Add singleton common service. Save it. Now we are good. Now we just need to use this everywhere. Now if we see, there is no state in this class, and it does not depend on any state as such. So what we can do, maybe we can rename this to app state. First thing, this is a simple app state, or let's say common state, something like this. So this name is up to you, and let's not have it as a direct class. Let's have it as a static class. So then we'll say public static. Then we'll say public static show loader and public static hide loader, and then we don't need to register it. Okay, this will be in a label. common state show loader, common state hide loader, and this toggle loader. So we are good. Now let's go to loader screen, and here what we'll do, we will simply override our own initialized method. Inside this we'll say common state dot toggle loader. On this loading indicator, we are going to have a method here, private void handle loader visibility, something like this. We are going to have a bool and show loader, something like this. Okay, then we are going to have a state here, local state private bool underscore show loader. So let's have a default value as true, and then inside this handle loader visibility, here we are simply going to set this underscore show loader equals this show loader. Okay, then after this we'll simply say state has changed. So we'll explicitly tell Blazor that something has changed. You just need to re-render. If you want to show or hide the loader, you should do that. Now from this toggle loader, we'll simply use this. Now whenever we do plus equals to, we should do minus equals to. We should free up the event handlers and all these registrations. So for this, we will implement iDisposable on this component. So we'll say iDisposable. What iDisposable does is gives us a method public void dispose, and in this dispose we want to do the opposite of this thing. So that means minus equals. Save it and we are good. This on initialize is also a single line, so we can simply do the same thing, single line here. Save it. Now we are good. Next thing is we'll render this entire div only if show loader is true. Let's do this. If show loader is true, then only render this. Else don't render it. Save it. We are good. Okay. So default value is true. That is fine. Now because initially we want this loader to be there, and when we are on this routes.razor, here we can say @code override. Here we can say on after render. That means first time when it is coming here. Here we'll say if this is the first render, then we will hide the loader, or maybe not on after. We can say on initialized. Not this. Override on initialized. Here we'll say common state dot hide loader. Simple. So default that is showing, but when this is initialized, it will simply hide it. And after this, now we'll go to each and every page and we'll hook this thing up, show and hide loader. So let's first go to our pages and home page, main entry point here. When we are trying to do these things, or we should have this or no, on this on initialized, it will be there for we could say a fraction of seconds. So let's not do anything here on this screen. We'll go to the login screen. On login, on initialize, we don't need this thing. And here when we are saying login async, so when we are doing this, we'll say common state dot show loader. Okay, and after doing everything, we'll simply say common state dot hide loader. Save it. Go to the register page. Do the same thing. We don't need on initialized. Here we'll say common state dot show loader and common state dot hide loader. Save it. After this, we'll go to our projects page, or let's say go to the dashboard page. Here when we are fetching all these things, we'll say common state dot show loader and common state dot hide loader. Am I doing the opposite on the login and register page? Show hide. Show hide. Okay, this is fine. Dashboard. Show hide. In logout case, here also we'll say show loader and then hide loader. Save it. Then we'll go to our projects page. Here, when we are fetching, we can say show loader and hide loader. After that, when we are deleting the project, here also we'll say show loader and then hide loader. Save it. Then let's go to log time page. Here on initialize fetch this thing. So here we'll say show loader and hide loader. Handle time log added. This is fine. Handle task deleted. Okay. So here we'll say common state.show loader and inside this we'll say hide loader. Hide loader. Or we can maybe move this here hide loader outside of this. Then we will come to our shared add time log form. Here on initialize we are loading the project, so we'll say show loader and hide loader. And then we have add time log entry, so here also we'll say show loader and after doing this we'll say hide loader. Then let's go to the save project form. Here we'll do same thing, show loader and hide loader. So I think we hooked up all our loaders. Time log display list, this is just display, right? Here we are not doing any operation. All right. So save everything. Now let's see how all these loaders look like. Let's see. Okay, app is here. I just missed if the loader was there. Yeah, it was there for fraction of a second. You see quickly. Let's do this just to see how the loader is looking. Let's not use the hide for now. Let's go to the services common state. For now we'll simply remove the hide loader. We will not do anything in the hide loader to see the UI for the loader and how it looks. MAUI timesheet, and this is how it looks. I guess this looks great. What if we don't have this white color? If we go to our loader, or maybe we can increase the, yeah, let's do this first. Let's not have this white thing. So that means this BG white. Let's see if we don't have this BG white, then how would it behave? Save it. If we do this, let's do this. Let's grab this div, comment this white thing out, and let's just have this div, this indicator. Save it and let's restart. Rerun the app. Okay, no. Although this, we can see this, but this is not that good. Okay, let's do this. I'm just playing around with this right now. So let's do this. If we come here, if we use this BG white only instead of P3, yeah, let's have P3. Or maybe let's use P5 here. H6, W6, this is, I guess, fine. And on this div, what if we use some light opacity here? So BG opacity same 50%. If we do this, how would it look? Save it. Let's try. This is worse than that. So looks like we need to settle up with our first iteration only. BG white without any opacity. It is P5 and let's have rounded LG. Save it. Restart. Okay. So I think this is fine. Okay. So we have loading indicator now. We can remove this thing. We can go to our common state. We can again use this hide loader. So with this, save everything. Save it. Rerun. So now looks like we are good. Okay. Cool. Uh, with this, I guess we have achieved a lot. So everything is fine now. Everything is working. We can see this logout button. Let's maybe move it to the center only, not have the entire width. So for this, we can go to our dashboard page. Dashboard. Here we have this button where we are using W full. If we don't use W full, then it will be here. Let's use MX auto. So margin X auto. If this is inside flex, this should be in the center. PY2, and here we can say PX maybe 5. Save it. We'll see. And after that, I want to do one more thing here. Let's try to see if we have some other icons. So these are plain icons, outlined icons. If we have filled icons, so maybe when we have selected some tab, we can display the filled icon, right? Let's do that. Let's first try to see if we have those filled icons. So here we are using Lucid icons. Let's use, we'll go to Lucid icons, and absolute stroke width. So the first one was dashboard, right? Dashboard, or what was that? What was that? Chart? Dashboard. Was it dashboard only? Yeah, this was the one, right? So layout dashboard. We don't have filled icons here, but we can maybe increase the stroke width. You see? So if we increase the stroke width, then we can maybe use this icon. Okay. Let's copy this SVG. This is layout dashboard. So we'll go to our Visual Studio. Stop this, and here in our images, triple W root images, here we have our dashboard.svg, right? We'll simply copy paste this, make one more version of this. Let's say dashboard thick. So here we'll simply have this, and then we have, what other icons we have? If we go to our components, layout, bottom tab bar, we are using a folder.svg, clock.svg. Okay, so let's try those. Folder, this is the one. Stroke width, this is the absolute stroke width, what it is. Okay, so we'll use this, copy, folder thick, folder, where is folder? This one. So folder thick .svg, save it, and then we have clock, right? So clock thick.svg. Clock Okay, copy svg, log thick, paste it, save it. Okay, save everything. Let's go to our bottom tab bar now, and here we are using these direct icons, true false true false. Let's do this. Here in this tab item class, because we know our structure, right, our icon structure. So here what we can do, we can maybe have a computed property. Here we'll say string, let's use icon. Here we'll make it a computed property. This thing will say if is active is true, we'll use image. If is active is false, then we'll use image, which is default right now, image, right, image. If that's not the case, so we know we just need to have the image dashboard hyphen thick dot svg. Okay, we can do this dot svg. So there can be multiple ways. You can maybe have, if you have some different, you don't have any pattern in the names, you can have those as a parameter here, but I'm just avoiding that. So here what I'll do, I'll simply say image dot replace dot svg. I'm going to replace this thing with hyphen thick dot svg. So this is the pattern I'm following with the thick selected buttons. So if it is not active, we'll use the image which we have provided, that means these default images. If this is active is true, then we'll simply remove dot svg with hyphen thick dot svg. That means it will be dashboard hyphen thick dot svg. Now here when we are displaying these tab item dot image, we will say tab item dot icon. Save it. Let's see. Okay, now we can see the icons are also getting changed. Okay, all right. So with this, I guess we are done with the final stage of UI changes as well. Okay, so we'll take a final look here. I added some seed data, which looks like some proper valid data, so that we can see at least. I don't have to add so many things here. Then after this, I added one more thing. In login on register.razor pages, we were not hiding the common loader. Okay, so right now the default value what we have on our loader component, if you see, we implemented this loader component and default value we had show loader true. And on all these internal pages, dashboard, projects, log time, we were actually fetching some data in on initialized async method, the initial method. So there we were hiding the loader, but on login and registration, there is no initial load. So on initialize, we are not loading any data, so we were not hiding it. So I logged out, and when I was trying to log in, it was showing that loader. But so that's why I simply added these two lines here in login.registration, override on initialized, add common state.hide loader. Same thing in register.razor. On this page also, I added simply this override on initialized and common state.hide load. Okay, then this seed data, this I got from the help of AI. I simply told it to simply write some data here for me for this schema and just give me some sample data. So it created this data. So this is what we can see now. The app looks fine. We have, okay, so log out, we need to move it to the center. We'll fix this. We can go to projects page. We have couple of projects. We can go to login, log time page. On dashboard, total time, recent entries, on projects, add project. Here we are good. Then on log time, we can change the dates. We can open this date selector. We can log the time, and here also if we see, we have all these things. And here if we go to log time, I don't know if you can notice, this looks a bit smaller than this, right? And date might be, although this is fine, let's move it to the next line only. So we'll have date and hours in separate lines. Let's quickly do this and let's fix the logout button. On dashboard, we have this logout button. Let's move it to the center. Okay, let's quickly do these things. After that, we'll see how our app looks on iPhone. And if we need to fix something, we'll simply fix. So components, pages, dashboard. Here we have our logout button. So right now this is on left because this direct button. Let's do this. Let's wrap this button inside a div. Okay, and on this div we can have a w full, and we can have text center, or to be safe let's use flex, and then we'll use simply justify center. Save it, so it should be in center, and let's have some more padding from left and right, this also, right? So here we have px5. Let's see what next we have after px5. Oh, it can go to a lot. So px14, 12. Let's use px14. Save it. And then we'll go to shared, add log time. On this, where are flex, flex one, these two things, right? Let's have these in separate lines. So no flex, this and this. Then we'll simply get rid of this flex. Save it. Let's rerun and see how it looks now. Okay, we are here. Now logout is in the center. So looks good. Go to log time, and here now these two are on separate lines. Okay. So let's select a project. This, let's add 0.5. Some random task I'm going to add time. Loader was there, 30 minutes for today. If we go to dashboard, 0 hours, 30 minutes, today's hours. So we are good. Great. Now let's see how it looks on iPhone. So let me push this code, and then on my Mac, I'm going to pull this code and connect my physical iPhone, and then I'll run it. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so here I am on my physical iPhone. This is how it looks. We can go to create new account. This is fine. We can go to login. Now here, let's try to log in. We have this. Password was 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's log in. We can see the loader, invalid credentials. The username was incorrect. It was just Abhay. What happened? Okay, this is breaking. I don't know why this is breaking again and again. So it's not working. This let's view. This application is not working. So I don't know how can I mirror my iPhone. Okay, I don't know how can I do this. Let me try some way. Okay, so after a long time I found this AirDroid Cast, this app, and this is also not smooth, but let's try to quickly fix this. So now I'm going to log in, and when I'm logging in, after logging in, we can see the tab bar, but the top nav bar, if you see, this is going behind this main top notch, right? This is not what we need. So that means on this iPhone we need to fix something. So this kind of problem on iPhone comes under safe area related things. So there is a safe area section on iPhone. We need to respect that when we are developing for iPhones. On Android this problem is not there, so we are good. We need to fix this thing. Okay, so for this what we can do is, in Blazor hybrid, it gives us one CSS environment variable or multiple CSS environment variable, which gives us how much height, width, and all the safe area insets are taking. Okay, So when we create a new project, it is already there. If you go to index.html, here if you see, this is already added there. So it says status bar safe area. So this is a simple div, empty div, and by default it will not have any visual indication, it will not have any height, width, nothing. But when we are on iPhone, so we are going to apply a CSS which will simply set a height for this thing. So it is going to handle that top safe area section basically. So that CSS is already added in app.css when we create a new project. But because we have cleaned up our app.css, because we are using app.css as an output for our tailwind.css, so that is not there. So the quickest way to get that back is simply create a new project. It will be simply temporary project. We just need that particular piece of CSS. Here we're going to create a new project, new Blazor hybrid application. Let's name it anything, temp MAUI app. Just create it. We'll simply delete this. Right now we just want to see what was that CSS which is handling that safe area view. Okay, so this is a new project. Here also, if we go to index.html, we are going to see the same thing, status bar safe area. And if we go to CSS app.css, here if we scroll to the bottom, here we'll see status bar safe area display none, which is default. Then we have this @supports WebKit touch callout none if this feature is available, and this feature will there be on iPhone. So it will be available on iPhone. If that is the case, then we are saying on status bar safe area we want to apply this CSS. So display flags, position sticky, fix it, top 0 on the top, background color, it could be anything, width 100%, z index 1, and then this is the height, env safe area inside top. So this CSS environment variable, this Blazor sets us. So we are good for this. We can simply copy these two things. Here flex column, navbar, here we are setting safe area inside left, but because we are not using this navbar brand and flex column, so we can simply get rid of this. We'll simply copy these two things, status bar safe area @support. Then we'll go to our project. Here we can create a new CSS file if we want to, or the simplest will be just in index.html. Here we already have a style, we are going to paste this here. So default safe area display none, we are good. Here everything is fine. The background color, this is going to be the color of top section, this safe area section. So for this on Android we are setting status bar to be of color white. So the same thing we are going to set here. So instead of this F7 F7 F7, we'll use F F F F F F. So 6 times F, this is hex code for white color. And then save it, and then let's remove this thing, flex column navbar brand. Just remove this, save it, and now we should be good. Now after this we are going to have one problem in our main. If you go to main layout, components, layouts, main layout, here we are saying the default height, we are using edge screen. Okay, now edge screen, now it will have the screen including the what we say, the status bar on iPhone. So right now edge screen would simply add to that status bar safe area. So edge screen would be, we could say, it will go down whatever height the status bar is taking on the iPhone, but that is not what we want. So what I mean is, on top section we will have status bar safe area height, so this is some height, and then edge screen will start. But now the edge screen should be the main viewport 100, this 100 VH minus that status bar height on iPhone. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll simply modify the default styling of this edge screen. Here if you see edge screen, it has simple height 100 VH. So we'll go to our app.css, not app.css, our index.html. Oh, we need to get rid of this project first. So let's delete the new project which we added. Delete it. We don't need this now. Okay. Okay. Now this is our rapp.css. This is our index.html. Now here inside this @supports only, we'll say .hScreen. That means for height screen, you need to calculate. Not this. We'll say height. Then we'll use calc, which is a calculation mechanism, calculation function in CSS. Here we'll have 100 VH. This is what the default H screen had. Now here we'll say 100 VH minus this env. Now when we say calc function in C#, here we need to add the spaces. So if we do without space, it will not work. So in CSS, when we are using calc function, there should be spaces when we are using any operator. Okay, so here we are saying H screen should be 100 viewport height minus this thing. So now it will handle all the cases. Save everything. Let me move it to my Mac and then again try to start it on my iPhone and let's see how it looks. So this is how it looks. It is looking pretty good, very beautiful on my iPhone. But when I'm mirroring this on this Android cast, again I was having so many issues. It will just not work. This Android cast, it will simply break. It says not connected to the network. Please connect to the same network. Although my phone and my laptop both are connecting to the same network, same Wi-Fi. And here if we see, this looks ugly and this is not responsive. This mirroring is not responsive basically. But here, trust me, it works. Here on top, we can see this. And I can't even resize this. When I'm trying to resize, but this again acting weird. So here we can see the top section, the bottom navbar, and here we can see the top section as well. So this works. There was only this one issue which we just fixed. And here, okay, you see this is some lag and all on my phone. Now I am on projects page, which is fine. Now if I go to, okay, it came after a long time. We can see this modal pop-up as well, which is working fine. We can select the project. We can select the date. We can log the hours. We can add the task. We can scroll. We can see the total. We can go to the next and previous dates. We can go back to projects. We can create a new project. Looks like we are good. Okay, here we have this logout, login registration we already saw. So with this, I think we are good. The only issue was on iPhone to set that safe area view. Okay. All right. So with this, I guess we are good. We have finalized our app. Whatever we thought we are going to build, we have completed it. We have login, we have registration, we have dashboard, we have projects, we have time log entries. So almost everything. And this app works offline. So this is offline only. So what next is, you can maybe take it as in starting point, not as starting point. UI, we can say it is almost done. You can, if you want to, you can make it online. You can simply add some API layer, add Refit client in this project, and simply flow all these operations via that API, that Refit client, and simply have database on API. So this also you can do. But for me, I wanted it to make as an offline app. So that I have already done. Alright, so that's all for this video. So please do let me in the comment if you like this project and if you learned something new. I personally learned a lot of things here. If you are following this entire video, then you might know I got to know about a lot of different things. So yeah, that's all for this video. Please like this video, share this video, subscribe to my channel. I'll be back soon with some other cool video. Till then, bye bye. Happy coding.